Good morning, everyone. Are we ready to begin? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are we ready to begin?
Don't see Supervisor Askew in here yet. It's
Okay.
Judge Phillips and you, and I don't see Alejo or Lopez on just yet.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll give them another couple of minutes.
Okay, there's. Chair, we do have Supervisor Phillips, Askew, and Lopez on. Just waiting for Alejo, but I don't know if you want to start.
Why don't we go ahead and start since we've got a busy day today. And I would like to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, December 13th. This is the last real meeting of the year. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Ru, Askew, and Phillips appearing in person, and Supervisors Adams and Lopez appearing via Zoom or via video conference, and Alejo to join us shortly.
Thank you very much. And are there any additions or corrections for closed session, Mr.
There
Counsel?
are none, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we will have closed sessions item 1A through G. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on today's closed session agenda?
I don't see any hands raised, and I don't believe anybody's in chambers.
Thank you very much for that then. We will recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and reconvene at 10:30 this morning. Thank you so much and see you in a bit.
And I'm present here, ma'am. Sorry for joining late.
Thank you so much, Supervisor.
Mic 2 check. Mic 3 check. Mic 5 check. Mic 6 check. Mic 10 check. Mic 11 check. Mic 12 check. Staff 1 check. Staff 2 check. Podium mic check. Wireless mic 1 check. Wireless 2 check.
Clerk Mike.
Are we ready?
Hi, Chair, it's Valerie. We're still waiting for Supervisor Root Askew, and I'm looking to see if Supervisor Alejo is on.
Thank you.
Oh, he's here. Okay. Alejo is here in person, so I don't have to look for him, but Supervisor Lopez is on.
Now are we all ready?
We're good to go.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, it is an opportunity today to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, December 13th. I apologize in advance for not being present, but this is the best we can get. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Root Askew, Phillips, and Alejo appearing in person, and Supervisors Adams and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. And it's rather difficult for me to see. Let's just first do the announcement for the Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y voy a ser su intérprete para español-inglés e inglés-español para el día de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y lo suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Por favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Cielis. And is the county administrative officer at the dais?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. So I just, we're now at the point of doing our Pledge of Allegiance, which is always a fun thing for us to do because it's an opportunity to honor people in a very unusual way. And so today, in honor of his 19 years of service to Monterey County, we'll be asking our CAO, Charles McKee, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. McKee has 19 years of service with the county. He has been the county administrative officer and county counsel for Monterey County. Prior to that, Charles held leadership positions in other areas of the state, including Nevada County, County of Marin, the city of Vallejo. Charles has been involved in the California State Association of Counties and many local organizations, including the Monterey College of Law and the Monterey County Bar Association. We're so grateful, Charles, for the many years that you've given to public service in our county. And if you would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to do that.
Thank you. So let's now see if there are any additions and corrections.
There is an addition of an urgent item, a scheduled matter, and that is item number 15.2. We are in receipt of a board report and employment agreement that were both received. The next is an addition of an urgent item under general consent. It's item number 42.1. We are in receipt of a board report, emergency proclamation, and a draft resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. We need your vote to add these two urgency items to the agenda. One is the employment agreement for the new CAO, which would be the first scheduled item this morning. And the other, as the clerk of the board mentioned, would go on to consent ratifying the proclamation of emergency issued by the CAO over the weekend. So we need a motion and a vote to add those two urgency items to the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote? Oh, sorry, let's go out to the public. Any member of the public who wishes to comment on this agenda item? I'm seeing no one coming forward and I see no hands raised. So with that, let's have our roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much for that. We will be taking those items up later in the agenda. And now let's go to our appointments. We have 5 appointments this morning. And is there any member of the board that wishes to pull anything or comment on the appointments today? Hearing none, is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on the appointments today? Thank you. If we could please have a motion to.
Move of approval.
Thank
Second.
you. Thank you very much. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Uh,
Oh, sorry. We need a roll call vote. I forgot where I was for a minute. We have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Ruascu
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. We will now go to our consent calendar. We have items 26 through 47. Is there any member of the board that wishes to pull anything for comment or questions?
Yeah, I have a number of ones that I want to pull for comment only. 31, 35, 37, 43, and 44.
Sounds like you're giving me football plays.
Yes,
Okay.
I,
All right. Why don't I see if there are other members that have any items they wish to pull? I'm hearing none.
Supervisor Lopez has his hand up.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Lopez, I'm going to need help today. Supervisor Lopez, do you hear us?
Yeah, my hand was raised just because I got kicked over to the attendee side. So I was just trying to get back on the right side of the wall. I've got no items to pull. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this is a great meeting. I love this. This is my last meeting as chairing, so what the heck? Okay.
Madam Chair, I was hoping to pull item 44 as well for comment
Item
only,
44.
comment and
Okay.
question.
Okay, that's great. So we have 44 for both Phillips and Wendy and Supervisor Rudescu. Is there any member of the public that wishes to pull or anything from the consent calendar for comment or questions? Seeing no one coming forward, and I am hopeful there are no hands raised.
There are none.
Okay, thank you very much. Then let's go back to Supervisor Phillips first and start in with item number 31.
yeah, on start off with the 31, the sexual assault forensic examiner. And this is just so important. And I reflected back to the years back in the early 70s. And I used to try a lot of the sexual assault cases for the district attorney's office. No one else wanted to try them in those days. And in those days, I mean, we kind of treated the victims as a piece of evidence, and I don't think we sometimes what they went through during the forensic examination was as bad as what they went through the other one. And so I really support this, and I think it's very important. And there were some cases that I made in those days. I was telling my staff that was made because of the testimony of the forensic examiner that could have never made otherwise. As to 35 and 37, this is a big thing for us, the animal service agreement and the JPA of the animal service. This was something started when I was first on the board. Supervisor Salinas and I were part of the ad hoc committee working with the late Joe Gunter and the present mayor, Craig, to do this. It's taken a while to put together this JPA, but I think it's going to just be a great thing. And I'm really proud and happy to see it come to fruition. As to 43 and 44, the Castroville Community Plan has been out of whack forever and ever and ever. And it includes things like the 156 interchange that is already being paid by the state and Measure X. It includes the Castroville or the Artichoke Highway train stations and things. And so it's so out of whack, and a lot of development that we could have had in Castroville has not occurred because people just can't endure the cost of these impact fees. And we saw that graphically when we looked to build a farm worker housing, the same thing that was built by the Nunes family in Baranda, and it was hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars more just for this. So revisiting that and staying the impact fees in the interim, I think are critical. So thank you for allowing me my extended comments, Madam Chair.
Well deserved. You have worked on the Humane Society issue, animal shelter issue for so long, and I'm glad it finally come to fruition on that. Supervisor Rudascu, your comments?
Thank
on
you.
item
I just had
44?
some questions in regards to item 44, which is the stay on the Castroville traffic impact fee. I'm supportive of the item and just had a couple questions to make sure that we're all on the same page. So if staff's available, I'm just wondering if we know how much has been collected in fees since the plan was adopted. And then the second question would be, if we anticipate that it will take about a year for the new fee schedule to be developed and brought before the board. So if in that time, how will we monitor the number of applications that are coming forward under the stayed fee schedule? Could we assign that to like the CIP committee or another county board committee?
Chair Adams, I'm here to answer. Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Department. I'm here to answer those questions of Supervisor asking if you'd like.
Thank you. Please do.
Sure. On the first 2 points, since adoption of the Castroville Community Plan in 2007, we have collected over $950,000. We have about 960 currently sitting in account waiting to fund projects identified in the Castroville Community Plan. I would also point out we do collect 2 other fees. There's a TAMC fee or regional development impact fee that gets collected and then funneled through to TAMC for use of projects. As Supervisor Phillips mentioned, there's about $5 million in regional development impact fees being used to fund the Castroville Boulevard Highway 156 interchange project. There's also a countywide fee. We've separated the county into zones. It's zone 1. There's about $471,000 sitting in zone 1 fees that can be used for Castroville projects. There's also other funds that have been established over the years that are available for very specific projects within that area. If the board decides to stay the fees, we will have our permitting software where we can run reports on what projects will come during this following year. So we'll be able to report those out at the request of the board. With respect to who might do that, I guess I would look to the CAO or council for indication of whether that would be appropriate to have the capital improvement committee be doing that work.
So let me just comment on that. I think it would be good for the report to come from your department, Eric, HCD, and go to the capital improvement committee.
Okay, great. We can do that. Thank you.
Great. And then just a comment, I think this is one of those examples, this particular traffic impact fee and needing to re-look at the schedule. You know, we've made it very clear that housing is a top priority for our county and for this board. And this is an example of where our policies don't actually support the priorities and the goals that we've laid out. So being able to amend the policy so that it better supports and promotes and allows for the private development that's going to help us achieve our goals, I think is important. So thank you to Supervisor Phillips for working with staff to bring this forward, and look forward to seeing the updated fee schedule that is better aligned with our county, helping us achieve our county goals.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. And with that, now we can have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Move consent.
Second.
Thank you. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Leho.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Rudascu.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. We'll now move to our general section of the meeting. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? Someone coming forward?
Can I go ahead?
Please do. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Waste Management Public Sector Manager Liz Hall here. Throughout the year, I've shared updates from our community drop-off events, and I just wanted to share today a summary of tons collected through these events this year. Waste Management held 12 events at the county and throughout the county and in King City, where I'm proud to say we collected a total of 164.35 tons. That is about 328,700 pounds of material through these events, with an average diversion rate of 42%. Through our partnership with the Salinas Valley Recycles team, they collected 8.75 tons or 17,493 pounds of hazardous waste this year. So many thanks to their crew for supporting our efforts. Also, I wanted to publicly thank our drivers, whom without we could not hold these events, and to all the residents who came by and dropped off all their junk and other items. We look forward to all 2023 has to offer, and Waste Management thanks you all for your support. Great job, Madam Chair, throughout this year, and best of luck to you, Supervisor Phillips, as you retire, I guess we can say. Thank you all and happy holidays.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Hall. It's really nice to see you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to come up with anything that's not on today's agenda? And I don't know if we have any hands raised. I'll have to look to our clerk of the board for that.
I don't see any hands raised, but we do have another gentleman at the podium in person.
Thank you. Please begin.
Sorry. My name
Yes.
is Alan Williams. I've got a short comment today. First time I appeared here was over 50 years ago as a young Army captain, just got retired from the military because I got in the way of some shrapnel. But I've been doing this for a long time. And of the 50 years, I've enjoyed almost 20 of them working with Charles McKee and 8 of them working with Judge Phillips. I have 2 items on the agenda today, which I'm not going to talk about. One's on the consent, and one's on closed session. So I don't know whether I'm gaining or losing over my 50 years of experience being on both sides of that podium. But I just want to state through all of the 18 years I've been in the village project has been in works as long as Charles has been here. Kind of a dubious distinction. But I just want to know, in that same period, I've had over 60 staff members come and go on that project alone. But through all my frustration, it has not diminished my appreciation for both of your professionalism and integrity and just the way you do business. And I want you both to know you'll be missed. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Mr. Williams. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to comment on anything not on today's agenda?
I see no hands raised and nobody is coming up to the podium.
Thank you. And so with that, we will close public comment. I'm going to recess the Board of Supervisors for our additional agendas. So I will call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we please have a roll call?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Ru Askew, Phillips, and Alejo appearing in person, and Supervisor Adams and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on any item that is not on this agenda today?
I see no hands raised and nobody coming to the podium.
Thank you. Then we will go on to our first item, which is appointments. And we have the one reappointment, and that is Ken Eklund to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Directors as a District 5 representative. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this? Any member or the board member wish to comment on this? Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo. Aye. Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ru Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. We have one scheduled matter on this agenda today, and that is to appoint a representative from the Grower Shipper Association to the Water Resources Agency Board. I believe there's going to be a presentation on this today.
Good morning, Chair Adams. This is Brent Buki, General Manager for the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. So as you stated, this is an appointment for the Grower Sipper Association of Central California to the Board of Directors of the Water Resource Agency. Per the Agency Act, we have submitted 2 nominees provided by the Grower Shippers Association, and Matt Simus is the current appointee, and he submitted his paperwork requesting a reappointment. And we also have Mr. Christopher Valadez, who is the second nominee. And it is up to the Board of Supervisors to make that final decision from these 2 individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Buki. And I read in the board report that Mr. Simus was the lead nominee and that Mr. Valdez had requested to be the alternate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we will go out to the public. If any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item. Great. Okay, I will bring it back to the board, and I'd like to make a motion to approve Mr. Matt Simus to the Monterey County Resource Agency Board of Directors. Is there a second?
And would you be included Chris Valadez as the alternate in the motion?
Yes, thank you very much for saying that, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Alejo. And
I'll second.
Thanks very much. You got a whole thing down. That's great. Perfect. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve Matt Simus as the lead nominee and Christopher Valdez as the alternate to the Board Water Resources Agency. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. The motion passes. And now I will adjourn the Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and convene the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Phillips, and Alejo appearing in person, and Supervisor Adams and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this agenda item? On this item, on any items not on this agenda? Seeing none, I will move forward. We have one scheduled item today, and it is our fabulous AB 361. So we will look to our county council for comment and to present this item.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Yes, these are the AB 361 findings necessary to be made so we can continue to meet remotely into the next calendar year. And those findings are that the governor's state of emergency remains in effect, which it does, that the board has reconsidered the circumstances of the emergency, and that the Monterey County Health Officer continues to recommend social distancing measures, which he does. So we would need a motion, second, and a vote to continue to meet remotely in the new year.
Thank you very much. Could we please have, is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item? Okay, seeing
I'll
none.
make the
bring it
motion
back
to
the board.
approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll adjourn the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Boards of Directors. And I will call to order the joint meeting of certain Board of Supervisors standing committees. Would we please have a roll call?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Phillips, and Alejo appearing in person, and Supervisor Adams and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Okay, thank you very much. We have one scheduled matter, and it's our AB 361. You want to make the same presentation?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the boards. This is the AB 361 findings for the Board of Supervisors and its standing committees. It's the same findings you just made. And before you take a motion and a vote, let me just point out that the governor has indicated his intent to terminate his proclamation of state of emergency at the end of February. And at that time, the ability to meet remotely under AB 361 will no longer exist and will be under the terms of AB 2449. In January, I will be making a presentation to the board on the options for meeting through teleconferencing or meeting remotely under AB 2449 if that happens in March.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Okay, is any member of the public who wishes to comment on this? Okay, if not, could we please have a roll call?
I'll move approval of staff
Thank you.
recommendations.
Sorry.
Second.
Lopez seconds.
Okay, thank you. So we have Alejo and Lopez. Can we please have a roll call?
Supervisor Leho.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much for that. And we will now adjourn the joint meeting of certain boards of supervisors standing committees and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Could I please have a roll call?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Askew, Phillips, and Alejo appearing in person, and Supervisors Adams and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. We now will go to our scheduled matters. And the first scheduled matter is the County Administrative Officer's Employment Agreement. And I will turn to our County Administrative Officer to begin this item for us.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. We had a item added to the agenda earlier today to approve the contract for your new county administrative officer. And with the sound of my voice, that's probably a good thing. Bring somebody on who actually has a voice still. But before we go to that matter, I wanted to announce two things that the board did in closed session. First, because I will be retiring on December 30th, you will need an acting county administrative officer between the time of my retirement and when the next county administrator comes on board. And so I'm very happy to report that they looked around the county and found the most qualified person to step in, at least by number of years anyway, to step in as acting county administrative officer, assistant county administrator Nick Chulos. So the board approved that in closed session this morning. And I think that's a great move by the board to have a smooth transition. Second, the board in closed session this morning also approved the appointment of Ms. Sonia De La Rosa as the new county administrative officer for the County of Monterey. My understanding is she will commence her term on January 9th. And we also have on the agenda, as I noted, the employment agreement for Ms. De La Rosa. So the employment agreement would essentially put into paper terms the appointment and the terms of employment for Ms. De La Rosa. I'm very happy to have her come on board, not just because that way I can retire, but also I think it's going to be a great thing for Monterey County. She comes with a wealth of experience, just a great attitude, and will be the first Latina, as far as I know, to be county administrative officer for Monterey County. And I think she's going to be able to build off of what we have here. Yes, we've done some great things as the county, and we have a great team here. And I'm confident that she's going to take it to the next level and just soar with the county. She, excuse me, I think as you'll hear some of her biographical information, she does hail from Monterey County, but currently she's over in Fresno, so we're happy to bring her back. And before we actually ask Sonia to come up and talk, I'll turn it over to the board for making of a motion and any comments that the Board of Supervisors would like to make, as well as turning over to the public for comments. So, Madam Chair, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. So this will be a two-part motion, if I'm correct, to number one, appoint the interim CAO as Mr. Nick Chulos. And then secondly, to agree to the employment agreement with Sonia De La Rosa. Is that correct?
No, actually, almost. The appointment of Mr. Chulos was done in closed session pursuant to the Brown Act, and the appointment of Ms. De La Rosa was also done in closed session pursuant to the Brown Act. But the contract and agreement of terms of employment, especially financial terms, must be done in open session, and that's why you have an employment agreement with Ms. De La Rosa. So the appointments were done already, but for your board, we would need a motion to approve the employment agreement for Sonia De La Rosa.
Thank you very much for clarifying that for me. I was a little unclear. So I would like to make the motion to approve the employment contract for Sonia De La Rosa to be Monterey County's administrative officer.
Alejo.
Thank you.
Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And we have a second from Supervisor Alejo. Is there any member of the public that wishes to make comment on this item?
Madam Chair, I'd like to say some comments, please.
Okay, sorry. Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. I will be happy to take board comments, and then we will go to the public. And I see there's someone coming toward the podium. Why don't we take board comments first? Supervisor Alejo?
Well, it is a great honor and a great day in Monterey County as we make this big announcement. There's a lot of new coming in 2023. We've been served very well by our outgoing CAO, but we're very hopeful and very inspired by seeing a native daughter from Monterey County make her way back home. So this is kind of a homecoming moment in our county history, and also a historic one. I think in all of Monterey County's history, we only had one female CAO, and we've never had a Latina ever take the lead. So I know this is a decision that we made, but it's really, you know, I think we're all very grateful that she accepted, and we're excited about her leadership that will be coming next year. But also I wanted to really thank her for all her work that she did do in Fresno, leading on some of the most challenging and pressing issues in her community. Coming from the rank and file and coming up and being an assistant CAO in Fresno County, and now becoming CAO here in Monterey County. I know it's going to be an inspiration for a lot of our families. I know with your history, your family connections here in Monterey County, you're embedded here. Your heart is here because your family, your history, your roots take you back here to Monterey County. So I just want to extend my congratulations. And I know for the media that's here and for our community at large, I think they're going to be very excited to get to know you more, learn about your history, but certainly an inspiration for all the young girls in this community that said, yes, you can rise to the highest level of leadership in county government. And I really want to commend you, Sonia De La Rosa, for accepting this. And I look forward to supporting you and making sure that your leadership will be a very successful and effective one for the people of Monterey County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So we'll go now to District 2. Are there any comments you wish to make at this point, Supervisor Phillips?
I do, and I was really happy to be part of the group that hired you. So welcome home. But for me, looking at and all the letters that we had from people that I knew, judges and things who had worked with you, and all your experience in all the various departments and dealing with the issues that we need to deal with, I think makes you tremendously well qualified. And for me, it wasn't having the first Latina on here. To me, it wasn't about a woman or it wasn't about race. It was about the best person that was qualified. And that's what I think our decisions always have to be. My only regret is I'm not going to have a chance to work with you since this is my last day on the dais. So congratulations and welcome home.
Thank you so much for your gracious remarks, Supervisor. Supervisor Lopez, District 3.
Yeah, I just want to welcome Sonia. I'm sorry I can't be there today to welcome you in person and introduce you to our community, but just wanted to say thank you for stepping up to this challenge and throwing your name in the hat as somebody who came from King City, having someone else that comes from similar roots throw their hat in the ring and say that they're ready for this challenge. It means a lot to me to find somebody that I think is ready and willing to lead this organization forward. And so as you embark on this new journey with us, I look forward, as Supervisor Alejo said, to supporting you in this new role. And more importantly, just as Supervisor Phillips said at the very end of his comments, welcome home. Welcome home.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudascu.
Ms. De La Rosa, just want to say welcome to Monterey County. Welcome home to Monterey County. We've got an incredible organization here. We have the best staff that you'll find anywhere, committed to serving our community at every level of our organization. I know we all look forward to working in partnership with you to serve the needs of our Monterey County residents. The natural resources here in Monterey County are par none. We have so much, we are wealthy in our natural beauty. We are wealthy in the values that guide us. And we are wealthy with the resources of human capital and talent that are here in the county government. So I know that you will find, as you make your way through our departments and learn about who we are, I think you're going to be really impressed with what you find here. I do want to, again, extend the desire and the commitment of this board to work in partnership with you. A couple of the things that really stuck out to me and that I'm especially excited about what you'll be bringing to us here are your ability to lead from a place of values, your commitment, your deep commitment, your deep career commitment to doing what's right for people, and the approach that you've taken and everything that we saw was really collaborative and one that brings people together to find solutions that may not be otherwise present if we try to do things on our own. And I think that experience, that commitment to deep, true collaboration. We hear a lot of people talk about it, but I'm really excited to work with you and our entire county team to be able to address some of the really big structural challenges that face our community and face local governments. So welcome to the County of Monterey. We are thrilled to get to work with you, and to all of our county employees and the larger community. I think you're going to be really excited to have the chance to get to know Ms. De La Rosa. And I hope that we can count on you for the same level of commitment that sits on this board as we begin to work together and grow together and continue growing together. So thank you so much for being here today, and welcome.
Ms. De La Rosa, thank you so much for joining us. I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to work with you. I feel like we have so much ahead. We are in a true time of change with the new CAO, with the new board member coming on. So it'll really be a lot of fun to work together to make sure that all of these transitions go very smoothly. I have no question in my mind, but that you are the right person for the right job at the right time. And I welcome you back home so sincerely. What I'd like to do now is go to the public for comment, and then I'll come back to Ms. De La Rosa, and you can make some comments for us yourself. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on our item today? I'm not seeing any hands raised, and I don't see anyone coming forward to the podium at this point. Okay, so I would like then to ask Sonia De La Rosa to come to the podium and make public comment about the new CAO that we have coming on board here.
First of all, let me begin by thanking you all. Every person that I've encountered in this county has been extraordinary, very supportive. Even this morning, as I was going through and being introduced to so many people, it was just so warmly received. And thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for selecting me to be your upcoming CAO. And thank you, Charles, for all the support. Your recruiter was extraordinary as well. Gary was really an awesome person to work with, which is really a testament to this county and just the love that you have for the people that work here and the people that live here. And I began in this county so many years ago, and I was brought to the county of Monterey by my parents. They're farm workers who retired farm working, and I had the opportunity to work in these fields as well. And best day ever was when I reached 15 and a half and I was able to get an application at KFC and be hired because I no longer had to work in the fields. But such an appreciation for having been able to do that. And then to move to Fresno and be able to earn my degree and raise a family and live there for 24 years. And then to be offered this opportunity is so extraordinary, to bring back everything that I've learned in Fresno County and all the partnerships that I've been able to create and to evolve into what we have today in the county of Fresno. I am so appreciative of my family, my work family, my home family, who continue to support me today. And it is because of them that I am truly here. And then, of course, because of your new support for me as well. You know, I came here a few years ago and I was able to present for you related to homelessness. And it was then that I realized how much I missed home. And, you know, having an opportunity like this is so extraordinary. My goal is to give back as much as I can for as many years as I can to help you grow, to help this community develop. There are so many challenges that we can face together and discuss together and collaborate with our communities and bring them into the conversation and leave it open so that others that we may not consider should be also brought in as well. This is an emotional time for me because it's the dream that I never thought I was going to have. And so, today it's both the Christmas present and a birthday present all wrapped into one. And I get to do this for as long as you will let me and as long as this community will have me. So thank you so much. And I agree with you, Supervisor Phillips. It's truly, I love that I'm a Latina. I am so grateful for the upbringing that I have and the ability that I've had to create children that are very similar to me, very opinionated at times, but it is so awesome to be able to see what I've been able to accomplish because I'm a mom and because I've had the support of my husband who's here with me today as well. And quite frankly, you're right. I mean, we've had the opportunity to work with the law enforcement community and then from there work with so many victims of crime and people that have experienced trauma. And we just see things in a different way. And if we could do something just by having a conversation, then I'm all for it. So I've told your staff today, as I've met them, I'm here to help you in every way that I can. And with you, we could solve so many problems. So thank you again for this opportunity. And I look forward to the many conversations we'll have in the future. So thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. De La Rosa, and welcome to the fold. So we have a motion, a second. We've had public comment. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruescu.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye.
And
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I just want to remind
Congratulations.
everyone that this was a unanimous vote by this Board of Supervisors to choose Sonia De La Rosa. So congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sonia, for being with us. Thank you. Okay, well, let's get back into the board. We now have item number 9, which is to receive a report from the Sheriff's Office related to ICE's access to inmates in the Monterey County Jail. And I believe we have a presentation today. And looking forward to someone coming forward.
Yeah, Madam Chair, John Thornburg, Under Sheriff. Sorry, I had to reconnect and get bumped up to panelists. So
Lucky you.
yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, members of the community, good morning. This is the annual report that we do regarding and their access to the jail and more importantly, the inmates at the jail. As a bit of history goes, 2016, the Truth Act came into effect, signed into law here in the state of California. When that went into effect, it put in some checks and balances, if you will, as far as ICE's access to the inmates. It required that 3 forms be filled out. One be a consent form that the inmate signs saying that they're willing to talk to ICE. The second one being a form that notifies them that ICE is putting a hold on them or is seeking to put a hold on them. And the third form is that it informs the inmate that ICE has asked us to let them know if there's a pickup date. And that was back in 2018. SB 54 was passed. SB 54 went into effect and it limited the interactions with ICE. It also limited what the sheriff's office could do as it relates to communication with ICE. For SB 54 or to follow SB 54 and what it required was ICE sends the sheriff's office a charge, what they think is a qualifying charge. And then at that point, our staff can make sure that what ICE thinks is actually true, meaning that the charge qualifies, the criminal history, or whatever is there to make sure that we're allowed to share information. SB 54 also limited what information we can share. We cannot share anything that's non-public. So anything that's public, that we're not. To kind of demonstrate how both of these laws had an effect on access at the Monterey County Jail, I'll share with you the numbers. Back in 2017, ICE picked up 213 people at the Monterey County Jail. In 2018, it was 41. 2019, 52. 2020, 23. And then 2021, 2 people were picked up. And then in 2022, the board report we submitted says 2, but unfortunately, after the board report was turned in, a 3rd one was picked up. And to give everybody an understanding of who gets picked up there, it's all goes around the charges. And the three that were picked up this year, the first one was for assault with a deadly weapon. The second was a DUI crash. And then the third one, the most recent one, was the sexual assault on a minor. Going back to the Truth Act from 17, that also requires that we do this public presentation, which allows us to hear and get input from any and all that wish to comment on either SB 54, the Truth Act, or activity or ICE's access to inmates at the county jail. So with that, that is our presentation. I am open and happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
I'm not sure Madam Chair is able to unmute or not, but I'm not sure if any board members have any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Is there any member of the board that has any questions?
Madam Chair, just a comment. First of all, I want to thank the Sheriff's Department for doing this annual report that is required under the Truth Act. But this really shows the difference in the change in policy from where the county was at in 2017, where 217 inmates were handed over to ICE to now just 3. Significant drop, and the law did allow for limited cooperation for the most serious of crimes. So that continues, and that's why I think we see that the 3 that are still there. But I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department for bringing this report forward, and it's important that we continue to report out to the public of how that cooperation is working within our county jail. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lejo. Is there any other member of the board that wishes to comment on this item? Seeing no hands raised, I'll take it out to the public. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item today? I see no one coming forward, and are there any hands raised?
There are none.
Thank you very much. Okay. With that, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for a motion.
So move staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Is there I'll second that myself. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. That motion passes. We will close the item and move on to item number 10, which is to adopt a resolution to accept the budget end of year report for fiscal year 21-22. And we'll have a presentation from Ezekiel Vega. And there are 2 steps to this. Actually, we'll authorize the CAO to, there will be items that we will talk about.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Yes, good morning, Ezekiel. Ready? Mr. Vega Rios, are you okay?
Good morning, board members, members of the public. My name is, yes, I'm ready. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm ready. Can you hear? Yes, yes. Can you hear me? I can hear you,
yes.
But it says that you cannot hear me. My microphone seems to be working.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was wondering what happened there. The technology seemed to be working. My internet was active, so I apologize for that technical difficulty. So I appreciate your patience. So what I wanted to just do is go ahead and do a presentation on the current year estimate and then the budget energy report for the County of Monterrey. And as you can see in front of you, there are specific recommendations that our office is recommending for the board to adopt. Those recommendations were specifically provided on the budget energy report itself, and were also attached to the agenda for today's meeting. So I'm not going to go over every single item, but I want to point out that the reason why this is possible, all these recommendations are possible, is because of the good management that many departments have implemented throughout their operations, also for the good policies that have been set in place by the Board of Supervisors over the years of being fiscally conservative and making the appropriate decisions at the policy level to get us to this point. When you look also at the second page, there are additional recommendations that are also being proposed as part of this
I'm sorry,
report.
Ezekiel, you're
And wanted to also point out at the very bottom of this slide.
Ezekiel, I would suggest that you turn your camera off. That might make the connection better because you're not coming through very well.
Okay, let's try this again. I apologize for that. I'm going to turn off my camera as you indicated. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's better now. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll turn off my camera, and I'm not sure what's going on with my internet today, but I hope that you were able to hear the majority of that and that you were able to hear it well. So what I wanted to just focus on right now is that this report that we provide to you on an annual basis provides an indication of where we ended the year for the prior fiscal year, and wanted to focus on item C at this point, where the Board of Supervisors had previously approved the transfer of $15.4 million for the pension trust as part of the approval of the budget, and also wanted to give you good news because of the positive results for budget year end, that $3 million in the cannabis assignment that were used for the Laguna Seca projects actually was able to be repaid because of the positive results for the year as well. So all of that is possible because, as you can see on the next page, because of the overall positive results. Even if all the recommendations that are proposed on the report are approved by the Board of Supervisors, then we will still end the year with a positive fund balance of $3.6 million. And again, as I mentioned before, this was possible because of the great management by departments and also the excellent guidance by the Board of Supervisors at the policy level. But in addition to that, this would not have been possible without the receipt of federal dollars that in the form of ARPA dollars that we receive as a county. So it is important to remember that that is why also we were able to have positive results as we did in the current year. And also we had some revenues that actually performed better than expected, and we will have more details on the upcoming slides but that will illustrate that. But again, everything for the fiscal year 21-22, the overall results point to positive results. And as indicated, that is part of the good performance on the revenue side. As you can see, for fiscal year 21-22, we receive approximately $758 million of the general fund compared to $743 million for the prior year. So that represents significant growth. But when you take out some of the one-time revenue received from ARPA, the actual bottom line result will have been a decrease of approximately $4 million. And when you compare that overall to the budgeted amounts, actually the overall revenues were less than the overall budget. But given that departments did a good job on managing their expenditures and their operations, we were able to be in a balanced budget at the end of the year, as you saw on a previous slide. So overall, from the revenue picture that you saw on the previous slides, you saw that a big component of that is made up of discretionary non-program revenue. And that program discretionary revenue is the one that the Board of Supervisors has a lot of more discretion. And that's a redundant term, but more discretion on how to use those dollars and how to better provide services throughout the community. And of that, all that total discretionary revenue, the majority of that is coming from taxes. Approximately 88.5% of the county's revenue comes from that. But it is also important to note that a large percentage of that non-program revenue, approximately $20 million, also came from the state and federal government assistance as part of ARPA, and that revenue will continue to be available during the current fiscal year 22-23, and also for the upcoming fiscal year, since the Board of Supervisors approved a plan to use those funds over a period of 3.5 fiscal years to ensure that we use those resources to respond to the pandemic and also enable the county to continue to provide ongoing core services. So as indicated before, non-program revenue is very important for the county, and the majority of that revenue is coming from taxes. And one of those major revenue sources that impact the bottom line for the county continue to grow over the last few fiscal years. And you could see that trend since 2017-18 through 21-22, where property taxes have grown from 156 million to approximately $192.2 million in fiscal year 22. And because of that, the county has been able to weather some of the challenges that we have had because of the pandemic, in addition to the federal revenue. But we have to keep a close eye on this important revenue source because there are many indicators nationwide and also statewide and the state and throughout the county that show that property taxes are beginning to slow down in terms of sales of properties not being sold as easily. Also, some indicators that some of the property values are beginning to go down. So it's something that we have to continue to monitor as we move forward. There are other important developments on the revenue side also of the house, where you can see that transient occupancy taxes actually grew significantly from the prior year. The prior year we received $23.5 million compared to $40 million in the fiscal year 21-22. But conversely, we saw a large decrease also on the cannabis tax revenue, and this is easily illustrated on this chart in front of you. So with all of that, what is important to note is that we have to continue monitoring these revenue sources. We know that the cannabis industry has had significant challenges to continue to stay afloat, and there have been specific actions taken by the Board of Supervisors to alleviate some of those issues that the industry has faced. But we have to, as a county overall, continue to monitor what is happening on that end and determine if the growth in TOT is sustainable in the ongoing future for the county. Because historically, we have never seen anything like that with TOT, and it's something that we have to continue to monitor. The good part about this growth on TOT for the fiscal year 21-22 is that we were able to pay, as indicated before, that loan that had been made from the cannabis assignment for the Laguna Seca projects, for the resurfacing of the track, and also the Star End Bridge. On the other side of the equation, we look at the expenditures that also continue to grow. And those expenditures grew from, when you see on the trend, from a low of 627 million to 740 million. And you could see on the trend, actually, that expenditures have been significantly higher over the last couple of fiscal years. And that is understandable because the county has significant resources in responding to the pandemic to align with the revenues that have come from the federal government to help us respond to that pandemic. Comparing those expenditures again to the budget, managing their expenditures, and that's why we were able to have a balanced budget for the fiscal year. However, cost drivers continue to impact the county, and those cost drivers that you see in front of you are those that most significantly impact the county. The majority of those cost drivers are associated with salaries and benefits, including salaries and pensions, health premiums, and also the general liability costs for the county. And it is worth to note that of all these salary increases and that you see here, and also on the benefit side, that the health insurance premiums continue to actually grow at a faster rate that they have grown in the past. When you look at the gray area on this specific chart, you see that we have about $8.8 million of the total cost for the general fund for fiscal year 22. That is the growth from the prior fiscal year. And that it has to do with the current negotiated agreements that the board agreed on with the different bargaining groups. And if the good news is that if this structure that was negotiated for fiscal year 2021 and continuing to 21-22 is maintained, then the county could potentially see some savings or some potential pressure relief in the growth of those expenditures in the out years. Another very important aspect that continues to impact, or driver that continues to impact the overall cost for the county, is the overall pension cost. And in addition to pension cost, you also see that the county has incurred a significant unfunded liability for pensions. That funded liability has impacted Monterey County, but also many other local governments and the state over the many years, given how those funds have been invested in the market, and also the overall rate of return that hasn't met the expectations set by CalPERS. The good news actually is that for fiscal year 21-22, that unfunded liability saw a reduction from $780 million to about $505.7 million for the end of the fiscal year. But the bad news is that estimates and new projections indicate that all the gains that were made by the end of this fiscal year, because of all the changes that you actually have seen in the economy, inflation, and all the impacts that those have had in the investment market. So we are optimistic that the unfunded liabilities will continue to be reduced by the performance of the CalPERS fund. But at the same time, we are proactive as a county. The Board of Supervisors, as you recall, implemented and established a 115 pension trust that, in addition to whatever results happen in the market, the county will also be able to set aside funds on a separate investment to be able to start addressing this significant liability that the county is facing. Even with all these challenges and expenditures continuing to grow at a faster pace than revenues, you see that the county has done very well over the last few fiscal years and continuing to grow its strategic reserve. The strategic reserve, it continues to meet the 10% goal established by the Board of Supervisors policy. And that is the case again for the end of fiscal year 21-22. We also see that restricted fund balance has continued to grow as well. So that overall gave you an indication of how the county is doing as an organization for the general fund. So now this slide will focus more on the overall performance by the board as per attached.
Ezekiel, I'm afraid that we have lost you now. Ezekiel, I'm wondering if it's possible for you to try to log back in so you can complete your presentation for us. We're unable to hear you at all. Or is there anyone else in chambers that could continue for Ezekiel?
Madam Chair, I think we need some better broadband upstairs.
we
We've got
do.
a team working on that, right?
There you go. I'm sorry that he isn't able to be present with us. It would make it a lot easier.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think we should move on to the next item. You know,
I
this
think
is
we
this
should
is
as
a
well.
report. Yep.
Yes, thank you. We will
We
have.
have public comments and board member
Yes,
comments.
public comment, obviously, yeah. Thanks.
Do you feel we should just stop this item and we will trail it after item number 11, which is another public hearing?
That would be a good idea.
Okay, do I need a motion to do that?
No, I don't think so. You can just trail it with your
Okay.
prerogative.
Thank you very much. We will then continue or trail item number 10 until a better time, better broadband. With that, I'd like to open item number 11, which is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution for the approved rate changes and charges to the United Franchise Agreement. And I believe that we have Waste Management with us to do the presentation today.
Good morning, Chair Adams.
Good
members of
morning.
the board. Hi, Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Director of Environmental Health.
Thank you.
Today, I'd like to introduce Marnie Flagg, our Health Program Coordinator, and Robin Kimball, our Management Analyst 2, to present our refuse hauling item rate. At this time, I'll turn it over to Marnie Flagg.
Thank you so much. My apologies.
Good morning, Chair Adams and fellow board members. As Mr. Encarnacion said, my name is Marnie Flagg, and I am the Health Program Coordinator for the Environmental Health Bureau. Also joining us today in the audience are Liz Hall and Ivan Solorio, who represent Waste Management.
We are here today to conduct a public hearing to present the proposed rate adjustment request from Waste Management for the Unified Franchise Agreement for 2023. In 2010, an agreement was awarded to Waste Management, doing business as Carmel Marina Corporation, as the franchisee for solid waste services in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. As allowed for in the agreement, rate adjustment requests based upon the Refuse Rate Index, or RRI, are presented annually for your consideration and approval. We are recommending approval for Amendment 14 to this agreement and authorization for the Director of Health to execute the agreement. The county and Waste Management meet monthly and more frequently if necessary to review the delivery of service and discuss any concerns that are at the forefront. Waste Management continues to be responsive to requests for services, complaint resolution, and most currently has been an essential team member for the rollout of SB 1383, which is the short-lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Act. In addition, there have been requests for unpaid and unexpected service operations, many times with a very short notice, and the response has been consistently positive and accommodating. The county and Waste Management work as a team to address concerns, provide education, respond to these emergency requests for services such as flood debris removal and encampment cleanup efforts, and are proactive with the legislative changes as in SB 1383. The proposed rates are broken down by two locales. A 9.04% rate increase is proposed for the Monterey Regional Waste Management District in the peninsula, and a 7.50% rate increase is proposed for the Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority region in South County. The proposed rate adjustment examples are provided here for reference. Environmental Health contracted with a consultant to review the rate proposal and the financial documents. The results of the review of this proposal is that it is within the industry range and that there were no concerns regarding the proposed rates brought forward. Amendment number 14 to the Unified Franchise Agreement is to incorporate these proposed rate increases for 2023. Once again, we recommend authorization to approve and execute Amendment number 14 to incorporate the proposed Refuge Rate Index rates for 2023. Thank you for your time. This concludes our presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So what I would like to do is go back to the board and see if there are any questions or comments on this presentation today. I'm not seeing any hands raised from my board members. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment or ask questions on this item?
I'll move approval, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have a question. Is there a cap on the annual percentage of increase in place? Marnie, I don't know if that's for you or not.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. The rates are calculated every year based upon a formula. And I think that Waste Management may be able to comment on how that's calculated and if there is a cap a little bit better than I can.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hall, are you in the audience?
Hi, Madam Chair. Yes, I am. So I guess I could break down a little bit more about what the percentages this year consist of. By reading the contract, there is not a definitive cap on the annual rate increase, but this year, looking at the region side, formerly the Monterey Regional Waste Management District area, labor and fuel compromises 3.67% of that 9.04 rate increase, followed by disposal fees at 1.86% and bad debt at 1.54%. There are some other elements such as vehicle maintenance and operational expenses wrapped into that as well. The Salinas Valley Solid Waste Authority side for the 7.5% increase. Again, labor and fuel is the largest portion at 3.2%, with bad debt being at 1.34% and AB 939 fees at 1.22%. So that is the largest portions of the rate increase for each side. And as I stated, other operational expenses such as vehicle maintenance. And I also have our district manager, Ivan Solorio, here if he has any comments, but that's all for me for now.
Thank you very much.
No comments at all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm happy to see you with us today. Yeah, I just wanted to get that answered and you answered it just fine. So with that, since there's no additional public comment, I will close the item. We have a motion from Supervisor Alejo. Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Thank you very much. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Leho.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. With that, we will close the item and move on to our last item of the morning, which is item number 12. And I believe that we have, I think it's Ms. Ramirez who's going to be making a presentation on this morning. It is to receive a notice of adjustment of the annual salary of the members of the Board of Supervisors in accordance with section 2.04.370C of the County Code of Monterey. And that is to be consistent with the Superior Court Judge salary adjustments of 0.8943% effective July 1, 2022. And so could we have a presentation on this item?
Actually, not a presentation. And good morning, Chair and board members of the board. This is just to inform you that you are all receiving an increase effective July 1st. And that increase, as indicated by Chair Askew, is or Chair Adams, excuse me, is at 8.943%. And it will be implemented effective December 31st. So it's just to provide you notification.
Thank you very much. Is there any board member that wishes to comment? Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment or ask questions?
I'm sorry, Chair Adams. Could I ask, or could you state that percent again? I think I misheard.
Yes, it is 0.8943%.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
That's under 1%.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any hands raised. Is there anyone coming to the podium for comments from the public?
There are none.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I think that we will have to have recommended action, which is to move approval of this item.
So, Madam Chair, there's no actual action required on that item per the Monterey County Code. Excuse me, your salaries are set as a percentage of the judges' salaries, and whenever they go up, yours goes up, and the judges' salaries are based on statewide formula for employees at the state level. And when employees at the state level get an increase, it all trickles down to you. And it's just an announcement that is had at the board meeting, but no action is needed.
Thank you very much for helping me with that. So there is no action needed with that.
And Madam Chair, just also, Mr. Vega is driving in, but I'm not sure he's going to get here in time to do his budget end of year, to finalize his budget end of year report before the lunch hour. Excuse me. So we could wait a few minutes to see if he can get here on time, or trail the item to the afternoon, or trail it to another date.
Thank you very much for that.
We were most of it, I think. We were at the end of it anyway.
Yes, you were close to the end. Excuse me.
We wanted to have an opportunity to make comments.
Right. So the public have an opportunity to make comments. The board could have an opportunity to make comments, and we could just finalize the item that way.
Yep.
I think we should go ahead and recess to lunch and trail the item for the afternoon. Perhaps we could even have it be the first item of the afternoon before our other scheduled items, because it is just about complete. Is that all right with everyone?
Madam Chair, I think the majority in here was okay, just giving the public an opportunity to make comments and the board to make comments, because I think he was at the tail end of his presentation anyways.
Which would the board prefer, now or later?
I prefer now. I
All right.
agree.
Okay, so that's three of us. That ought to be enough to do it.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you. So we have seen most of the presentation from Mr. Gregorios. Is there any member of the board who wishes to make comment on this item?
I'd
And-
like to hear first from the budget people, so.
Yep. Thank you, Chair Adams.
Thank you.
So it was my honor this past year to serve with Supervisor Alejo on the budget committee. We've been alternating chairships and having the opportunity to work so closely with our budget team and our budget staff as all of these items come forward to really, some of the conversations that we had were we're not always in agreement, and we raised a lot of issues. We asked a lot of questions. And I think it's a testament of our incredible budget staff and our county department heads who carefully manage our budget that we are in as a strong financial position as we are today. Just a couple things that I wanted to highlight from the presentation would be the commitment that we have as a county to maintaining a strategic reserve so that we do have cash available to us in times of crisis. The opportunity to talk with colleagues from throughout the state at our CSAC conferences. There are many counties who are not in that same situation and would be pressed into a corner given the need to access cash in times of crisis. So I want to recognize that we've hit our goal for to fully fund the strategic reserve. And then to our hospitality partners, seeing the TOT come in so much higher than what we predicted is going to give us some relief as we navigate the reductions to cannabis revenue and the weaning off of the ARPA federal dollars. But even with that TOT revenue coming in, I do think that it's important that we recognize that we are likely headed into a period of time where we are not as flush with cash, and we do have to make some difficult decisions about where to and how to prioritize limited resources. That's clear as you look at our forecast moving into the future. And I think my message would be to all of our departments and county employees that this is not something that the budget committee, whoever sits on that next year, or our budget staff can do alone, that we really do need everyone in the county to work in partnership so that we can maintain a strong financial position moving forward. I'll pass it over to Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Supervisor Askew. I think the most important job of our budget committee is to be a watchdog, to provide fiscal oversight, and to make sure that we continue to remind ourselves that the good times are not always going to remain here. And I'm glad our new CAO is here because yes, we've had some times of prosperity in the last several years with increased property tax, increased TOT tax, and for a while, increased significant cannabis tax that has really allowed us to do things that we would otherwise not be able to do. But now the cannabis industry in Monterey County is really struggling. It's one of the priorities that we've tried to address to try to keep as many of those businesses open. We already lost over 500 jobs in the cannabis industry alone. And we hope that industry will recover and that in the future it could continue to provide resources to help provide additional public benefits. But the main concern I wanted to just put out there is just what our state Department of Finance is projecting for over the next 2 to 3 years, but especially this coming year in 2023, where already the early projections are the state is going to face a $25 billion deficit. That is what we were facing when I joined the state assembly back in 2010, 2011, and the state had to make some significant reductions, which included reductions to what comes to county governments that have to implement a lot of the programs that the legislature provides us resources to carry out in our respective communities. So we see the cost of healthcare going up, pension liabilities, workers' comp, all significant challenges. What has really helped us is certainly the federal assistance during the pandemic, the ARPA funding, and certainly the increase in property and TOT tax. But I think it's during these times that when there is still some money, that the strategic reserves become very important, putting as much as we can there so that when the hard times do come, that we could continue to deliver quality services so that we could not have to lay off our county employees or county family during those times. The worst times that you could do that to an employee is when there's a recession or when there's hard economic times and then they can't provide for their families. So I know those challenging times are ahead of us, and there's going to be some tough decisions to make. But I think if we're prudent on how we spend our dollars and not during the next budget year and the next 2-3 years at least, I think that's going to really help us get through some challenging times here. The other thing I just wanted to point out was the pension liability fund. I think we have obligations of anywhere from $500 million to $600 million. The fact that we started putting money into that account to start doing that was an important decision. I think future generations or future boards of supervisors will thank us many years down the road that we started this last year or 2 years ago to start meeting that obligation that we'll have to pay at some point in time. And I want to thank all of our budget team, Dwayne Woods and Mr. Vega, the two leaders helping us really make some important decisions, but also the rest of the team in the budget office. I want to thank you all for helping us. And we respect the fact that you come give us your best advice. Sometimes it's not always what we or other departments want to hear, but we know it's honest. It's your best judgment, so we could continue to make good fiscal decisions for our county and for the people of Monterey County. So with that, I just want to commend our staff, and hopefully there's much more work to do in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank both you and Supervisor Askew for your diligent work on the budget this year. Are there any other supervisors who wish to make comments on the item today?
Just briefly, I'd like to commend our budget department and my colleagues on the budget committee. But what they say is right. We've had a good year or so, a lot to do with federal and state money coming in to assist us during this time of crisis, but ARPA money and such, but that's going to go away. And I think we did the right thing of putting some money into the strategic reserves. But when you look at what our pensions are compared to even all our overall salaries, it's significant. And we're losing drastically the income that we're getting from cannabis tax. Fortunately, TOT almost doubled in the last year. So hopefully that will sustain itself. But the next couple of years are going to be catch-up years. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez, any comments or questions?
No, just appreciate staff's work on this, cleaning up the final numbers for us, and kind of looking at the plan for Laguna Seca. Yeah, that was a fast return on that investment. So glad we were able to get that cleaned up and put back in the cannabis account so quickly. But again, thankful for the outlook as well from our colleagues and staff. Painting a picture, we have to continue to share that with the community, because inevitably our economic reality is cyclical. It's not ever linear. Those cycles might be longer than others at times, and I think we've been in one of those long ones since maybe 2012, and so inevitably we will see a downturn, and appreciate that outlook as we move forward here together. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Any other comments, Supervisor Rudascu?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And I too, I'll just underscore the same comments. I'm very pleased with the work that the staff has been able to do on our budgeting. I think the diligence that is put forward really shows the strength of our county, even though we all acknowledge that we've gone through some pretty lucky times in a certain sense. I think that it's our responsibility to ensure that we keep our county in a place that visitors want to come, so that the TOT that we experienced, the huge surge this past year, continues forward, and that we're also really conscious of ensuring that the residents aren't impacted negatively by the tourism that we have. I feel there's a very good balance at this point, and I want to be sure that the work that we've done in the past will continue, so that both the visitors and the residents really enjoy the beautiful place that we're fortunate enough to live in and also to oversee. So I will go back out to the public and see if there's any additional comments on the budget item today.
I'll move staff recommendation, Madam Chair, items 10A through C.
Thank you very much.
I'll second that. Thank you.
Thank you. That just works perfectly. All right. Do we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair, there is one hand raised. John Narigi has his hand up.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry that I didn't see that. Mr. Narigi, welcome.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I just want to say a couple words about Laguna Seca. John Narigi, obviously Laguna Seca. For our park, 21-22 was definitely a building year, basically coming off the pandemic, but I'm proud to say we made tremendous inroads towards the end and into 22. I think you're all aware of the international award that we received, being the motorsports event of the year for the reunion. I note the huge increase in TOT, and although I no longer in the hotel business or have guest rooms out here at the park, Laguna Seca generates a tremendous amount of TOT and visitor spend within the county. We attribute about $8 to $9 million in that particular year that came from the track, a direct spend of about $247 million, with $65 million of that, frankly, small businesses, which I think is a real good sign as to what the track and the park is all about. And 69% of those that attend events claim they will be coming back for a non-event weekend to spend time in our beautiful county. We had 9 events. Attendance was up nicely over 2019 for all 9 of our events. And we also sold out of track rentals. So that said, I think Laguna Seca on paper always doesn't look that good, but there's also about $4 to $5 million of county expenses that are put against the business, which you won't find the majority of it in the competitive private sector. So it's tough to really compare a P&L of this business when it has the oversight and it's owned by a governmental agency. I also want to just close by saying once again, my appreciation for the bridge. I'm thrilled my fellow hoteliers took care of the cannabis fund, Supervisor Lopez. I know that was quite a sticking point back in the time when you all approved it. The construction project is on track. We got stopped a little bit with rain, but we are moving forward, and it's going to be a great new fixture, both the track, the site work, and the bridge for Laguna Seca. And I just want to also thank Charles and Supervisor Phillips for their years of service, and I've appreciated working with both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Mr. Narigi. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to make comment?
I'm seeing no hands raised.
Thank you very much. All right, so I believe that that was public comment. We had a motion and we had a first and a second. Did we take the vote?
Not yet.
I didn't think so. Okay, so how about a roll call vote then?
Okay, Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Ruascu.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you so much for all of this effort this morning. We will now recess the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and we will reconvene at 1:30. And I believe that we will be starting off with item number 13, which is going to be a very good presentation for us on the from the health department on where we stand with our health these days, COVID, influenza, and other seasonal respiratory viruses. So thanks so much, and we'll see you back here at 1:30.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
just so everyone knows, Argentina is winning Croatia 2-0 at halftime.
Oh. Thank you. Meeting in recess. Les, can you hear me any place? I'm going to have to find you.
No.
Les?
Can you unmute me? Hello, no.
Les?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, so do you want to log back into the closed session invite and we can continue that discussion?
Whatever you tell me to do, I'll be happy to do.
Okay,
Is that what
so
works?
log back into the closed session
Okay.
invite.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Mic 5. Mic 6 check. Mic 10 check. Mic 11 check. And mic 12. Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2. Podium mic.
They're gonna need, so he'll need his and then we need one for this afternoon. So check with the fencing or then. Works, Mike?
Two. Wireless mic 2. Wireless mic 1 check.
Charles, can you hear me?
Chair, it's Valerie. I can hear you. Oh, can we get one of them? Oh, we don't share their slides. Yeah, they should. So you would sign into Zoom, with your sound off. You would go to the panel and I do, but I don't I just want to make sure. No, so what item are you? Number 2, let's see. I'm good. Oh, thank you. We have our appreciation.
How are we doing, Valerie?
I don't see, can you hear me, Chair?
I certainly can.
Okay, I don't see Supervisor Phillips here yet or Alejo. Supervisor Lopez is on.
Okay. And do we have less than Charles?
Some people are walking in right now.
Okay, that sounds great. I'd like to go ahead and get started. Do we have a quorum, Valerie?
So yes, I believe you do. The only one that's missing is Supervisor Alejo, assuming he's coming back in person.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll give one more minute and then we'll get started.
Oh, then he's coming back. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? It is 1:32 and I would like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Ru Askew, Phillips, and Alejo to join us in just a minute, appearing in person, and Supervisors Adams and Lopez appearing via video conference.
Thank you very much. All right, well, let's get the afternoon going. The first thing I'll do is see if we could get an announcement from our Spanish interpreter.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete de español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias para tu favor. So, with that, we will go into our scheduled matters. And the first matter today, item 13, will be a presentation from the Health Department regarding COVID-19, influenza, and other seasonal related respiratory viruses, which seem to have attacked many of us these days. And I look forward to our presentation.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Adams. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Afternoon, good afternoon, board members. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can you see the PowerPoint
Yes,
app
we
up?
can.
All right,
Yes.
excellent. All right, again, good afternoon, Ed Moreno, Director of Public Health and Monterey County Health Officer. And today I am providing a report on viral respiratory illnesses. What I'll be covering is examples of some of the viral respiratory viruses, the respiratory viruses that cause respiratory illness. I'll also provide some information on our surveillance efforts locally to try to track what's going on here with the transmission of these viruses in our community. I'll follow up with some information on vaccinations available and finish up with some information on testing, treatment, and risk reduction. So to begin, viral respiratory virus, that's a little redundant there. So there are a variety of respiratory viruses that circulate year round. Some of them are fairly familiar, such as Coxsackie virus, which causes hand, foot, and mouth disease, mostly among children. The mumps virus, varicella, which causes chickenpox, and the measles virus. But there are also some viruses that typically have an increased transmission during the fall and winter, and that includes influenza virus, the respiratory syncytial virus, which most people refer to as RSV, which affects primarily infants, young children, and older adults. parainfluenza virus, the human metapneumovirus, adenovirus, which can also cause some very serious illness, rhinovirus, which typically causes common cold, enterovirus, and coronaviruses, which include COVID-19. The thing is, though, it can be difficult to determine just on symptoms alone which virus might be causing someone to have respiratory symptoms. And that's because these viruses often have similar symptoms, which typically include cough, sore throat, body aches, nasal congestion, fever, and headache, to name a few. And similarly, these viruses have similar mode of transmission, which are typically aerosolized, which means it lingers in the air. Droplets, which are droplets that are expelled from sneezing and coughing. They're in there for a short period of time, then they drop. And also fomites, which is those droplets dropping on a handrail, doorknob, or someone sneezing into their hand instead of their elbow, and then opening a door and putting those viruses on, for example, a doorknob or a handrail. So with regards to seasonal viral respiratory illnesses that I just mentioned, I can say that during the last 2 years, the circulation of the more common respiratory viruses that we typically see, other than COVID, has been atypical. For example, transmission of RSV, transmission of flu, and the other viruses mentioned hasn't been what we usually see when our community isn't following public health recommendations to decrease the spread of COVID-19. This year, we actually are seeing an increase in transmission of those viruses that we had seen prior to implementation of public health measures during the pandemic. And how do we know this? We know that from data that we collect through surveillance. This is a snapshot of information that's posted on our website. This one particularly shows COVID-19. I'll follow up with flu and RSV, but first COVID-19. The data show here that, and this is just a point in time, the numbers on the left, which show that primarily we're following are the case rates, positivity, and hospital census. And to a degree, we're following the deaths. And so what we can conclude at this time is not just on these numbers, but the numbers leading up to and including these numbers, is that there's an increasing trend in case rates, an increasing trend in test positivity, an increase in hospitalizations for COVID-19. Now, in terms of deaths, the number of deaths remain small compared to the numbers of cases, the number of hospitalizations. So the numbers are small, but we do our best to try to determine if there's a trend. And right now, the trend is that the number of deaths from week to week is stable. So it's neither increasing or decreasing, it's stable. So that's, I think, at least I'm grateful that they're not increasing, but we're still experiencing an increase in case rates, test positivity, and number of people hospitalized for COVID-19, with COVID-19, excuse me. So moving on to, and I'm just going to cover a couple of the other viruses besides COVID. I'm not going to cover metapneumoviruses and rhinoviruses. I'm just going to cover a couple more that you've been hearing quite a bit about. So the next one would be influenza. So this is information from the California Department of Public Health website. And what I'll point out here is on the right, I've got 2 bullets. The first bullet talks about Sentinel providers, Sentinel laboratories. And what we're doing here in Monterey County, and other counties are doing something similar, is that we're receiving information from a number of hospitals and healthcare providers about the test results for influenza. So we're receiving both positive test results and negative test results. So the results, regardless of the possible positive or negative, we're receiving those results. And what we can do with that is we can determine what the positivity rate is among those patients in those healthcare organizations that are being tested for flu. And what I'll show you here on the left is, and hopefully you can see my cursor, is I'm showing you, I'm going to start with the purple line, the blue line, and the green line. And Chair Adams, can you see my cursor? Okay, excellent. So these 3 years were years preceding the last 2 years, where the last 2 years we had restrictions and public health measures to reduce the spread of COVID-19. These years were the years preceding that. And we can see as these are the influenza over 3 years preceding had an increase in November, which peaked in any time between December and March or April is when we saw the peak, and then they declined. And then we really don't see much activity for flu during the summer months. And by the way, for flu, we start the flu season in October and end in September, and we begin again in October. So that's why you see October through September. Then we see the last 2 years where we had some restrictions and some public health measures to slow down the transmission of COVID-19. And you can see that we really can't see, but in 2020, 2021, excuse me, the line is nearly zero. That's why you can barely see it. So hardly any transmission of flu that year. And the last year we actually did see, and start here, this orange line, we did see some activity, but it was in June, which we usually don't see flu activity in June. So this is atypical transmission of flu last year. So again, we're seeing some atypical transmission among these viruses that are not COVID. This year, we began the flu season in October, and we're seeing an increase here. This is the dark blue line with the circles on it. And we can see that the increase looks somewhat similar to the increases in the years before the last 2 years. But the increase here is happening sooner than we've seen in years where we weren't experiencing COVID-19. But the thing is, it's looking, although it's not typical yet, it's looking a little more typical in that we're seeing the increase in late fall, early winter, rather than at an unusual place in June, which we saw last year. So right now we are seeing this demonstrates the information coming from some of our providers shows that there's an increase in positivity rates among people who are being tested for COVID-19. So this goes along with other information that we'll continue to collect to ascertain the transmission of flu this winter. And the third virus that I'll present today on is the RSV virus, respiratory syncytial virus. And again, we have Sentinel Laboratories. We are receiving information on positive tests and the negative tests on the patients that they're testing for RSV because they think the patient has RSV. And what we're seeing here again is, if we look at the green, the purple, and the blue, we're seeing that this is also a virus that transmits primarily in the winter months. Begin those 3 years before pandemic, we had increases in December, peaks in January, February, and March, and then it decreased and hardly any activity of RSV in the summer, excuse me. But we do see that the last 2 years we have had some increases in RSV, slight increases, in 2020, 21, and 21, 22, some slight increases, but again, in an unusual time in late summer. So unusual transmission in the last 2 years. And now this year, we're seeing an increase and what maybe a peak, it looks like a peak in November, which is not, this is the typical time, January, February, March. So again, we are seeing more RSV activity. We are in terms of from positivity data that we're getting, but it's occurring much earlier than usual. So we're seeing increase, again, to summarize in this part of my presentation, we're seeing increased transmission of viruses other than COVID compared to the last 2 years, but it's still unusual in that it's happening at an unusual time of the year. All right, I'm gonna move on to vaccination. And vaccination, as we know, is one of the most effective ways to prevent illness. So I'm gonna continue on that theme. I'm gonna present some information on COVID-19, influenza, and RSV, and maybe some other viruses. So as far as vaccination, for COVID-19, right now, everyone 6 months of age and older, it's recommended that they receive the primary series to protect them against COVID-19. And just recently, the FDA authorized and CDC recommended that, and I put here, nearly everyone 6 months of age and older is eligible for a bivalent booster. I say nearly everyone because there are some individuals who are in the process, I'm sorry, these are infants and toddlers who are in the process of, maybe in the process of receiving the Pfizer vaccine. And there is a caveat in there that an individual who's received all 3 Pfizer vaccines may not be at this time eligible for bivalent booster. But if they've gotten 2 Pfizers and haven't yet got their 3rd, they can get a bivalent to complete their 3-dose series. As far as the Moderna, it's just a 2-dose series for the 6 and up. If those individuals, infants, toddlers, have received their 2nd Moderna, from what I understand, they are eligible to receive a bivalent booster at this time. So nearly everyone 6 months of age and older will be eligible at this time to receive a bivalent booster. To be sure, you can, when you go on to make an appointment for your child, look for vaccine clinics that offer vaccinations of that age group. And also, ultimately, when you arrive at either your provider's office or community clinic or pharmacy, the provider makes the ultimate decision whether or not a child, infant child, is eligible for a bivalent booster. Moving on to influenza, the second column here. Everyone 6 months of age and older is can receive a vaccine on an annual basis to prevent influenza symptoms, serious illness from influenza, and death from influenza. And then finally, there is no vaccine for RSV or the other viruses that I mentioned, the seasonal viruses that I mentioned earlier in my presentation. Nothing at this time. There are vaccines, as a reminder, vaccines for viruses that can spread year-round, like measles, as an example, and varicella, but not for the seasonal viruses that cause respiratory illness. And again, anyone that's looking to receive a schedule, find a place to get a vaccine for themselves or for the children, can go to our website. This is taken from our website. There's various options to get that information, to schedule something at a primary care office, a pharmacy, or a community vaccination clinic by calling 211 or going to My Turn. And there's other resources here, including the links below, where you can find information to find vaccines for you or your children. Moving on to testing and treatment. There is testing for COVID-19, as we know. There's a rapid antigen test, two types. One is professional, which means the provider, it's done by providers, and they agree to follow certain federal requirements to conduct these tests. And there's over-the-counter, which individuals can use to test themselves. And then there's the PCR test, which is done in laboratories, and this is the type of test that we do in our public health laboratory. Then there's the influenza testing, and that also provides a rapid antigen test, which is done again by healthcare professionals who agree to follow certain federal standards for using these tests. There hasn't been one in the past, and there is not currently an over-the-counter test for influenza like there is for COVID-19. And then again, there are laboratories like ours that can run a PCR test for influenza. And then finally, there is a test for RSV, a rapid antigen test. Again, this is done at a provider's office or an urgent care emergency room, and that is done by healthcare professionals to determine if someone to see if someone tests positive for RSV. But that test can also be done by PCR, which again is done in laboratories like public health laboratories. Finally, I'll just say, as far as other viruses, there are tests for other viruses. They often occur in a panel of 5 to 7 total viruses. Those are typically done in urgent care, emergency room settings, or in hospital settings to determine the cause of someone who's got serious illness, to help the healthcare providers determine what's the best course of action to provide care for that individual. And the other the next topic I'm going to cover is treatment, which includes pre-exposure prophylaxis. So this slide has a little bit more on it, but I'll start with this column, which is the use. First use would be pre-exposure prophylaxis. That's primarily for people who are at high risk, but they are asymptomatic. They don't have symptoms yet. So COVID-19, yes, there is something we can give to individuals who don't have symptoms yet, but are at high risk of getting seriously ill or dying from COVID should they get exposed. And there are antibodies, and Evusheld is the brand name of the antibody that has been available to providers to offer to individuals who are at high risk of getting seriously ill if they get COVID-19. So there are antibodies that we can give, particularly for those who also are ineligible for whatever reason to receive a COVID-19 vaccine. As far as influenza, we do have some pre-exposure prophylaxis we can do. So if someone is, I'll give you 2 examples. By the way, there are antiviral medications. You've heard of one, Tamiflu. There's also Relenza. So if someone is in a household and someone tests positive for flu, the healthcare provider could decide which individuals in that household should receive Tamiflu, so that when they get exposed to that family member, they will not get seriously ill. Another example would be if there's an outbreak of flu at a skilled nursing facility, we may not know exactly who's being exposed, but there's high transmission. the providers in that facility could recommend prescribing Tamiflu for certain individuals in a skilled nursing facility in the event that they get exposed because they're at high risk of getting seriously ill. And then finally, for RSV, we're still on pre-exposure prophylaxis. There are antibodies that can be given to individuals who are at risk of getting seriously ill from RSV. It's called Synagis. And that population who is at high risk are the very preterm infants in the NICUs or who have recently been released from the NICU, neonatal intensive care unit. Those babies are at the highest risk of getting seriously ill or dying if they get RSV. So those babies are offered, the parents are offered Evisciute antibodies. I believe it's on a monthly dose to build up antibodies in the baby so that if the baby does get exposed to RSV, they'll be able to have some immune defense so that they are less likely to get hospitalized or die from RSV. So these are all measures to try to prevent serious illness. But as we know, people are getting sick. And so there's also treatment for people once they get sick. So for COVID-19, there are other antibodies that a provider can decide to offer to an individual to help them fight off COVID-19. There are also antiviral medications that can be prescribed, Paxlovid over the counter, remdesivir, which would be more commonly used in the hospitals. But also, which we don't want to forget, is that there's supportive care, which is basically treating the symptoms of people because people can feel pretty bad with COVID-19. So these will help prevent serious illness, but supportive care like Tylenol, Motrin, and rest and fluids also can help someone get over COVID-19. For influenza, is there treatment for symptomatic individuals? Yes, there are antiviral medications. The same medicines I just mentioned to prevent flu can actually decrease the length of illness and the severity of illness and decrease the likelihood of being hospitalized. So Tamiflu and influenza can also be used when someone has symptoms. And they're best started within the first few days of illness. And again, supportive care. And finally, RSV, is there treatment for symptomatic individuals? No, there's no specific treatment for RSV. So once you get RSV, the best care is supportive care to relieve symptoms and so someone can get the rest they need and nutrition they need to help get over the illness. Moving on to risk reduction. As I mentioned earlier in my report, the thing about many of these respiratory viruses is that they cause very similar symptoms. So again, it's difficult just based on symptoms alone to figure out what someone probably has when they get sick. So what we try to do is reduce the likelihood someone's going to get sick in the first place. And if they do get sick, many of these recommendations will help reduce the spread of the virus, regardless of which virus a person is infected with. So if there's a vaccine available, like for COVID and influenza, get vaccinated and boosted. Wearing face coverings in indoor public settings is still a good idea, particularly if an individual is at high risk of getting seriously ill because they have a weakened immune system. Avoid large gatherings, washing hands frequently, staying home if you're sick, and if you're sick, covering your cough with your elbow and not your hand so you don't pass it on to others in your household. And of course, if you think you have COVID or flu, or have a child who's ill, testing can determine whether or not they have one of these viruses. And if someone does have a virus that is treatable and the provider recommends treatment, please consider treating yourself or treating your child, because again, these treatments can reduce the chance of serious illness, hospitalization, and for people at high risk, prevent death. So we do have some, again, website links that can provide guidance and information to the general public here in Monterey County. And this will be, is on the slides which will be shared. And Chair Adams, that concludes my presentation today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moreno. There seems to be a lot of it going around. Let me see if there are any members of the board who have a couple of questions. I'll start in order simply by district, and I'll start with District 1. Supervisor Alejo, do you have any questions or comments?
No, none, Madam Chair, but it's certainly an important presentation with a lot of spikes going on. I know Santa Clara County has had elevated amounts of just COVID by doing some of the testing of some of their sewage systems. So something to be very cautious of, but it's certainly something for us to continue to watch and monitor. So I appreciate Dr. Moreno's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips?
No comment there. It is going around. I got our chair homesick and my wife homesick. So it's hitting kind of close to home.
Careful there, buddy. Okay, how about Supervisor Lopez?
I just thank you to Dr. Moreno for the continued communication on these important viruses. The important spread of these viruses in our community, being aware of them is critical. I've shared in a couple different forums, but my young son also came down with RSV a few weeks ago, right around Thanksgiving, and it was nasty. It really put him under the weather. He lost a couple pounds, and for a kid under the age of 3, that's a significant amount of weight. Hadn't seen his energy that low ever, scared me. And so just encourage everybody to keep an eye out. And if you have a child that's sick, keep them home. And just hope that everybody can continue to remain vigilant around the other viruses that are spreading in our community. Unfortunately, that's the reason I'm here today, or not there today. I had an exposure as well to COVID. So praying everybody stays healthy, and thank you for the continued communication, clear and concise. Thank you, Dr. Moreno.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudascu.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. I was just appreciating that it's been a while since we've had a presentation like this. I think the first full year that I was on this board, we had weekly updates from Dr. Moreno about the status of the health of our community. So I'm glad that we've moved past that, but definitely just encourage everyone to keep in mind that our health is all interconnected, and that you may be strong and healthy, I may be strong and healthy, and able to weather a virus like this, but there are so many in our community who are not as strong and healthy as others, and so be thoughtful to not spreading these illnesses if you have been exposed or if you are experiencing symptoms. But I do appreciate seeing everyone here in person for the first time in a long time, and look forward to staying healthy in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I too just thank you for your report. I thought the same thing. It's been so long. I feel like this is the first time that we've had a report from you almost all year long, which is a very good thing. But again, thank you for the report. I am curious with RSV, because I have it. How soon does one carry it before you have any symptoms? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know. Thank you, Chair. I don't know exactly for RSV, but typically people with respiratory illnesses can be infectious from 24 to 48 hours before they actually have symptoms. But in terms of returning to work or returning to school, the general advice that you'll find on CDPH website or CDC website would be that an individual should be feeling improved symptoms and afebrile for at least 24 hours without the use of antipyretics like Tylenol and Motrin. That's for those for viruses that don't have specific guidance, like COVID has specific guidance. So if you're not dealing with specifically COVID, that's generally the rule for return to work and return to school and to daycare. But parents, particularly parents of children who are in daycare or school, should definitely check with their school or check with their daycare to see if they have specific requirements before the students or the children return to the school or the daycare setting.
Thank you. Thanks very much for all of your help. Let's see if the public has any comments or questions. Is there anyone in chambers who wishes to ask a question about this item from Dr. Moreno? Seeing no one coming forward, are there any hands raised that you can see?
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay. With that, we will just say deeply thankful. I hope that you have wonderful holidays, and thank you for giving the good word that we need to all be really careful not to spread whatever it is that one may have. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. So with that, we will close that item, and we're going to add one of the items that we added to the agenda early in the day today. And we are hoping to be able to take up the matter of the Agricultural Commissioner's employee agreement And I will turn to our County Administrative Officer, Charles McKee, for this presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this item. First, I would just announce that the Board of Supervisors did appoint the Agricultural Commissioner. And today's action, if the board approves, would be to approve the employment agreement for the Agriculture Commissioner. I'm very happy to see that Mr. Juan Hidalgo is here in the audience, and hopefully he come up and make a few comments. Mr. Hidalgo comes with many, many years of experience in the agricultural industry, and just seems like the perfect fit for Monterey County, knowing a lot of what Monterey County faces in the agricultural world, as well as being a kind of a pillar across the industry, especially in California agriculture. So for your board's consideration today is an employment agreement with Mr. Hidalgo. I believe the start date would be in beginning of February, first week in February. Excuse me. And your current agriculture commissioner has indicated he would be willing and able to stay on until Mr. Hidalgo assumes that post. So for your consideration today is we hope to get a motion and a second to approve and a vote to approve the agreement with Mr. Juan Hidalgo. And I will turn it over back to the chair for any comments by the board, the public, and Mr. Hidalgo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Administrative Officer. And we will go in order again by district. Supervisor sorry, that was a combination of Lopez and Alejo. Supervisor Alejo, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, once again, well, I want to be the first out of our colleagues to welcome Juan Hidalgo to Monterey County. I know he's already living in Monterey County, but he's been working as that commissioner for Santa Cruz County. And I want to say, I think we're really lucky with not only getting a great CEO that we just announced this morning, but now as the successor behind Henry Gonzalez, we have another excellent and outstanding ag commissioner. I want to thank you for your work. You have a good reputation in my hometown there in the Pajaro Valley, where most of the agriculture remains for Santa Cruz County. But I've been at a distance, being able to see you work during the pandemic, taking care of issues of farm worker vaccination, caring for farm workers during the most challenging of times, but a lot of other issues that impact agriculture, not only new diseases that impact crops such as lettuce, but farm worker housing, pesticide use issues. These are all the tough issues that ag commissioners face, especially in the heavily agricultural areas, as the Solid Bowl is here in Monterey County. So I want to welcome you. I thank you for your just rising up the ranks to become a county agriculture commissioner. It's going to be inspirational. I know it was so when Henry became the first Latino ag commissioner. For you to succeed him and continue doing good work, I want to commend you. Last thing I would say is that I know as part of the process of hiring an ag commissioner, a lot of other folks got to sit down and ask you questions and meet with you, and very good accolades were given about your record, your work, your reputation. So I just want the community to know that some vetting went on in this process, and I think that we came up with the best qualified person. So thank you very much, and look forward to working with you closely here in Monterey County, not only to make sure agriculture stays strong, but also looking out for the workers who make agriculture possible in our county. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And now we will go to Supervisor Phillips. Any questions or comments?
Thank you. I concur in Supervisor Alejo's comments. To me, it wasn't the best Latino or best, it was the best person that we could find. And your progress through your career has been remarkable in Santa Cruz County. I know it was continued here. I know the people from the Pajaro Valley, some are here today, will be glad to see a familiar face that they know. So, and I'm glad we got someone from North County. You live out in Oak Hills where my kids and grandkids are. So take care of us in North County a little bit. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say welcome to Juan to this new role here in Monterey County. I know you've been successful in Santa Cruz, and we look forward to your continued success here in Monterey County with some of the unique challenges that we currently face, like INSV, which is one of those key issues facing our local industry. I know that you're well aware of that challenge as well as others as we move forward. I look forward to your leadership doing the things an ag commissioner is supposed to do, which we know about, obviously, keeping our community safe, and also being a key proponent for agriculture throughout the state. And so in this very interesting world of ag commissioners, you rose to the top for us, and we're excited to have you on board and look forward to your leadership for a department which helps oversee the largest industry in Monterey County. And we look forward to your partnership and your leadership. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Root Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of our county, welcome to the County of Monterey. We spent a lot of time in interviews, as I think it's become clear this last quarter, and I really appreciated and I'm looking forward to working with you and the commitment that you very clearly have to balancing the needs of our economy with our environment, and then in that keeping our workers safe, as well as those who live and work around our agricultural communities. We're excited. We've got an incredible agricultural community here who I think folks will be excited and look forward to getting to know you. I hope that you find Monterey County as amazing and incredible and beautiful and innovative and committed to solving problems to really challenging solutions. And we look forward to doing that in partnership with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. And Mr. Hidalgo, I'm very pleased to be able to welcome you as well to Monterey County. My colleagues from Santa Cruz speak very highly of you. So we're very fortunate to be able to kind of just had you come across the county line over here, which I think you'll find very interesting, very challenging, but I know that you're up to the task. So I look forward to working with you as we continue to move forward in all of the new kinds of techniques and all of the new challenges, but also the new successes that we're seeing in the agricultural industry. I'll take it out to the public for comment, and then we'll come back to you for comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to ask questions or comments of Mr. Hidalgo today? I see someone approaching the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is John McPherson. I'm the Executive Director of Sustainable Ag and Energy. We're very, very excited to have the new commissioner in place. I also want to thank Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Lopez for their outreach to the ag community in this very, very important hire. The ag community is, of course, experiencing challenges like it always does, but particularly with the disease that has been causing crop failure, our ongoing water issues. We have a lot of work to do, and we're really looking forward to working with you. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. McPherson. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make comment today?
There's one more member of the public coming to the mic.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Miller. I'm a farmer in the Pajaro Valley. I've been farming here about 48 years. My husband, Clint Miller, has been farming here about 69 years. I am so excited that you have chosen a very fine man. As I said, I farm in the Pajaro Valley, but I farm in Pajaro. And it's very exciting to have this fine man join us in Monterey County. So I just want to thank you very much. And I think you've made a fabulous choice.
Thank you for coming over and giving us your comments.
Mr. Hidalgo, I think you're next.
Are there no hands raised?
There are none.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yes, you're right, Charles, and it's up to you, Juan. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Juan Hidalgo, currently serving as Agricultural Commissioner in Santa Cruz County for a little bit longer. I am truly honored and humbled to have this opportunity to serve our growers, our industries, our communities here in Monterey County. I've been a resident of the county for over a decade now. I love it here. This is my hometown, and it's a special honor for me to be able to serve in this important capacity in my hometown. I've been with Santa Cruz County for 18 years. I've been serving as Agricultural Commissioner in Santa Cruz County for the last 7 years. And it has been a tremendous experience to be able to support our communities and our growers. Agriculture is absolutely important in our coastal areas. Monterey County, being one of the top producing counties in California, it's a tremendous honor to be able to continue to build upon what other commissioners have started. I look forward to working with staff here and working with our growers and addressing some of the very challenging issues that some of you have already mentioned. It's I'm just very grateful for this opportunity and for your consideration, and I look forward to working with your board, with other department heads, as well as with staff and also our growers and industry here to be able to continue to support agriculture, our communities, and certainly to ensure that as part of, I'm also the sealer of weights and measures to continue to ensure that our consumers get what they pay for, to make sure that scales are accurate, to make sure that when folks go into stores that they don't get overcharged. So I look forward to working with our communities and our growers here, and I'm thankful to you for this tremendous opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Hidalgo. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
Let's bring
Thank
it back now to the board for a motion to approve. And
So moved, Madam Chair.
thank you, and I'll second that. So we have a motion from Alejo and a second from Adams. If we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Lejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we will close that item and go back to our regularly scheduled items. And the next item is number 14, which is to receive a presentation from PG&E and Vista Energy regarding the lithium-ion battery energy storage systems. So I will look to staff to get us going here, and I believe we have Nick Chulos at the helm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make just a few brief introductory comments. We want to thank Supervisor Phillips for suggesting that we bring this matter forward. It's an important bit of information for the board and the public. As the staff report says, we have the world's largest lithium-ion battery storage facility located at Moss Landing, at the site of the former Moss Landing power plant. It's important in that it provides energy storage that's part of the clean energy grid, and it also is it has some potentials for hazard and exposure to the public, and we want to make sure that the board and the public understand how those facilities are operated and what kind of response plans the operators have in place. So today we're going to hear from PG&E, Teresa Alvarado, who's the Regional Vice President, is going to make about a 10-minute presentation to the board. Vistra Energy Corporation, Cynthia Vodopavec and Brad Watson. Cynthia is the Environmental Health and Safety Senior Vice President, and Brad is the Senior Director of Community Affairs. They're going to make another about 10-minute presentation. As we say in the staff report, there have been 3 incidents involving the operation or potential alert at those facilities. The most recent was a fire at the PG&E facility that required a shelter-in-place order to be issued. So today we want to really get basic information from the industry. We view this as kind of probably a 2 or 3 part process. We'd like to sort of lay the groundwork today, get board questions and comments and direction to staff, but we intend to bring back a more fully fleshed out discussion on regulatory procedures. And for example, Senator Laird has introduced a spot bill which would regulate these facilities, and it's really a spot bill at this point. So there's a lot of evolving work being done in that area. So we want to bring that back to the board. And also there's a community meeting in the Moss Landing area that's being planned by our OES staff in January. I don't think the date has been set yet, but that's another important opportunity for the public to hear from the industry and for the industry to hear from the public. So today, in addition to the presenters that we have Tracy Molfino, our interim OES manager, Kelsey Scanlon, our emergency services planner, Chief Mendoza from North County Fire is here today. Rick Encarnacion, our environmental health director, and Eric Lundquist, our HCD planning director, is here. So, Madam Chair, at this point, we would recommend that you receive these presentations, have whatever questions you have, get public input, and then give us any further direction you wish to do, with the understanding that we will be coming back before you in the next few months with more information as we have more time on the agenda to do. So thank you. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the PG&E representatives. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry you're under the weather. I had the same a couple of weeks ago, so I have a little bit of a residual cough, but to your point, Supervisor Root Askew, I don't believe I am still sick, and thank you for the invitation, Supervisor Phillips. Really appreciate that. And again, my name is Teresa Alvarado. I am the Vice President for the PG&E's South Bay and Central Coast region. And with me today are Jan Nimick. He's the Vice President of Power Generation at PG&E, and Tim Wisdom, the Senior Manager of Power Generation at PG&E, as well as Stu Roth, who is seated. He's PG&E's Senior Manager of Senior Public Safety Specialist for PG&E for our South Bay and Central Coast. So we're here today to share information and answer questions about a fire incident that occurred at the Elkhorn Battery Energy Storage Facility in September. And during our brief presentation, we will go over a summary of the incident, the background and purpose of the Elkhorn Battery Energy Storage System, the fire safety planning that went into the design of the facility, how PG&E teams responded to the Elkhorn Battery fire incident, including our coordination with local first responders, and the actions taken and progress made since the fire incident occurred. Next slide. Thank you. So in summary, the Elkhorn Battery fire incident occurred on September 20th, 2022 at our Moss Landing electric substation and affected 1 Tesla Megapack out of 256 that are located on site. The affected Megapack failed safely, meaning the systems put in place for fire prevention and mitigation worked as designed. Local fire response operated as expected and in alignment with the firefighting strategy outlined in PG&E's pre-operations fire safety plan. Today, the Elkhorn Battery system remains fully de-energized and disconnected from the electrical grid. Our teams at PG&E are fully committed to mitigating the issue to improve safety and reliability of our electric system and better serve our customers and communities in the Monterey County. Next slide. So what is the facility? The Elkhorn Battery Energy Storage System, it's a mouthful, is owned and operated by PG&E and located at our Moss Landing electric substation in Moss Landing. The facility was proposed and designed to support local capacity requirements and improve energy reliability. The system has a maximum discharge rate of 182.5 megawatts, which is enough electricity to meet the instantaneous demand of approximately 275,000 homes, with a capacity to store and dispatch up to 730 megawatt hours of energy for 4 hours. After receiving approval from the California Public Utilities Commission in November of 2018 and the Monterey County Planning Commission in February of 2020, site construction began in July of 2020, and the system began operation in April of 2022. The facility was designed, constructed, and is maintained in collaboration with Tesla and is, again, the largest utility-owned lithium-ion battery energy storage system. The system is made, again, up of 256 Tesla Megapack batteries and related electrical equipment that connect it to our 115 kilovolt electrical transmission system at the substation. Next slide. Delivering safe, reliable, and clean energy is our most important responsibility, and providing this energy at a price everyone can afford is just as important. The Elkhorn Battery system helps us deliver on these goals by providing cost savings for electric customers while supporting grid reliability and California's decarbonization and climate resilience goals. Battery energy storage systems like Elkhorn help integrate renewable energy resources onto the grid by charging during the day during periods of high solar penetration on the grid. They help reduce reliance on fossil fuel generation by discharging during periods of high demand, generally in the evenings, reducing reliance on more expensive natural gas fire generation, and they enhance overall energy reliability. The Elkhorn Battery facility was designed and constructed to address capacity deficiencies and provide energy and ancillary service, which includes serving as an operating reserve that can be quickly dispatched to ensure there is sufficient generation to meet energy demand. Over its 20-year lifetime, we expect the Elkhorn Battery system to deliver much needed additional capacity while reducing our energy procurement costs and lowering overall customer costs. Next slide. When designing the Elkhorn Battery, our team coordinated closely with Tesla and with the North County Fire Protection District to create a comprehensive set of emergency safety plans. They included developing an emergency action plan and a pre-fire plan, contributing thermal imaging cameras and air monitoring equipment to the North County Fire Protection District, and hosting first responders from the North County Fire Protection Districts for on-site training and a site walkthrough before beginning commercial operations. The pre-fire plan was developed by PG&E fire experts to assist local emergency responders by sharing facility-specific safety and emergency response information, including a quick reference guide detailing warnings, hazards, access information, and firefighting guidance for the facility, site maps, equipment layout drawings, and floor plans, a more detailed explanation of potential hazards on site, including electrical, battery, and fluid-filled equipment, and an explanation of detection, suppression, equipment, and remote monitoring systems. The Elkhorn Battery Facilities Emergency Action Plan outlines steps for on-site personnel as well as off-site operators at our Fresno Operations Center regarding how to respond in the event of any kind of emergency, including over temperature and thermal event active alarms. PG&E's on-site team and remote operators have been trained on both the pre-fire plan and the emergency action plan. Next slide. Before the Elkhorn battery system began operation, our safety planning included steps to ensure proper emergency preparedness, detection, situational awareness, and response. The facility has multiple safety systems and protocols in place for fire prevention and mitigation. Some of these include thermal alarms within battery packs that have the capability of triggering a plant shutdown if battery temperatures exceed safe operating limits. An early warning system using visible and audible alarms that will warn coworkers and first responders of fire risk and to evacuate the area if needed. An industry-leading incident command center located a safe distance from the batteries that is equipped with alarm monitors, cameras, and emergency shutdown control, and other tools to manage an incident without putting people in harm's way. And as mentioned, a pre-fire plan, training program, and emergency action plan involving both PG&E coworkers and the North County Fire Prevention District were involved. Additionally, the Tesla Megapack has undergone specific safety testing with a nationally recognized lab and received an industry-accepted fire safety certification. Those are a few of the safety planning measures that went into the design of the Elkhorn battery storage facility. And now we'll share a little bit more about our team's response and coordination with first responders during the September incident. For that, I'd like to transition to Tim Wisdom, our Senior Manager in Power Generation, to talk about the incident and post-incident actions.
Thank you, Teresa. Good afternoon. My name's Tim Wisdom, and I'm pleased to be able to speak to this. Make sure we're on the right slide. On September 20th, around 1:30 in the morning, an alarm came in to our Fresno Operations Center indicating that there was a fire. We have infrared cameras there that picked that up, and that was the initiation then to make the call to 911 and for the response for the North County Fire Department. The plant is designed to fail safely, as Teresa alluded to. Every megapack shut off. There's 256 megapacks. Every breaker opened. It electrically disconnected. No customers were affected by this. So it did do what it was designed to do, which is fail safely. It was a single megapack, 1 out of 256, and we managed the fire response consistent with the pre-fire plan. That's essentially a defensive fire stance where you put a water spray in the vicinity of the megapack that is burning, so it does not propagate, but you are not actually putting water on the battery that is burning itself, and that is by design. There was no injuries to on-site personnel and no electrical impact to customers. Next slide, please. So post-incident, immediately we were working to contain the environmental consequences of the event. So we retained all water that was used on site. We have containment ponds, and nothing was discharged. Nothing went into the Elkhorn Slough. We made notifications to various agencies. First and foremost was the CPUC. We were working closely with the County Environmental Health Department to to talk about the sampling, the testing, and the mitigation strategies that we needed to process the waste. So the waste generated was water from the runoff from the fire event, as well as contaminated soil. We also worked with the county and the EPA came to site to do air monitoring. So PG&E brought in their own consultant, NES, and the EPA came to site to do in situ air monitoring. The damaged megapack that burned itself out on that day was removed from site on October 7th and taken to the Tesla facility in Hayward for an investigation. As you can imagine, there's a root cause to understand the mode of failure and any lessons learned. So the root cause analysis is just about complete. We do have an indication that it was related to an equipment installation issue. It is not finalized yet, but we are looking and doing extent of conditions. So every megapack on site has been inspected, and we are continuing that work with Tesla at this time. So we continue to follow up with the CPUC and the CEC. We had an update with them yesterday, and again, we are just looking at all of the lessons that we can learn. We are reviewing our emergency response procedures, our training, and just making sure that we are able to respond even better than occurred this time. Thank you. That's all I have on this.
Thank you, Tim. So I know there's another presentation with Vistra, and then we will stand ready. We look forward to your feedback and your questions, or if you prefer, we will respond to your questions or feedback now. But
Why don't we see if there are any questions just right now?
Okay.
Yeah, I do, Madam Chair.
Yes, please, Supervisor Phillips.
On this one, we had the incident. Frankly, I had a little trouble, someone from PG&E talking to me, where anything that happened at the other plant, they were all over me like a $5 suit, because I had a lot of calls coming in. But I was told when I finally got a hold of the lady, or she got a hold of me, that everything worked the way it was supposed to from doing that. And I told her the problem with that was we had to close down the highway. We had to shelter people in place. I had the farmer supervisor who couldn't get into his dairy, and we had farmers that had to pull people out of the field because they couldn't get their crop. So I guess my question is, what is the suppression protocol? I mean, if we have another incident like that, did we overreact and close things down and things? Is there a fire suppression system that can put water on this and stop it? But I'm concerned about what happens the next time. And I think that is what led, I know John Laird, after that, he was on his way over here that day, and he had to take a circuitous route to get here. And so obviously that kind of pointed out the problem. So I want to know what our suppression protocol is if we have another incident like that there.
Great question. Would you prefer?
Sure.
Want to reintroduce yourself?
Sure. Jan Nemec, Vice President, Power Generation with Pacific Gas and Electric. One of the things to remember is once you have a thermal runaway and the battery is actually burning, there is no putting it out, right? You have to allow that one to burn. So the strategy at that point is to protect around that, to protect your exposures. And we do that by spraying using monitors to spray water onto the batteries around it to make sure they remain cool and does not propagate. I'll say within the fence, everything worked exactly the way we thought it would. We, as planned, according to our pre-plans and how we had envisioned fighting a fire on the site. I understand the impact to the community, and we are taking a look at plume modeling and characterization of what a plume would look like, so that we will have a better set of information should we have another event such as this in the future. That is part of our plans.
Just wondering if there could be a piece of equipment that would be on site. Would it work to have some big cap that drops over it? So I've seen them fight fires like that before. That's out of hand.
I'm not aware of a strategy that, I mean, basically what you're talking about is isolating it from oxygen, right? Putting something over it that would isolate it from oxygen. I am not aware of a methodology that would apply that, would apply that method for battery fire storage, but I can take a look up on that.
We're all dealing with, I mean, I think that's why Senator Laird is looking at this. We're all dealing with these ion batteries, that lithium batteries, that we don't know a lot about. That was the concern that led me to ask for the presentation. So thank you.
Absolutely, sir. And this is a new technology, and we are, we're working through how to implement it safely and with the least impact to the communities in which we operate.
Can I, well, I do want to respond to the other portion of your question, which was outside of the fence and the response and the impact on the community. So I'd like to ask Stu Roth, our Public Safety Senior Manager, to respond to that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Stuart Roth, Senior Public Safety Specialist. To your question about the closing of the highway. So the unique operation of this event was that we were in a unified command between North County Fire District, Sheriff's Department, and Pacific Gas and Electric. So decisions and objectives are set out as part of that incident. And one of those was because of abundance of caution for the communities, the neighbors, and so forth, the decision was made by the Unified Command specifically to shut down that area of the highway as the offgoing, I guess, offshore breezes, if you would, were headed in that direction. Then as the wind changed, came back to the onshore as it does in that area, part of that process was getting good air monitoring intel for our incident command team to make a good decision for the community and so forth. Again, out of an abundance of caution, when you call in the EPA, they're not sitting in, Monterey County, they're coming from the Bay Area. So there was a time delay in that process to get everybody down here. And we felt it best, if we're going to use our contractors, that we get somebody that is basically out from, our agency to make those assessments and provide the best information possible. So there are a lot of good lessons learned in this process. I know that in our discussions with North County Fire Protection District, all of our team here, that we're looking at methods to address that in the future.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Is that
Yeah, it's Alejo. Hey, so I thank Supervisor Phillips for bringing this. I had the same request that this come to us at some point, because there had been 3 fire incidents in a short amount of time. But what was concerning about the last one is it seemed, and I don't know if our CAO has any thoughts, but it seemed like there was a lack of communication, at least to the Board of Supervisors. Perhaps it was better communication with Office of Emergency Services and some of the other departments that were more were some of those first responders. But I just remember back then having a lot of questions at the time, because just like Supervisor Phillips, obviously in his district, this last one with the evacuation and the closing down of the highway, there was a lot more impacts to businesses, residents, visitors traveling through Highway 1. But where I also started getting calls from, which seemed like an area that needed improvement, and us to have a discussion with Vistra and PG&E, was how could we improve the communication? How could we improve the protocols, especially after 3 of these incidents have taken place? And we know that this is new technology. It's going to be a permanent part of California's future for all the right reasons, and having more renewable energy, better dependence, being able to store energy and provide that clean energy to our residents and businesses. I think that's why I think many of us supported this project moving forward, and certainly being, I think, the largest project of its size in the United States. I think we want this to be a success story, but with that comes the downside, which is working out the sometimes the downfalls are imperfections in a new technology, and it will get better. And I think as more these incidents occur, we'll learn from them and be able to improve the systems to make it safer. But the area that I started getting calls in as well was from constituents, but for another reason, because when the evacuation happened, there was a lot of agricultural workers who work around the Moss Landing area. And I had parents saying, my parents have been out, they're still working out there. And with this new technology, we don't know what, if you have a worst case scenario, what contaminants will be in the air, because they will be on the front line. They will be the most impacted by working nearby. This happened similarly when the Taylor Farms fire happened and there was an ammonia scare. So my suggestion would be just certainly with our ag associations have been great. And I reached out to them because they whether it was the grower shippers, the Farm Bureau, those were the two main ones. Obviously, we have other ag associations in Monterey County, but they were able to get the word out, farm labor contractors, but they were able to try to get the word out to businesses farms who work nearby. And I think so in the future, I think those connections need to be in place so that if there is evacuation, rather than having to go through several people, that there's a direct communication or a direct alert to the ag associations who can then have their members better respond. I think our concern is always protecting those essential workers who are out there harvesting crops and making sure that they're safe, because those folks are not only our constituents, they're somebody's parents or somebody's relatives and loved ones. So we want to make sure we protect them. So that would be my suggestion, but I certainly was getting constituents and I constituent calls. And I appreciate the ag associations really trying to work with those farms to get the word out and making sure the workers had knew what was going on and what the issue was, and also that if things got worse, how to make sure we evacuate those areas to protect them. So that's what I would ask. But I don't know if CAO could respond just in terms of how, as a CAO, you felt the communication was, and if we could better improve those systems in the future.
Thank you, Supervisor. I think that, we always have really good communication with Gina Arnold and her team, and maybe what I would suggest is maybe working with Gina and our both our Office of Emergency Services as well as my office to come up with a kind of a communication plan in those situations. And I think as Supervisor Alejo was alluding to, is kind of the unknown is people start to spin out of control, basically, what's happening, and I know that in those situations, you and your team are trying to, work on the problem at hand. And, okay, we do have to communicate, but you're trying to get the problem solved. I get that. So trying to come up with a way that we can have a communication plan that can provide as much information as possible. And then we can also help disseminate that information, through our channels. I know you guys have a lot of channels to do that too, but we can also help do that. So I think that the way to do it is coming up with a plan, and, Gina does a good job working with us. So I think that's.
I love that. Love that suggestion. Excellent feedback, Supervisor. I absolutely agree. I think, we talk about unified command and they're responding to the incident. But one of the things that we know is after you make the situation safe, the next thing you do is communicate. Before you focus on restoration and everything else that you need to do, you have to communicate. And I will take it upon myself to ensure that in addition to our emergency preparedness plans, we have a robust communication and a multilingual communication plan to reach out to the community. I apologize that did not happen, and we will certainly focus on bolstering those communication efforts.
Very much appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for it.
Excellent.
Thank you. Is there, Supervisor Rudas, do you have any comments or questions?
I do actually. I really appreciate the chance to have this conversation and to have it in a way where our public can understand. I agree. I mean, the fear that is associated when we have incidents and people don't know what's happening. I was getting calls from a mom whose kids were in her home, and she was trying to get to the children, knowing that there was a shelter in place, but not knowing exactly why. Was it because there was going to be an explosion? Was it because of something in the air? Are my kids safe at home by themselves? Do I need to be there? A lot of questions that we didn't have answers to. And so I think working with county communications and really developing out that communications plan would be appreciated by everybody. The question that I have though, two questions. I know we're going to learn and we're going to keep growing together, but what is the likelihood of future incidences happening? Do we have some sense? I've been told everything is very safe and this is sort of an anomaly, but can you speak to what we're learning about the likelihood of these kinds of things happening?
Question.
So I can't give you a number for likelihood at this stage of the life of the technology. And it's as you know, there have been battery fires in Australia and other places. So it's not zero. But we're going to fully understand the cause of this event and make sure it is addressed before we move forward, and continue to make this technology as safe as we possibly can for our communities.
Great. And I assume that we will continue learning more and making adjustments as we go. And then the other question that I have is in regards to air monitoring. Are there plans to establish air monitoring, mobile air monitoring, so that if we do have situations that come up, we're able to deploy to at least provide that level of information moving forward? What is in the works to address that concern?
At this time, what we're doing is we've hired a firm to do plume dispersion modeling for us. That was what was missing that day. What's the constituents of the products of combustion? How far is it carrying? And is there any threat to human health? So with a model that we're working with a very reputable, capable firm to develop, we would be able to get that information to first responders and assess the situation. It was said that the highway was closed with Joint Incident Command and an abundance of caution. That's absolutely accurate. I'd like to think with this dispersion modeling that we would have a much better comfort and be able to, mitigate an event like that happening with absolute knowledge. So we do not want to be reckless. Do we not want to take any chances? This was the first event at the PG&E site with this technology. As you can all imagine, yes, you have an emergency plan, but you ramp up dramatically on the day of an event like that. So we are learning, we are looking at everything, and we are having those conversations so that we can come back with knowledge and give you comfort.
Okay, and then just one final question for the community, the larger community, and it sounds like there's going to be a community meeting, but how will you solicit feedback from the community as part of the incident review and incident assessment? Is there a plan to solicit input, feedback, questions, suggestions
I'm
from
probably the one to speak to that.
from the community?
I was not aware of the community meeting, but I will lean on my colleague here, Gina Arnold with Government Relations. Perhaps if you have feedback for us, we'd be happy to take that. I don't know if others have already designed the feedback session, but.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, Nick, I know you were a little bit of information on that. I don't know if you have that information available.
Yeah, what we intend to do, and I may not have been as clear enough in my initial comments, is to work on a community response plan. And we'd like to do that in collaboration with both PG&E and Vistra and involve the community. Agriculture would have a role in that North County fire. So we see that as a pretty major work item that needs to be done, especially in talking with our OES staff. The offsite impacts we don't think have been as clearly identified and analyzed. And for example, the plume modeling, we'd like to be involved in that analysis.
And Nick, was there an actual meeting set up, a community meeting arranged?
The date, I don't think the date has been set yet. Yeah. We're looking at January, but the date hasn't been set yet. So
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was PG&E setting that meeting up. So just to be clear then, so it's County OES is going to be developing sort of a community feedback, soliciting community feedback for a community response plan that then PG&E would be utilizing that information as part of implementing. But part of the PG&E response or the PG&E incident assessment doesn't specifically include soliciting outreach from residents or nearby property owners who were affected.
Yeah. And yes, I think that's correct. And I think there was comment by both Supervisor Alejo and I think by you, Supervisor, Askew about communication, and the communication component would be a part of that community response plan.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And understood. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. In the interest of time, I think I'm going to move this forward. Most of my questions have been answered or actually had been asked and therefore answered by my colleagues. But I must take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to make a
My
quick
questions have
comment.
been answered too, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. Is there any member of the public who wishes to make a quick comment on this portion of our presentation today?
There are a few hands raised.
Okay. If you're going to have to help me with this, unfortunately.
Sure. The first one is Margie K.
Ms. K.
Thank you. But on the plume modeling, besides for human life, I know the Moss Landing area well. I clean at the Moss Landing Wildlife Area. I know the Vieira family on the south side, who live on the south side of the Elkhorn Slough, right there off of Highway 1. So besides the, there's also otters, sea lions, birds, and the fish. So with the plume modeling, besides human life, I'm asking that the wildlife also be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. And now we have Tommy Rizeka.
Mute. Sorry, I think I'm unmuted now. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi, this is Tommy Rizek. I'm with Moss Landing Harbor District. We had submitted and sent off a number of questions to a number of different people, including all the supervisors. And I'm wondering if there's an individual contact, maybe with PG&E. I know we've already spoken with someone from Vistra that we can speak with, being a neighboring property and being responsible for the Elkhorn Slough and things that are right next to that facility. And we wanted to try to get some answers from PG&E, and we haven't been in contact with anyone there. So I think that is a concern of ours. I know that I only have 1 minute and 20 seconds here, but we have 8 or 9 questions that we think we would like to get some answers from, if possible. And I know that they're planning to, or supposedly we're going to be having a January community meeting. And is PG&E, I guess, planning to attend that meeting and hopefully try to get some answers for the Harbor District and members of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Rizeka. Let me just make sure that PG&E will definitely be at the community meeting. I would certainly expect so.
Yes, and we did receive those questions. We tried to incorporate responses to those questions in our presentation. However, we're happy to provide you with a point of contact, Gina Arnold, and it's Jeana, and we can reach out. I can make sure that Gina reaches out to you. And of course, we will identify some representatives to participate in whatever feedback sessions with the community are organized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Rizeka.
Thank you.
The next person speaking would be someone whose telephone number ends in the numbers 902.
My name is Nina. I'd hope to comment for both presentations, but I will do the PG&E portion for this. We've had 3 incidents now, and people should be alarmed. To hear that modeling is only happening now is we're the guinea pigs, the experimental test subjects for this project. Monterey County officials rushed to approve the largest facility and ignored the major hazards of lithium. Lithium is extremely toxic. It's explosively flammable to water, air, and heat, and vulnerable to thermal runaway. These facilities are sited in the corrosive marine environment by the slough, in a tsunami zone and sea level rise zone, and earthquake zone as well, next to the power plant and Highway 1. If these facilities explode, the result can't be quantified, including the loss of life, the loss of the area's power generating facilities, the pollution from whatever toxic debris PG&E has on site, and the loss of Highway 1. The recent fire that shut down Highway 1 is just a taste of what can happen. How many millions did that shutdown cost businesses and the public? The county keeps making political decisions and greenwash decisions to benefit special interests instead of making wise science-based decisions. We've heard this all before from PG&E. We hear it over and over and over again. How many years? How many questions? How many disasters? And what's really bizarre is that the county allowed PG&E, which is now a convicted felon, who's murdered how many people in the California fires in San Bruno because of basic safety failures and violations, and has committed very serious safety violations at Diablo Canyon. These are basic, some of these are basic violations. And so they come and they say, oh, it's not going to happen. Oh, it worked within acceptable parameters. But it keeps happening. And the officials, you officials, are the public's protection to say, no, it's not going to happen anymore. We are not going to be the guinea pigs for these new, largest, glossy projects that have so many environmental and health consequences. And I don't hear the health officer stepping up and speaking about this either. And that bothers me greatly.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. The next person whose hand is up is Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Hi, thank you guys for this presentation, getting together. And I just wanted to say, as maybe some advice, as a lifelong North County resident, that when companies come to want to go to a new neighborhood, they usually go and community outreach. And I'm sure that's happened, but a topic like this, I mean, just from social media and your neighbors, people have questions, dozens, maybe 100 questions, you know, having just more accessibility and to the people in charge and outreaching the community, getting friendlier. I think that some more relations like that would be really good for the relationship between the plant and the concerned neighbors and community members of North County. Yeah, it was just a bit of advice for this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. With that, I see no additional hands raised, so I'm going to close public comment on this portion of our presentation and immediately go to Vistra for their presentation now. Or Vistra, I should say. And Mr. Chilos, are you driving the ship here?
Thank you, Chair Adams, for having us today. My name is Cynthia Vodapivic. I am the Senior Vice President of Environmental Health and Safety at Vistra at Vistra Corporation. With me today, I have Brad Watson, who's our Senior Director of Community Affairs. And I also have with us some of our technical experts who can help answer any of the more technical questions that might come up during the presentation. We have Mark McDaniels, who's our VP of our renewable operations, Tyree Greenwood, who is our Director of Renewable Engineering, and we have Mark Scher, who actually works at the Moss Landing energy storage power plant. If you can move to the first slide, please. Thank you. So what I wanted to go over today is, the Moss Landing Power Plant facility has been in operation for a very long time, providing safe, reliable power to the grid. And we are changing the operations there and moving forward with this. Our battery storage operations are constructed in 3 different phases. At the end of the day, we will have 750 megawatts of battery storage at this location. Phase 1, as you see on the figure there, is 300 megawatts. That is actually constructed in a large old turbine building that we had. So it's surrounded by concrete, and we have racks of battery storage throughout that facility. Phase 2 is a 100 megawatt facility where we actually built a concrete structure, kind of like a Casco building, filled it with racks of batteries as well. And our phase 3 is 350 megawatts. We are in the process of constructing that right now. For phase 3, we're actually doing container storage. So a little bit different technology there, and I'll review the different technologies with you and our mitigation measures. I also want to point out, we do continue to operate our 2 combined cycle gas plants, units 1 and 2, and those have been operating on that site for quite a while. And we're also in the process of demoing our units 6 and 7, which are old natural gas boiler units. So we hope to finish that up by mid-2023. You can go to the next slide, please. So at Vistra, there's no higher priority to us than safety. And that includes safety of our communities that we serve, our people, the environment, and the community and the company sites. That commitment to safety is going to extend through the design, construction, and operation of this entire operation at Moss Landing. We know that there is inherent but manageable risk in all forms of generating, transporting, and storing energy. And all energy sources have experienced events. In lithium-ion battery storage, thermal runaway is a rare internal chemical reaction that releases heat and occurs when the voltage or temperature inside the battery becomes unstable. We follow our codes, there's rigorous standards, and there's operational best practices that are leveraged to reduce these risks through prevention, detection, and mitigation measures. You move to the next slide, please. So today I want to walk through the different prevention, detection, and mitigation measures that we have at Moss Landing. First, prevention. It all starts with the design. Engineering design, making sure that we're choosing the right batteries that have protections in place, looking at our equipment selection, going through a hazard mitigation analysis, again, to put our best defenses in place, and also our emergency planning. For detection, we have a battery management system that is basically the brains of our operation. It's constantly monitoring all of our batteries, looking at the voltage, looking at temperature, and really signaling to us if there's any anomalies. We also are constantly monitoring temperature, smoke, various gases, including flammable gases and CO, heat, and we have a supervisory air system that senses if there's a pressure drop in the water lines. In terms of mitigation, if there are any anomalies, the battery management system has the capability to shut down individual modules of batteries, entire racks of batteries, or entire sections of our battery installations. We also have control over ventilation systems in the buildings that we put in place. And most importantly, which is shown in the bottom figure here, is our water or clean agent injection system. At the back of each of our battery modules, we have a water injection system that can be deployed if it senses a battery going into thermal runaway. What that does is, it sends off a sensor and water is deluged into the back of our batteries to cool it and contain it and making sure it does not propagate beyond that battery or beyond that battery bank. The way this works is there's a thermal glass there. When it senses heat, it'll break the glass. It sends a pressure drop, and that's how that system works. That system is in place on all of our batteries and all of our battery modules at Moss Landing. In addition, at units or at phases 1 and 2, Moss Landing 100 and 300, we also have roof level wet systems because they are the large buildings that come into play. You can go to the next slide, please. So as you know, there were 2 events that occurred at Moss Landing, at Vistra Moss Landing facility, one in 21 and one in 22. They were caused, interesting enough, when we went through the root cause analysis, these were caused by water leak events from the mitigation systems that were on site. The water leaks led to grounding, arcing, and localized smoke. At the time of first activation of the safety systems, all of our battery modules were operating within established temperature limits, and they were all well below temperatures associated with thermal runaway. So for both those situations, we did not have a thermal runaway event that started the event. The event was contained to the site. We worked with the local fire department. We did not impact air, water, soil, or the nearby communities. We were able to collect all of the firefighting water on site in our stormwater conveyance system. We collected it, stored it, worked with the regional water authority to test it, to come up with a list of contaminants to test for before we were allowed to discharge that through our stormwater swale. We had corrective actions that we implemented to resolve the water leaks, and we've enhanced the detection and mitigation systems following these events. You can go to the next slide, please. So Vistra has implemented a robust facility emergency response plan for the power plant and the energy storage facilities. We've had extensive fire pre-plans developed prior to the operations of phases 1 and 2. Training was provided to the fire department personnel in 21 and 22, and that included walkthroughs, inspections, fire pre-plans, and also formal and in-class training on lithium fires and strategies on dealing with those. We follow all the NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, and the California Fire Code requirements, including doing a hazard mitigation analysis, and those were all done prior to operation of those facilities. After the events that occurred in 21, so mostly in 21, we did develop an enhanced fire pre-plan We updated the facility emergency response plan. And, most importantly, we performed plume modeling to address the community impact and also to inform emergency personnel of potential offsite impacts based upon the event variables. This included smoke dispersion modeling, updating our emergency evacuation plans and putting together a hazard matrix that looked at all the potential hazards that could occur on the site. Next slide, please. So hopefully you can see this, but this is the results of our modeling that we did. We brought in a third party, Baker Risk, to come in and, could you go back? Thank you. We brought in a third party to do our dispersion modeling for us. We ran through a number of different scenarios, including all different types of weather events, as well as looking at having our ventilation systems on or off, because that is going to result in different dispersion modeling. In all of these different scenarios, we only came up with one specific scenario where there would be any ground level impact of hazardous gases to the community, the potential to the community. And that one constituent was HF, hydrogen fluoride, we modeled hydrogen fluoride, CO, carbon monoxide, as well as CO2, carbon dioxide. And we chose those contaminants because based on the studies that have been performed, those were the ones that were measured in terms of thermal runaway and what could be, toxic in terms of looking at a community aspect. So in all those situations, as I said, there was only one scenario where the California reference exposure limit was exceeded at ground level. The potential radius of that was 1,360 feet, but that would only occur if all of our control measures and our fire suppression systems failed. It's very unlikely that that's going to fail because we have a double system. We have not only the sprinkler systems in the Moss 100 and 300 buildings, but we have the water injection system, which is the most effective, immediately deluging those systems if we need to. In addition, this will only occur if we have steady sustained winds at 15.8 miles per hour. Based on the meteorological data, that weather condition will only occur about 7% of the time. Let's see, if you look at the left-hand figure there, you see the most probable, area, that green blob there shows where you would have ground level impacts of HF above the California reference exposure limit. If all of these conditions were to occur, which again is our worst case scenario. The figure on the right-hand side is just drawing the circle around to show, based on the wind direction during that day and during that period. You can move on to the next slide. So I mentioned that our Moss Landing 350 facility is under construction right now. It's a different design. It's not in a building. We are looking at, we are putting these into containers. So we have these containers are very large in nature. They're 50 by 12 by 15 feet. We have 122 of them being put in this area at Moss Landing. All of these containers contain the same fire detection and mitigation systems, networked alarm panel, the smoke detection, and that's also called VESDA. I failed to mention that before. So we have this pipe basically that is constantly sniffing the air in our enclosures and also in our buildings. It's called the very early smoke detection apparatus. We're also monitoring for flammable gases and CO. We have automatic water injection design, as I mentioned before, at the back of the battery modules to cool and isolate and really make sure that if there is a thermal runaway, that it does not propagate to the other cells. We are currently working with North County Fire Department to put together a fire plan to address potential fire at the Moss Landing 350 facility in these containers. The thermal runaway propagation evaluation is assuming the worst case system failure. So again, assuming nothing works. What we have modeled out and what we see is if a fire hose is applied within 2 hours of the fire breaching the initial container, that it'll protect the other containers from actually getting engulfed or coming into the fire too. We've also done smoke plume dispersion modeling like we did for 100 and 300, except that because these are containers, we are modeling the entire container being consumed in the fire. And the next slide goes over what the zone of influence there is. So again, modeled worst case, we have HF, hydrogen fluoride scenario. In no other circumstances did we see any impact to the community, except in this one circumstance where the container fire has no internal suppression whatsoever, and we have steady winds at 15.8 miles per hour. And again, that weather condition only occurs 7% of the time. In this situation, you see the little green blob there. It actually stays on the Moss Landing property. If in the most probable situation with the prevailing winds. We also drew around the circle, depending on which way the wind direction goes. And the zone of influence there is a little bit smaller, at least more on the Moss Landing property. So we're in the process right now of updating our emergency response plans. Our plan is to meet with California OES, Monterey County OES, with the CUPA, once we have our plans in place to review all the emergency planning and response. Last year, we were able to do a in-house day. We walked everybody through the facilities, and we went through our emergency response plans with them too. And I thought that went very well. That is our presentation today. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Let me go to my colleagues and see if there's anyone on the board who wishes to ask a question or make a comment.
I don't myself have any. I've been to the plant a number of times as the North County Fire, more times than, but been there a number of times and seen the suppression systems and detective systems that they have in place. Pretty impressive.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Supervisor.
Supervisor Phillips.
Madam Chair, I would first of all thank you this information is great, and it's great for the public to hear that there's additional systems that in the worst case scenario that could help contain a fire, and I think that gives everybody some relief because everybody's unfamiliar with how does this new technology work, how do these fire suppression systems work when there is a fire. And I really appreciate the modeling that is being done because that also provides some relief because in the plume scenario, in the worst case scenario, it seems to be much smaller than in this last time where there were farms way farther than that, and that would help inform the businesses and I think all the county staff in the future. Just having this information, knowing where the containment area is most likely going to be. So that this information is helpful to me, certainly, and I know to members of the public, and certainly I think a lot of Moss Landing residents and businesses. So appreciate that information, appreciate the work being done, and hopefully as we get more as we learn more about this technology, hopefully we can perfect the system so that we don't see additional fires in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lopez, any questions or comments?
Just a quick comment, Madam Chair. I want to thank Brad and the entire team at Vistra who invited me out as well for a site tour probably about 4 months ago. It was thorough, and I also had the opportunity to review the suppression systems and understand what those fail safes are that they've put in place to control any sort of expansion of an issue. And so I appreciate the presentation today, which shares more in depth some of those controls that have been put in place. But overall, the continued communication and collaboration is key. So thank you for your participation today and sharing your outlook on your approach to addressing some of the potential problems that could arise out of projects like this. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Rudasky.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I will say, Brad, you've done a great job of, just the constant communication, even when there's nothing to communicate. It does help. I guess my only other question would be, I know that the report includes some recommendations from our county OES staff, I believe, about how we can increase preparedness. And I would just ask if our county OES team has anything more to add, to be sure to continue letting us know as a board what we can do to best support the work. I think we've made some significant investments in our Office of emergency services and in communication, which are the two sort of spaces that we're talking about here. So if keep us posted about what we need to do so that we can make sure that our community has the information that they need and that we have the capacity to plan in advance and then respond as needed as we continue learning how to have energy storage in Monterey County. So,
Yes, Madam Chair, when it's appropriate, I'd like to summarize next steps that we're recommending that you take whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Why don't you, you're there, why don't you go ahead and go
Okay.
forward?
Well, it's embedded in the staff report, but just to make it really clear, and we'd appreciate the board's direction on this, we want to be working with Senator Laird's office on SB 38 to flesh out that bill and see how we can play a role in that, how the bill is structured and get the board's involvement in that as well as the legislative committee. We would like the board's support to prepare a community response plan, and that would be really multi-agency and cover a lot of the bases that we've talked about today. And then also to hold the community meeting in January, date to be determined, but we'll certainly get the word out on that. So those would be our 3 next steps that we would appreciate the board's direction on. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do think it's important. That's why I wanted to have this presentation, but I think it's important that the public gets to hear. And I mentioned to Brad today, I think they ought to have people available to go and see what the situation is there and the protections that are in place. But I think it's important for the public to hear what we heard today. And so that outreach that you're going to have next month, I think would be helpful.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. I know I haven't had the opportunity to come out and take a look at Vistra, and I'm looking forward to doing that at the beginning of the next year. So thank you.
Me too. Thank you.
Good. Great. Okay. So I need to go out to the public for public comment on this portion of the presentation. And I think Ms. Beatty has her hand up.
Chair Adams, I think we already did public comment on this item, but I could be
I
mistaken.
thought that we were taking the 2 items separately, and this would be the appropriate time for anyone who wishes to comment on the Vistra side could speak. There's only 1 hand raised. The number ends in 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. So there have been 2 incidents within a short time of activation. Last year, a source told me that the Vistra overheating thermal runway fire that started in September was ongoing as recent at least until mid-November with no end in sight, and everyone was waiting because lithium fires can't be doused. But this wasn't any information that I could find in the media or from official sources. So it appears that there's been a cover-up about the fires. No one called these fires, and now after the 3rd fire, these have now been called fires. So this lack of transparency, I know I reached out to North County Fire, and I reached out to, and I heard that Vistra could answer my questions. I'm not interested in, with all the bad experience we've had with our utility companies, with the utility companies saying they're there, everything's fine, and calling these events when they were fires and very, very serious fires. The California reference levels, it doesn't mean that anything that people are exposed to is safe. These are just reference levels. The county, I'll say again, the county didn't do its due diligence on these projects. There's a lack of common sense and research, and this is a monumental project. Both of these are. And we're seeing in the public a constant exit of county staff. And that indicates to me that they can't stomach this approach either on projects in general. There's a community response plan now, and it doesn't take much research to see how dangerous these facilities are. The rush to do something green and not looking behind the curtain at what the implications are is a very dangerous approach. And so we see the results to this. Will there be another event? Is modeling sufficient? Well, there's already been 2 events at this facility. So what are the odds that in another year there will be more? This is very disheartening for the public to hear yet again mistake by the county.
Thank you, Nina. I appreciate your comments. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure who was just speaking.
Brad Watson, Senior Director of Community Affairs for Vistra.
Okay,
I just want to correct for the record, since we're in a public forum, both Vistra events, there was no fire. There was no fire, and we have been very diligent in all of our communications about that. It's been backed up by the investigations that have done it. The information in the plume modeling today that we related to you was by the California reference exposure level. That's the California standard for exposure to human beings for hydrogen fluoride, which is a toxic irritant, but it is also 10 times more stringent than the OSHA standard on the federal level, to give you this idea of how strong it is. I just want to put that out and make sure that all of the record is filled with facts. Thanks.
thank you, Mr. Watson, for that comment. Okay, with that, I am going to close public comment and see if there's any other further comment from the board. I see no hands, so we're going to close the item with a great deal of thanks to PG&A and Vesta for bringing this to our attention today. And as I said, I look forward to a tour in the first of the year. Okay, thank you.
Madam
for
Chair,
that.
excuse me, if I might, can we get direction on those items that we talked about earlier? Is there board direction on those?
I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
Thank you. I will second that. If we
I'd be
please
happy to
have-
second that.
I think it's okay. Well, I'll let you do it then. All right. So if we could please have a roll call vote.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Root Askew
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. All right. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to close the item and open our next item, which is the Rio Vista Group presentation. And this is a public hearing to consider an appeal from Rio Vista Group over the Planning Commission's denial of a combined development permit, the construction of a project in Pajaro. And with that, I will turn it over. It's difficult for me to see who's there, but my expectation is that it's either Craig Spencer or Fiona Jensen. If you could please identify yourselves and we'll get this rolling.
Go ahead.
Before I get into my presentation, I believe.
Yeah, I must say, this is the first time in the 8 years I've been on the board that I've stepped in and recused myself, but I feel I have to do it in this instance. As some of you know, my chief of staff, who was my chief of staff, Josh Stratton, is involved in this project. And he didn't come to me before he got involved in the project. If he had, I would have told him if he was going to proceed with that, he would have to step down. He came after it was presented. I checked with county council and they instructed us to isolate him from any dealings with this. But in at least one instance, he did not isolate himself from that. And it caused some stress between him and I and strained our relation. And I felt him being involved in this, and especially when another competing project was developed, and that person was accusing our office of favoring one project over the other. And frankly, I don't think it's right for the appearance anyway of people who are opposing this to have a supervisor sitting on it who gives the appearance of possible conflict of interest. And I think it's important. If I were sitting there opposing this project and I knew the supervisor's chief of staff or former chief of staff had a monetary interest in this, I wouldn't feel very comfortable about it. And I think his conduct in doing this is kind of frankly tarnished the reputation of my office a little bit. And I think it's important that decisions are made in a fair and an unbiased and objective way, but they also have to appear that way, that they're fair and objective. And so because of that, I will recuse myself and take no further action in this matter. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips, your comments are appreciated and valued, and I know were very difficult for you. With that, let's go ahead and begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development Department, presenting today the Rio Vista Group LLC project for your consideration. This project is located at the northern end of Monterey County in the community of Pajaro at the end of Susan Street in the North Monterey County area, plan area. It has a split zoning. At the northern edge of the property is resource conservation nearest the Pajaro River levee. At the southern edge of the property near its access from Susan Street is a strip of high density residential zoning. And the majority of the site in between is farmland, 40-acre minimum zonings. This project comes to you on an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny the application on September 28th. The Planning Commission voted with one dissent vote to deny the project. And the applicant, Rio Vista Group LLC, has appealed that decision to the Board of Supervisors. The project is considered by the Planning Commission at multiple Planning Commission hearings, included 4 buildings that would have provided 60 units, each capable of supporting up to 8 agricultural employees for a total maximum theoretical occupancy of 480 employees plus 1 manager unit. It also included a variance to increase the building site coverage. In the farmland zoning district, building site coverage maximum is 5%. The proposal was 27%, so the variance was required to exceed the lot coverage for the site. With the appeal of the Planning Commission decision, the applicant has proposed a reduced or revised site plan that includes 3 buildings with 45 units capable of supporting up to 360 employees plus 1 manager. So there's a reduction in the number of units and buildings on the property. That also corresponds to a reduction in the request for the variance from 27% to 20%. This presentation staff has today will focus on the reduced project, as that is the project we're recommending the board take action on today. Backing up a little bit, this project from a land use perspective is represents needed agricultural employee housing within Monterey County. It's also within the boundaries of the Pajaro Community Plan area, which according to our 2010 general plan is a priority growth area within Monterey County. It's on your screen here in the dotted pink line is the community plan boundaries, and in yellow is the project site. It is not without, this property is not without its constraints, and many of those constraints have been discussed and raised at the hearings and in the analysis leading to today's appeal on the before the board. A lot of this is opposition from the neighbors, and most of it is addressed in the initial study, mitigated negative declaration that had accompanied your report. Those for today's purposes primarily focus on the agricultural buffer, the buffer from the active agricultural lands to the east, the possibility of flood and some drainage concerns, traffic and emergency response, liquefaction hazards, lack of water and groundwater supplies, and the environmental review that's been conducted. As I mentioned, the project has been revised since the Planning Commission's review of this project. The reconfiguration of the buildings and the reduction in one building allowed the applicant to comply with a 200-foot buffer from active agricultural lands to the east of the property, or bottom of the screen here. As it was proposed prior, it had a 100-foot buffer for the 4-unit project. The Agricultural Advisory Committee had reviewed that project and recommended support for the 100-foot buffer with some vegetative screening. But during review at the Planning Commission hearing, our agricultural commissioner had suggested that a larger buffer would be more appropriate. And so this revision has been proposed in response to some of those concerns that were raised at the September 28th Planning Commission hearing. Drainage and flooding was another major issue. This site is subject to flooding and has flooded in the past in the event that the Pajaro River levee overtops in a storm event. To address this, initially the applicant had proposed the buildings, the finished floor elevations, the first floor of the buildings be raised 1 foot above the flood insurance rate maps flood elevations as published by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA. So they had proposed to raise the site 1 foot above that flooding elevation. During one of the Planning Commission reviews of this project, Dr. Mark Strudley from the Pajaro Valley Flood Management Agency provided testimony that suggested the actual flood depths in the event of an overtopping would be about 2 feet higher than what is published by FEMA. So in response, the applicant revised the project to elevate the site above the newly modeled data, which is now more than 2 feet above what would have been required under the FEMA elevations and what is required in county code. With that elevation, these sites would be above the potential flooding elevations in the event of a flood, and there are plans in place to repair the Pajaro River levee to provide 100-year flood protection for the entire community, but that is a future project that is not in place at this time. In addition, and in response to some concerns around drainage, the applicants hired a civil engineer to do an analysis of the drainage conditions on and around the site. The civil engineer has designed the drainage system at the site so that water runoff will be contained on site, so that essentially the same amount of water that's leaving the site now will be the amount of water that leaves the site after it's developed. That amount of water that leaves the site is directed to the county storm detention pond, which is connected to a pump station that brings storm water up and over the Pajaro River levee. The 3 suggestions of the civil engineer to help improve drainage within the area included stubbing a storm drain pipe to the west side of the property, the Nicola side, in order to help aid in connection to the larger storm drain systems in the area in the future. The deepening of the county's retention pond, which is shown in the circle here, project number 2, in order to help provide additional amounts of storage and storm events and to help the system function better. And a third recommendation that a weir, or sort of a backflow prevention device, be incorporated in the storm drain facilities along San Juan Grade Road, so that the stormwater running along San Juan Grade Road doesn't back up into the Susan Street storm pipes. The applicant is proposing to implement both 1 and 2. They would put in the storm drain piping up to their property line to allow the future connection, as well as bring out equipment to help deepen and grade the stormwater detention pond on the county's facility. That would also provide them with some additional soils that would be needed for the fill material to prepare the site, with raising the finished floor elevations, as well as some of the liquefaction mitigations that I'll talk about. The third project is not proposed by the applicant. It's a county storm drain facility. The County Public Works is aware of this request or idea that it might improve drainage in the area. So that would be something that would be done by county staff as part of a capital improvement project in the future. One of the main issues brought up by the community has been traffic, and it's been in several parts. The primary issue has started with the width of Susan Street. Susan Street's a narrow road. It's a public county road with parking on both sides of the street that is frequently used. That results in a small, narrow kind of pathway, both directions for vehicles to get towards the end of Susan Street from San Juan Grade Road and vice versa. That creates some potential conflicts, particularly with larger vehicles, where it would be difficult for large vehicles to pass one another going opposite directions. That has not been objected to or refuted as part of staff's analysis, but in focusing on the road standards and the traffic conditions along Susan Street. The county has adopted standards for what is known as tertiary streets. This meets the definition of a county tertiary street. And the minimum width of a tertiary street is, I believe, 34 feet, and Susan Street is 34 feet. It also has a suggested maximum carrying capacity of up to 1,000 trips or 1,000 units. And right now, Susan Street, the trip generation numbers conducted by the applicant's traffic engineer indicate there's about 400 trips. 180 of them are assigned to the auto body shop at the corner of San Juan Road and Susan Street, and the remaining 220 were assigned to the residential uses further down Susan Street. This particular project was analyzed in two ways in terms of trip generation numbers. The first being standard apartments. That's not what's proposed, but it was in the initial study and as a worst case scenario. If it were used occupied year round as standard multifamily apartment housing, this project would increase trips on that road by about 341 traffic trips per day. That would be a total of 741 trips, which is under the 1,000 trips anticipated on a tertiary street according to the county standards. But this is actually an agricultural employee housing project, which is not anticipated to be occupied year round. And it's much more likely that the individuals living in the employee housing would not have their own vehicles and would use the transportation services provided by the agricultural employees who help house them there. So the estimated trips based on a number of studies on other agricultural employee housing projects done in Monterey County is about an addition of about 131 trips to Susan Street, which would be 531 total when added to the 400 that are already there. That again is within the tertiary street standards, and many of those trips would be outside the peak traffic hours, as the agricultural employees would likely leave early in the morning before the AM peak hours and arrive earlier in the afternoon. Liquefaction, this site is mapped as having a high hazard potential for liquefaction. Liquefaction is the sort of liquefying of soils during an earthquake. When the loose soils shake, they take on a liquid like consistency, and that can result in building settlements and things of that sort. This was addressed in the initial study and by the applicant's geotechnical engineer. The geotechnical engineer recommends excavating 5 feet down on the site and recompacting with soil that foundation area, as well as raising the site up that 4 feet above the flood elevation, and providing certain foundation designs for the resistance to the liquefaction hazards. The geotechnical engineer found that as long as the geotechnical recommendations are followed, that the site is suitable for the proposed use and the liquefaction hazard can be mitigated. That was carried forward in a mitigation that's part of your initial study and mitigated a negative declaration. Another item that's been discussed is water. This particular area is in the Pajaro Valley groundwater basin, which according to the state is in critically overdrafted groundwater basin. Staff, as reflected in the initial study, reviewed the basin management plan prepared by the Pajaro Valley Groundwater Management Agency, which identifies a number of projects to help bring the basin into compliance. Those projects are not all in place yet. The basin's still in an overdraft condition. The applicants were required to provide information to support a baseline water use for the existing row crop agricultural production that's happening there. According to the farmer at the site, there were a certain number of crops, 3 crop rotation per year. Each of those crops was assigned a certain value of irrigation need that is within the range of other types, similar types of agricultural operations, and multiplied across the 3.41 acres. 17.9 acre feet per year was the baseline water analysis used for the existing irrigation operations. The proposed multifamily apartment building, again, if occupied year round without mitigation, at I believe it was 45 units now, would have a water demand of up to 20.2 acre feet, which is above the existing baseline use for the agricultural operations. But again, this is an agricultural employee housing project that is not expected to be occupied year round. And the worst case scenario for the agricultural employee operations was 14.2 acre feet, and that's well below the existing baseline water use. In addition, the wastewater generated by the project is treated at the Watsonville sewage treatment plant, which is recycled to help provide irrigation for agricultural operations. That was not reflected in any of the water numbers or given any credits, but that does help to alleviate some pumping from the groundwater basin when it provides irrigation for agriculture in the area. A mitigation measure was applied in the initial study that requires monitoring, metering, and reporting to ensure that the actual water use at the agricultural employee site does not exceed 17.9 acre feet per year. I've mentioned the initial study and environmental review several times. It's been revised. It was circulated for public comment. We did get several comments, reviewed those comments, and have responded to them. We made revisions in response to the comments to both the project and the initial study. Again, with the flooding elevation information raised at the hearing, some revisions to the project were made, and corresponding revisions to the initial study were made as well. The most recent being the reduction in the project size. So the initial study in front of you has strikeout and underlines that reflect the changes that are proposed to the project in response to some of the additional information and the revisions to the projects that have been made over the course of review. CEQA does allow changes to the project in response to comments that don't involve new significant effects to be made, and those have been done by the applicant and reflected in revisions to the initial study that are recommended for adoption today. So there's probably more to it, but with that, staff is recommending that the board grant in part the appeal of the applicant of the Planning Commission's denial, adopt a mitigated negative declaration, and approve the permit for the agricultural employee housing project, including the variance, and that being the reduced project or revised project alternative that complies with the 200-foot buffer, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Craig. So let me look at my board members and see if anyone has any questions or comments before we go to the public. I will start with district number 1.
No questions. I have comments after public comments.
Thank you. District number 3.
No, none at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. District number 4.
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. And I as well will wait until we get public comment. And so with no further ado, let's go to public comment. And we'll start in chambers. I see I have 3 people's hands raised, 5 on the phone, but let's go to public participation in the chambers. Is there anyone?
Madam Chair.
Sorry, Chair, it would be appropriate to allow the appellant to give a presentation first at this time, and then determine if there's any organized opposition. Your charge under the county code is to try to balance the time between organized presentations and being mindful of giving the appropriate amount of time to individual speakers. So I would recommend that you let the appellant make a presentation, give them a reasonable time limit, and then see if there's any organized opposition that you could give an appropriate time limit to as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. County Counsel. I don't know how I would exist without your help. So we will go to the appellant. I don't know who will be making the presentation.
Chair,
Hi
you want
there,
to, you
Chair
want
Adams, this is Catherine Avalon.
inquire about an appropriate time limit, how much time
Yes.
they need, and then set that time limit.
If you had the maximum amount of time that you wanted, what amount of time would that be? That was almost a trick question. I'll let you have 7 minutes to do your presentation. Can you?
Oh, I didn't answer quick enough. I'd prepared for 10. That's what we had discussed before, if that's all right, but otherwise I'll do my best to stick to 7.
And you had discussed 10 before with
Staff.
staff is giving you that indication, then I'd better honor that. Okay, 10 minutes you have.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Chair Adams. My name's Catherine. I'll be presenting on behalf of the applicant group. Just before we get started, they've asked me to point out that former Chief of Staff for Supervisor Phillips, Josh Stratton, is no longer involved in the ownership group for this project. So I just like to put that on record before we get started. So with that, I'll get moving. Thank you all for taking the time this afternoon. Really appreciate it. And we'll jump to the next slide, please. So my goal today is to just reinforce some of the things that staff have already presented here, review the proposed project, introduce its operator, who's here. Ronnie is here if you'd like to speak, and then really lean into the fact that we've proven this project with studies and fact and experts. So I understand that sometimes new things can be scary and change is scary, but in this case, we're leaning heavily on experts to help us through with this project and reach a safe conclusion. And our goal at the end of this meeting is to reach a vote on the project. So next slide, please. As you are all well aware, we really need more housing in this community. So this will assist with that. Next slide, if you would. I'm going to fly through these first slides because I think you all have a good idea of what's going on in our community with housing. We've successfully put together 4 projects that are very, very similar to the one proposed here today. Those account for around 3,000 beds worth of housing, 3,000 folks housed in our community, spread over, if I did the math right earlier, I think over 300 units, close to 400 units. So this would additionally add 45 units or housing for 360 individuals in the community. Next slide, please. Thank you. Here's an example. This one is Spreckles Crossing photographed, and then on the lower right side, you'll see renderings for this proposed project. So very similar. You're all familiar with this format. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this is an example of the interiors. This one is a Greenfield apartment complex. Next slide. So this is a project that's locally owned and operated, will be operated by Premium Packing. Ronnie is here today. He's the lead for the operator. If anyone has any questions regarding operations, I'll be tossing to him to help us through those. So I'd like to point out that Premium Packing focuses their operations largely in the North County area, Castroville, North Salinas, and they have some smaller selection of organic farms more in the South County Hollister region. And I'd also like to point out the project's entirely privately funded. So this is really a representation of our agricultural community stepping up to do what's right, both by the worker, their workforce, as well as the general community. Next slide, please. So we've had a really great amount of community participation in this project so far. We had 2 open houses, which were held at the site, where bilingual information was provided on some poster boards. We had the opportunity for folks to write down comments on large sticky boards, any feedback they had for us. And we also had the ownership available for questions and translation services available for those who might need it. We've had 5 public hearings to date. This one will be our 6th, and those planning commission notices were published in English and Spanish. Next, please. So as Craig mentioned, this project is coming to you in a revised form. You can see the current proposal at the top of the screen and the original at the bottom. We're now looking at a 45-unit project in lieu of a 60-unit project. Next slide. And I like to highlight the public feedback that really shaped this project to date. So we've heard from the public as well as the agricultural commissioner in the most recent planning commission hearing that a larger agricultural buffer would be beneficial. So that the agricultural commissioner had indicated he'd like to see 150 feet, but we went ahead and really took the next step and pushed that to 200 feet to ensure maximum compatibility with the adjacent parcels. That resulted in a reduction of the unit count and in turn, less traffic and less resource use all around. We were able to retain the loop site circulation so that a bus or any other large vehicle, whether that be an emergency vehicle or a trash truck, can circulate freely so as to not impede Susan Street. And despite our best efforts, we have not been able to gain access through any of the adjacent parcels for secondary access, though we're doing our part now in case that changes in the future. If the land ownership changes their minds or changes hands, we are prepared at the top end of the site, top on this orientation on the screen, to allow access through to the adjacent parcel. Next slide, please. So we've heard why Susan Street a lot, and the answer is it's really hard to find somewhere else or over there or any of those things. This one is situated in the Pajaro Community Plan area. It has the proper zoning, and it's ideal to put housing next to existing housing. So we've proven, and I'll show on the next slides, that this is a safe place for folks to be. So why Susan Street? Because it's a good location. That's why. Next slide, please. So this is just one of my favorite images, visualizes buses versus cars. I won't belabor the point, but we use buses, which really helps the operations. Next slide, please. As Craig dived into earlier, this street is currently under capacity, currently about 40% capacity. With the proposed project, we'd be looking at something more like 53% capacity of this street. Next slide, please. It's also properly sized. We acknowledge that cars would need to yield to each other if they were both passing at the same time, but that's by design, I'm told, by the traffic engineers. You don't want people flying down at high rates of speed on small streets. So it's actually a traffic calming measure that they yield to each other as they pass, and there is sufficient room to do so. Next slide, please. Great. Emergency egress has been cleared with the fire department, and we've designed the site so that the hose pull lengths for the fire trucks are of appropriate distance. Next slide, please. The water use is also verified. Craig dove into that, so I won't belabor this point, but we've also compared against our existing agriculture sites to confirm the projected use will meet the mitigation measure as proposed. Next slide. Again, a can and will serve letter has been given by the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Services District for water use on this site. Next. So some good stuff for the neighborhood coming out of this project. We have some neighborhood pedestrian improvements. There's currently a lack of continuous sidewalks. So this project is proposing that we add those missing pieces to get a continuous pathway from the project site to the corner of the intersection. Next slide. We're also improving the stormwater system. We're adding some drain inlets near the entrance of our site. You can see indicated by the red directional arrows on the screen, the street actually splits its slope towards the end of the street, and the water flows back towards our site. So that would give a pooling condition right now, and we're proposing we mitigate that with new inlets. Next slide. Craig already talked about these projects in depth, so I won't belabor it, but we'll be adding potential pipeline towards the parcel to the left on this slide, as well as improving the county pond area. So that will give an increase of 4 acre-feet of capacity to that pond, as well as improve the pump performance. Currently, it cycles on frequently due to the shallow depth of that pond. And with the increase, those run times will not be as frequent. So better life for those pumps. Next slide. This is a summary of those benefits. So like I said, 4 really good benefits coming out of this project that would not otherwise be had for the neighborhood. Next slide. The geotechnical engineer has studied this site, taken samples, and determined a proper treatment to ensure that this site is safe from liquefaction and lateral spread, essentially removing that loose condition that when vibrated would cause a hazard. She's recommending that the soils be excavated, recompacted, and then fabric layers and different treatments be done. And there's a small sketch at the bottom there of an example of those different layers before you actually get to that building pad level. So there's extensive preparation going on for safety purposes. Next slide. And lastly, protects against flooding. So we got some surprise data at one of the Planning Commission hearings that the flood potential might be higher than expected. So we went ahead and incorporated that, even though it was not required, just to ensure that we were being maximum on our safety protocols. So there's a section of how this might look provided here. You can see that from the outer edges of the site, there are sloping areas through the parking lots until you raise the buildings up so that they're out of the way of potential flood hazard. And if you remember that county pond excavation that was mentioned earlier, that's where we're getting a good part of this soil to do that building improvement. So this cuts the amount of trips, I think, by 40%, was indicated in the staff report in terms of import potential by outside trucks. Next slide. So again, really just want to reiterate that we've taken great care to incorporate community feedback in terms of pedestrian safety, in terms of that agricultural buffer. We've done our absolute best for site access and traffic, really doing our part with the busing system to lower any traffic potential to the best of our ability. And we've taken very seriously feedback provided by folks in the public and experts from the Santa Cruz County side regarding flooding potential, as well as prepared for liquefaction and lateral spread. So last slide. Thank you. So I'll just zoom out and remind myself and I think all of us why we're here, right? This is a good thing for the community. So for the immediate Susan Street neighborhood, they're getting those storm drain improvements, they're getting sidewalk improvements, they're getting better access for those large vehicles. There will now be a loop for emergency trucks and trash trucks to loop around and not impede Susan Street. Pajaro community is getting the community pond related improvements completed, and project ownership is also willing to work offline to determine how to participate in supporting the existing community park. I understand that's actually an item up for discussion on a later agenda item. So ownership is interested in participating in that project. And then really backing out to Monterey County, these are workers in our community. They're here and we have a great opportunity to house them responsibly in really dignified conditions, consolidate operations to reduce traffic, and free up space for others in the community. I have the coolest job ever, and I get to talk to folks all the time about what they do in the community and what I do. And I talked to a woman last week who was in rapid rehousing, and she said, it really helps when you build these projects because it gets H2A away from the motels and hotels, where she can then use those units for her rapid rehousing project. So I thought that was really strong point to make, that this project will have trickle down effects that are very positive for the rest of the community. So with that, I'll leave it there. Hopefully I did okay on time.
I think you did very well. Thank you so much for your presentation.
No problem.
And before I go out to individual presenters, individual speakers, I want to know if there's any organized groups that wish to speak today on this project. I need to have those groups identify themselves so I can determine timing again.
Yes, Madam Chairman, there is. My name is Alexander Henson. I represent Pajaro Community Matters. There is an organized group here that wishes to make a presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for coming forward. Is there any other organized group?
I don't see any other people coming forward, Chair.
Thank you, County Council. Ms. Transon, you want to come back up then? And we'll give you 10 minutes for your comments.
Yeah, I won't take the full 10 minutes. There are others who need to speak in my time, but I want to start by saying it was in 1980 that I first appeared before this board to challenge the approval of the Carmel Valley Master Plan based upon a negative declaration. In the 42 years since then, I've had some bumps along the way with Monterey County planning decisions. But I have to say that this recent way that this project has been handled is every bit as cockamamie and illegal as any I've ever seen. When how it was that this project could have the audacity to say, we don't have to comply with the zoning ordinances. We don't have to have a 200-foot buffer as required by the zoning ordinance. 200 feet, it says. No, we don't have to comply with that, they said, because we've amended the general plan. Where does it say that the amendment of the general plan nullifies any zoning ever? It might make it inconsistent. And the thing you do is you rezone. You don't just ignore the zoning ordinance, ever. The idea that this project was consistent with the zoning when it didn't have the 200-foot buffer required by the code, that's ludicrous. And now I wondered, how could they appeal that? Well, they didn't. They proposed a new project. And I have to say, I was flabbergasted to hear the staff as the advocate for this new project. I sort of expected the staff, their job would be to support the Planning Commission decision and explain why it was right. But no, why did you have to have the advocate make a presentation after that staff report? And I got a question about this project and the way it's been treated. Besides that glaring error, the question of these new mitigations. Now, when you have a mitigated negative declaration, you need to have those mitigations reviewed by everyone as part of the project review. These mitigations of moving it, the new 3 buildings, the 200-foot line, who's reviewed that? Has the Ag Commissioner reviewed it? Has it been sent to the State Clearinghouse for review? No. Another thing that's really unique about this project, unprecedented, was in the notice given to the people, the adjoining property owners. They were notified of the appeal of the denial, and they were also notified that another project was going to be proposed. I have never, ever, I would like to know when that process was previously used by the county, because I have never seen it before, ever. Unprecedented, the way that this project has been treated. So Judge Phillips was absolutely right. Talk about giving the wrong impression. And on that regard, what about the time to notice to review this new project? On October 31st, they sent out the appeal of the denial. That letter did not mention anything about a new project or an alternative project. The November 11, according to the staff report, they got this new proposed project. And then by December 1st, notice of this new project is going to be considered at this hearing is sent out. 13 days ago was when the public was first informed there was a new project. I call this the stealth project. Was there really an intention for a bait and switch here? Or what happened? Did the developer finally see that the zoning code did apply and that they could not go forward without complying with the zoning code? Is that actually what happened? I can only presume so. With regard to the mitigated negative declaration for this project, where is it? There isn't any. This project with 3 buildings, a 200-foot barrier for a protection barrier, there's no mitigated negative declaration for that project. I would like to know in that regard, who has reviewed this project? Has Public Works reviewed this project? Has the Ag Commissioner reviewed this project? I noticed that the 200-foot barrier that they're so proud that they're now in compliance with is right at the doorway of these buildings. I would like to know how the Ag Commission and other people feel about how appropriate that is. Sure, it complies with the zoning code, but in that kind of proximity, there's not a room to have the door open outward, because the doorway will then be in the buffer area. It's that close. There are a number of issues with the negative declaration besides those that I've identified. I'm learning, for example, that when you raise the height of the foundation that these are going to set on, you're going to deflect more floodwaters. Has anybody considered that? Where are those floodwaters going except for down Susan Street? As Supervisor Phillips said, that his assistant's participation in this project has tarnished it. It's definitely colored the question of whether there has been a fair and objective analysis. But frankly, the actions of your staff and the presentation of this project, they are what have tarnished this. If this project went through the normal review process, or they'd done an EIR, then they might be able to consider this as an alternative because it had already been studied. In Farini Ranch, the subdivision along Highway 68, that is what happened in that instance. The alternative project was approved, but it had been studied in the EIR. Here, you've got a negative declaration for a different project, and the assumption seems to be, well, because this is in less intensive use of the land, therefore we can use this other environmental analysis. That's not the case. You've changed the location of the buildings. You've modified everything about it. Certainly, certain of the impacts have been reduced, such as traffic. There's fewer people, but you can't say for certain about liquefaction because this location of the building hasn't been examined by anybody. I mean, has it? How do you know? With that, I think well, and then I wanted to point out, you know, in terms of the negative declaration, there's a dispute on the facts about the water consumption. The owner of the property has suggested that the water consumption that is being proposed is more than what was previously used on site. Now, you can dismiss that, but that's what's in the evidence. And when there's a conflict in the evidence on an environmental impact, the prudent thing, the legally required thing, is to analyze it and see which is the right conclusion. That has not been done in this instance on any of the instances or issues that have been presented. And I guess the last thing that I want to be sure that emphasize to you, other than your staff, and you all, who has reviewed this project? Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Mr. Hanson. And now we will,
Excuse me, Chairman Adams.
yes,
This is Judy Pennycook.
yes.
I don't know how much time was left on Mr. Henson's, but I would like to step in if I could take the rest of.
Chair, this is the clerk. He has no time left.
And Ms. Pennycook, can you tell me, are you speaking just for yourself or are you speaking for some additional people?
Well, if I could, for just a moment, I'll tell you how I got involved with this. And I think it's very pertinent, given that we have no one sitting in our elected seat. In the 3 decades ago, when I was sitting up there with all of you for a decade, we had representation. We
Madam
have no
Chair,
representation.
you have to-
Excuse me, if I could conclude.
We have to be fair to both sides, and I would ask county council if that's this is a de novo hearing, and we have to be giving people equal time, but the public does have time to speak during public comments.
I'm an independent citizen, but I am the closest thing that it comes to having representation that sits there. I've been elected for 40 years almost in North Monterey County.
Chair, I do have to
Ms.
interrupt.
Pennycook.
Ms. Pennycook can speak in the time allotted that you're going to give individual speakers. She did not raise her hand as part of an organized presentation. And if
I did
there had
raise
been
my hand
another
because-
organized presentation, then the time allotted would have been adjusted accordingly to be fair to both sides. But individual speakers can speak for the time allotted that you decide to give individual speakers.
Well, if I could, my concluding question to the chair, and the chair does have discretion, is that given that we are absent representation, given that your planning staff is basically acting as the applicant's surrogate, I believe that we are entitled to have more time to express the concerns of the community. When you have your planning commission voting unanimously, with the exception of the one person that's there that actually works
Ms.
for the
Pennycook.
attorneys.
I'm so sorry to have to interrupt you. And more than anything, I want to show you the respect that all of your years of service to Monterey County merit without question. I'm afraid that I have to view you, however, as a member of the public, as a speaker. When we were asking if there were any other organizations that were being represented, any organized groups, you had the opportunity at that point.
I did raise my hand.
I'm so sorry that no one on the day has pointed that out to me. So
Oh,
here's what I'll do. You said you are representing a certain number of people.
Well, I was called and asked by the community, since they had no representation, if I could speak to some of these issues. That's what I'm trying to do. I've not
Well-
darkened these doorsteps in the 3 decades. I've left it to our
It's-
representative.
It's okay.
we have
You don't
no one
need to go on further. Thank you. But what I will do, I'm going to be giving all of the other speakers just about a minute and a half because we have so many. But I'm going to give you 4 minutes if you are speaking on behalf of a number of other people. And it sounds as if you are. So what I would like to do is go ahead and have you be our first speaker. And I'm going to ask for the timekeeper to start as you speaking for representing certain number of people to speak on behalf of those people and yourself. So I'll let you have 4 minutes
Thank
and
you,
the
Madam Chair.
clock will begin now.
Chair, can I just I have the
Yes.
timer up here so it's right here on my computer. That's the only way I can do it. Are you not sharing a PowerPoint? Because I can put it up.
No, I'm not.
Okay, I can put it up on the screen.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board. My name is Judy Pennycook, and for more than 3 decades, 3 decades ago, I sat in those chairs, rendering decisions on countless land use applications. I'm here to testify today that this project must be either denied or it must be required to undergo a full environmental impact report. You, the Board of Supervisors, are being placed in an untenable position since the area of this application has no representation with respect to this project due to the recusal of our 2nd District Supervisor. When I was on the board, members of the other districts would look to me to clarify and explain aspects that were pivotal to projects before us that emanated from my district. And likewise, I would look to the supervisor whose district was being discussed because they had keen insight into issues which might impact other proposals. It is imperative that with a newly elected member of the board being sworn in on January 3rd, this board either concur with the nearly unanimous conclusion of the Planning Commission that this project be denied outright, or require that a full environmental impact report be completed prior to your consideration of this present application, which is new and no one has had time to digest. I would also like to note for the record that the sole vote in support of the Avila project was by a commissioner who is in the employ of the law firm that has written letters to you now. Clearly, this project has been mired by a plethora of conflicts of interest. And with my remaining time, I'd like to touch briefly, and I hope that it's been introduced into the record. I was dismayed to see that there was almost none of the public letters a part of the record. I know we've tried to correct that. But my letter to the Planning Commission dated February 9th, and make sure that that correspondence and all of the many Pajaro residents who gave communications be a part of this record. I'd like to talk briefly about the flood area, if you have that letter in front of you. When I was supervisor from the area in 1995, when the Pajaro River and its levees were overwhelmed by flooding that caused nearly $100 million in damages in addition to claiming 2 lives, I'll never forget my ride in the military helicopter at the time to assess the devastation. As I leaned on the helicopter door to observe, it suddenly popped open, and it was only my colleague, Simone Salinas, grabbing my arm that saved me from falling. I'm sure some here might wish that he hadn't been so quick. But as scared as I was, I remembered thinking at the time that my fear and anxiety paled in comparison to the thousands of families who were displaced by flooding in my district. I cannot forget looking at neighborhoods and farms as if they were an ocean with only small islands of rooftops showing. And while this episode is indelibly etched in my memory, it should not be forgotten by everyone when assessing this current project. And I know Supervisor Alejo will be well familiar with the meetings that transpired after that. We've had meetings with the Watsonville City Council. We had meetings trying to get the Pajaro River levee up to speed. But unfortunately, I'm here to tell you, when it floods, and it will flood, it's going to come on our Monterey side, because the Santa Cruz County side, the Watsonville area, has been much more judicious and much more out in front of the curve. So when you talk about this project building up their 300 or however many feet, so they'll be protected, the water's going to flood down Susan Lane and flood all those folks. Thank you for your consideration, Chair Adams and members of the board.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pennycook. And now, are there other speakers in the chambers who wish to speak? And I will be giving 1 minute and 30 seconds for each speaker. If you can please sort of queue up, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams and board. My name is Steve Snodgrass. I've been a North County resident for about 30 years. It's worth stating that we support H2A housing, and this is a good project. It's just in the wrong location. It's regrettable that Supervisor Phillips isn't here, because I ran for Supervisor District 2, and the thing I heard from my other candidates and myself was that we are the redheaded stepchild of the county. And here we are with 4 representatives that do not represent North County. Susan Street, according to the staff's report, is a narrow 2-lane road. Cars are usually parked on both sides of the street, making 2-way traffic difficult. That's a direct quote from the staff report. At the Planning Commission, one of the planning commissioners stated that he reviewed the site and how difficult it was for him to take his pickup truck down that road. Proper environmental review has not occurred, and you're going to put these new residents in an undue safety situation. The staff report discussed the fact that water could overtop the levee. It did not discuss what happens if the levee fails. The levee is due to be replaced in the next 10 years, and that's not overtopping, that's to replace the levee. And lastly, I would say that the Planning Commission rejected this 7-1. The Land Use Advisory Committee rejected this project unanimously, and the community rejects it. And so it is not a community-related project. It is a project that should be somewhere else. And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snodgrass.
I am Karen Miller. You've already met me. I just want to say, again, I do not have a supervisor here to talk to for us or to protect us or who we've even been able to talk to. There is nobody here that is from North Monterey County, except for some of us people here in this room. And this is wrong. This is very, very wrong. We should have a supervisor to hear our pleas. I didn't feel that I could even talk to John during this time because I didn't have a supervisor. I do not have a supervisor here today, and this is wrong. I want to tell you a little bit of history. I go back to the olden days, okay? The pond was on our farmland, all right? The county came to us after the flood and begged us. Some of you may remember Diane Young, who passed away several years ago. She got on bended knee with many members of the community, including our supervisor and many members of Monterey County staff, and begged us to give up our land so that we could have a retention pond. It was to protect the existing Pajaro, not for a high density project that is being proposed here today. That's what the truth is. We were told that this pond would never harm our farm. We were also told that any dirt that was ever taken out of that pond would come to us, because as you may not know, all farmers want dirt. So we were made promises too. A good deed never goes unpunished, but we're being punished. This is a wrong project for the community. It is not about farm labor housing. It's about harming an existing small community that can't take on another 600 or 700 people. It's wrong. And I think you have to reconsider how you vote on this today, because
Thank you
wrong. Thank you.
again. Thank you very much for coming in today.
Oh, yeah. And the water use is only 2.83 per acre, 2.83 per acres, 2.83 acre feet.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi, so my name is Christine Shaw, and I'm a lifelong resident of Pajaro, and I'm here to speak about traffic, and that I've yet to see any of the issues within the traffic report addressed or errors corrected. While Susan Street does meet the width for a tertiary street according to Monterey County's 1977 street standards, the usable width is far below what an acceptable and safe width would be. According to NACTO, the National Association of City Transportation Officials, a minimum width of 21 feet is needed for 2 buses, and a width of 22 to 24 feet is recommended. Susan Street's usable width, and this is in the mitigated negative declaration, is only 19 feet. Buses attempting to navigate Susan Street cannot do so safely. The traffic report suggests westbound buses turning right onto Susan Street block a very busy business's driveway, a red zone, and completely obscure visibility of westbound San Juan Road traffic while waiting for traffic to clear. Keith Higgins continues to contradict himself. In one breath, we are told 19 feet is sufficient to allow 2 buses to pass. And in the next, they expect that someone will have to pull over in a gap in on-street parking. Their solution often will require somebody to back up. This creates a hazard and is a recipe for disaster. I know of no other H2A project development that turns a neighborhood into a driveway like this will do. The data is clear. The ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers guidelines provide the following criteria for pavement width. A minimum pavement width must allow safe passage of moving traffic in each direction, exclusive of other interferences such as conventional curb parking. The traffic report states each house. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, members,
Yes.
my name is Jonathan Batty. I'm a 30-year resident of North County. I want to talk about variances. The 2 they didn't seek and should have, and the one that they did. They should have sought variances, which are required for modifications of zoning law for two things. One is the buffer issue. They say they can ignore it. The government code section doesn't support that. The second is the reduction in the and now they come with a new map, which I don't think can even be considered. The basis of the appeal was lack of substantial evidence and contrary to law. Now we've got a new project. The second variance they should have obtained was to reduce the minimum building site from 40 acres to 3.41 acres as required for farmland zoning. They didn't do that. Their failure is fatal to the project. The variance they did seek, the denial was supported by substantial evidence. A variance requires that you have a specific finding that the privileges enjoyed by other properties are not enjoyed by this particular parcel. They can't do that in this case. The Duran in the planning staffs does not support that. It was a much different increase from 5 to 13%. That's not 27%. We should make this decision based upon the decision of the Planning Commission, whether it was supported by substantial evidence. And clearly, variances were required for 3 separate things. They only applied for 1, and that was denied, and denial was supported by substantial evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Is there another speaker in the chambers before I go to our online speakers?
Good afternoon, board. My name is Ronnie Alderetti, and I'm the general manager of Premium Packing and also a partner in this project. Premium Packing is a 3rd generation labor contractor. We've been operating in Monterey County for over 50 years. My grandfather came to this country as a bracero and worked for many years in the fields until his dream of owning a business came to fruition. That dream continues today as Premium Packing provides local growers labor and supports the growing and harvesting of crops throughout the county. Premium Packing got into the H-2A program about 10 years ago to find a solution to the labor shortage that still plagues the ag industry today. The goal of Premium Packing is to provide first-class housing facilities so that our employees can be comfortable and safe during their temporary stay. We manage all our current housing facilities in a clean and professional manner. Our in-house staff vets each applicant for health and background records to avoid any bad actors, and all employees are treated with dignity and respect for the essential work they provide to our community. My partners and I are all local. We all grew up in this community and are now raising our families here. We have tried to give back to the community that we work in and live in numerous ways. It is our hope that this project will bring value, help with ongoing housing shortage, and free up housing space for local residents that reside in Monterey County and provide first-class housing for our valuable employees. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alderetti. Are there any other speakers in the chambers coming forward?
I do not see any, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will go to our online callers, and there are 10 at this point. And the first one is Anna Marquez. And before Ms. Marquez, before you begin, I want to ask a question of County Council. Can you tell me if the speakers are Spanish speaking only? How will Mr. Cielos be able to translate ongoing, or will it be at the end, or will the speakers have to break while he translates?
In my opinion, it's best if they break occasionally so that there can be simultaneous translation. And don't forget, if somebody's speaking who needs translation, they get double the time. So they would get 3 minutes per state law.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair.
Yeah, consecutive. He meant consecutive. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I didn't hear the exchange.
So it will be interpretation in the consecutive mode and not simultaneously.
Got it.
Simultaneously happens at the same time, and consecutive happens with breaks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Diego. Okay, and so now our first speaker is Anna Marquez.
Thank you. My name is Anna Marquez. I've been a long life resident of Monterey County. I'm an immigrant and part of the Bracero program. I worked in the fields. There is a great need for housing in Monterey County. I would go as far as probably saying the entire California. I support the housing project. With a shortage of farm workers, I believe this project can and will help. Remember, farm workers are essential. We have food on our tables because of them. Thank you. Please consider approval.
Thank you very much for your remarks. And next we have the Monterey Bay Economic Project.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams and supervisors of the board. Alyssa Kroger speaking on behalf of the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We support the proposed H2A project located on Susan Street. Since 2018, MBEP has been co-facilitating the implementation of our region's farm worker housing study and action plan. In 2018 and 19, MBEP convened meetings with county staff and others regarding the mapping of suitable sites for farm worker housing. It was determined that H2A housing would be sited just outside of city boundaries, still within reasonable extension of critical infrastructure such as sanitation and water hookups. This project aligns with these determinations. The proposed Susan Street H2A project answers a critical need for agricultural workforce housing in our community and alleviates pressure on the greater housing market. The developers have engaged directly in the community outreach process and continue to pursue support regarding best practices for community engagement in this and future projects. Most recently, the developers reduced the project size to accommodate the 200-foot ag buffer based on the September 28th PC hearing, which will further reduce potential impacts on future residents and existing neighborhoods. The board has the opportunity to expand access to housing for our essential agricultural workforce by recommending approval of this project. Thank you for your consideration and leadership. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Osvaldo.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
My name is Osvaldo Martin. I'm a resident of this county for about 15 years now. I support the project for the reasons that we all talk about. You know, housing is needed in this area. Personally, I've heard stories of people that leave 30, 50 people in one house because there's nowhere else to live. The oppositors of this project sound a little bit almost close to wanting to redline the H2 program, which hopefully that's not their intentions. I understand that there's some issues with the zoning, and as far as I'm concerned, the project has been fixed and corrected, all of them. Other than that, again, thank you for your time, and hopefully this will get approved.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Gerardo Ariola. And if you can unmute yourself by pressing, I believe it's *6. Okay, we will come back to you, Mr. Ariola, when you're able to unmute yourself. Our next speaker will be Jose Perez. Mr. Perez, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm here just to chime in a little bit. I hear a lot of opposition on it, but if you see all the housing problems we're having, I think this will alleviate around 360 more people that could be living elsewhere. A lot of these farm workers are living in hotels, or like the other speaker also said, that there's people living in one household, 15, 30 people. That's not something that Monterey County should be opposed to. It should be trying to alleviate all these problems we have with housing. And I think this will alleviate a lot of it. Having 360 people in one new unit, that will help a lot instead of going backwards and opposing everything. We need housing. We need housing now in Monterey County and California. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it looks like Jose Perez.
That was Mr. Perez who just spoke,
Oh,
Chair.
so sorry. Yes, and Mr. Campos, Juan Jose Campos.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Juan Jose Campos. I'm a Monterey County resident, and I'd like to voice my support for the Rio Vista project at Royal Oaks. The project has already undergone a rigorous review process and has undergone independent analysis. By this point, I mean, it's pretty well established that this project will be a boon to the community. And it's no secret that California continues to experience one of the worst housing shortages in its history. And I believe this is no time to obstruct a project that will provide much needed housing. It is supported by housing advocates. And again, the project has already gone through an exhaustive review. And there are several safeguards in place already to ensure that water use is not abused. So I urge the county, the Board of Supervisors, to support the project similar to those undertaken in South County and Salinas and move forward. Monterey County is already well behind in housing development, and preventing this project from happening would produce the opposite effect of what those who oppose it are looking to achieve. If opponents believe that having farm workers live for extended periods of time in motels versus living in an apartment of their own, that view lacks empathy, and it disenfranchises those very workers they're trying to protect. This is an easy and clear decision to make, and I urge the Board of Supervisors to do the right thing and approve the Rio Vista project. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Campos. And now we will go to Fabian Bermudez. If you can unmute yourself, Mr. Bermudez.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So yeah, my name is Fabian Bermudez, and I have been a Monterey County resident all my life, all of 34 years. And I just wanted to, give you guys some of, I guess, like my personal experiences here in Monterey County. I feel like this housing project will be an ultimate pressure relief valve on our housing. And my firsthand experience here was being the son of immigrants, living in a garage, and housing shortages, et cetera, et cetera. And fast forward now, I am a college graduate. I've built a successful career in semiconductors in the Bay Area, and I just think that we should empathize with the workers that are putting food on our table, and I think that we can reach a middle ground and push the project. And I think that everyone can win. And again, American dream still alive in Monterey County. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Melissa Hermosillo.
Buenas tardes, mi comentario será en español.
Good afternoon, my comment will be in Spanish.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Melissa Hermosillo y estoy a favor del proyecto.
Good
de,
afternoon, my name is
Rio
Melissa
Vista.
Hermosillo and I'm in favor of the project.
Este proyecto ha sido objeto de una revisión y un análisis riguroso por parte de expertos independientes y neutrales sobre el tema.
This project has been reviewed by independent analysis and consultants are familiar with the project's theme,
Como el uso del agua, los impactos de alcantarillado, impactos de tráfico y posibles riesgos de inundación.
such as water use, the impact on traffic, the environment.
Los trabajadores agrícolas y los jornaleros son un componente esencial para la industria agrícola de California y los trabajadores H2A.
Agricultural workers are an essential part for the California economy, as well as the H2A guest workers.
Es fundamental que el proyecto Río Vistas, que brinda viviendas seguras y dignas a la fuerza laboral, sea aprobado de manera expedita.
It's essential that the Rio Vista project, which provides housing to the community, be approved.
Este proyecto también liberará 45 unidades en el condado de Monterrey para familias trabajadoras que de otro modo serían alquiladas por empresas de viviendas para
This
trabajadores
project would
agrícolas.
allow 45 units to be rented by local community and it would keep private companies from doing this.
Si bien es comprensible que algunos vecinos puedan tener sus reservas sobre este proyecto, yo les pido de favor a los supervisores del condado que comprendan y acepten los hechos
It is understood that some of the neighbors might be opposed to this project. So I ask the Board of Supervisors to please take into account all the facts
y apoyen el desarrollo de viviendas de Río Vista.
to support the development of housing units at the Rio Vista project.
Ya es hora que el condado de Monterrey tenga comunidades
It is time for the Monterey County to have its communities
que proporcione comunidades de vivienda para trabajadores agrícolas que son muy necesarias.
that the county supplies housing units for the agricultural workers, which are very necessary.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker will be Alex Rivera.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I'd like to take my message in Spanish, please.
Adelante.
Quería decirles a toda la gente que está afuera en el condado de Monterrey, en la área de Pájaro,
I would like to tell all the people that are outside the county of Monterey, outside the Pajaro area,
que la gente que está metida en este programa y en esta construcción de estas casas,
that people that are involved in the construction project of these homes
han tenido y han vivido en estas maneras como hemos vivido mucha gente aquí en los Estados Unidos cuando regresamos de México.
that they have lived the same way that we have lived when we came back from Mexico.
Mucha gente y se está quedando en casas cuando no tienen el espacio. Estamos viviendo en casas 10, 15 gente por casas de 2 recámaras.
That there is overcrowding of homes where the situation leads to 10 to 15 people living under the same home.
Y esas maneras que la gente vive no es manera que es algo que es agradable. No agrademos a la gente, no nos agradece.
And the way that people are living is not a very comfortable way of living.
Mucha gente está sujeto a que gente le robe las cosas. Cuando hay mucha gente dentro de la casa, si algo pasa y hay un incendio, no hay mucha gente que van a ver sobrevivir.
Many people are subject to tests for overcrowding of people living under the same household, as well as the fire risk of overcrowding.
Y mucha gente tiene que recordar que había una historia en Salinas, que había una casa con 50 gente y eran agricultores y quedaron sin casa después de que alguien hizo algo malo en las calles sobre la gente.
Also keep in mind the situation that we experienced in Salinas in the past, where 50 people were living in the same house and the agricultural employers were taking this into account.
Tenemos que tomar esta decisión y soportar a la construcción de estos apartamentos.
We have to take this account into decision. We have to take this into decision and allow for. ¿Podría repetir la última parte de su frase, por favor?
No más que queremos lo mejor para la gente. Estas personas que están involucradas con esto tienen canchas de baloncesto, tienen áreas para hacer barbacoas. Hay muchas cosas que están haciendo que otros programas no tienen.
Yeah, we just like to take advantage of the project, which is supplying basketball courts and other access, and that this will be taken into account for those people.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Our next speaker is Margie Kay.
Thank you. Please deny this appeal. if this meeting was being held after 5:30, Susan Street working class residents would have been able to participate. The Pajaro River flooded in 1995 and 1998. Where are the photos to show what happened to Pajaro? Tim Quinn spoke at the Water Summit #3, and he said to expect more atmospheric rivers, stronger rains. The river levee project is to begin in 2025 and permits are still needed. Who will be responsible for Susan Street and San Juan Road repairs with 500 trucks of soil and construction trucks and buses? Where will the buses go? To the Salinas Valley? What's the housing to jobs ratio there? What happens to the sanitation pipes under Susan Street if they're not sized large enough for 360 people? How soon will this become a multifamily conversion in the future? Former property owner of this property, Robert Call, tried for years to get housing subdivision and was listed as a property owner request in 2006 for the general plan update. Pajaro Commons was a inclusionary housing proposal at what is now the Pajaro Neighborhood Park. And it was dropped because there was liquefaction issues. If you lived on Susan Street, would you appreciate this project? Please deny this appeal. I've lived in North Monterey County for 47 years. I know Pajaro well. I helped clean up during the floods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Our next speaker is Denise Vasquez.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Denise. I am a lifelong Monterey County resident. I am in support of the Rio Vista project. My mother was brought to this country through the Bracero program. Our county needs safe, reliable housing and firmly believe this project will help. In addition, this project will help with two significant issues in our county: housing and labor shortages. There are over 140,000 housing units in Monterey County. It would really be a shame to allow the residents of one street with less than 30 housing units dictate the betterment of our entire county. I ask that you please move forward with this project.
Chair, you're muted.
I'm so sorry. Our next speaker is Vince 27 Muse Susan. If you can please unmute yourself.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vince Arellano, and I am the owner at 27 Susan Street. And I'm just against the project. I'm not against the project. I'm just really against the location. I mean, trying to cram 26 buses, go up and down the street while still deal with the daily traffic of cars going through, not to mention kids running around the streets. It's unsafe. They don't have no stop signs, nothing to alert our kids. The street is too small. Also, one of the comments said that we're afraid of new things, to try new things without really taking in consideration our emotions. A lot of our people, our residents in Susan Street are elderlies. In case of emergency, it would be really hectic to move on, getting out all the people, not to leave all behind all the residents as well, the new residents trying to come in. Like I said, I'm not really against the project. I'm just really against the location. I mean, I'm sure all these people, all the immigrants are good people. We all like them. It's just not the right location for this project. Thank you.
Chair, you're muted again.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid there we go. All right. I will quit touching my little buttons over here. The next speaker is a telephone caller whose telephone number ends in 997. If you could please unmute yourself. There we go. Okay. You now are ready to begin.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Walt Tuflock. My family ranch is a fifth generation ranch down in South County. Very familiar with H2A housing and farm workers. And just want to reiterate my support for this project. You've already heard about the studies that have been done with county staff on flood, liquefaction, and traffic. I know the applicant and the fact that they took new information and as it became available in terms of the buffer and the floor depths, I think shows that they've been working in good faith toward this objective. And the biggest win of all is, has been mentioned multiple times, is the housing impact for the farm workers. It's a huge win for the community, a huge win for the ag community. And I would vote you to, I would recommend that you vote to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Duflock. And our next speaker is Ricardo Diaz Jr.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ricardo Diaz, recently elected trustee for North Monterey County Unified School District, representing myself as an individual, lifelong resident of North County. Grew up in Capundale, live in Castro for the past 10 years. I'm related to 100 family members, ancestors, 80 years of Castro farm workers that worked for the companies, all oppressed by these companies. You have all these people that are in favor and support of this. They have special interest, or they were asked, or our buddies, they're buddies with people who are making the project. You have people taking 3 minutes in Spanish for more time. Wild. It's just a good old boys club for people that benefits. It just benefits the ag and their buddies, and they're all multimillionaires. This area has been oppressed for 100 years. When is it going to stop? From the very people whose blood, sweat that this county was made on doesn't benefit. The millionaires benefit. Well, I guess I'm running out of time, so thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sal.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. My name is Sal Jimenez, former City of Salinas Planning Commissioner. I am calling today in support of this project for a variety of different reasons. First and foremost, I think we need to keep our eye on the ball in the major housing issue that we have, not only for H2A, but also for those that are living on the freeway on 101, intense, family members, kids. So I think we need to focus on being progressive and moving forward to putting some of these folks into housing. Now, I understand this is an H2A project, but we need to understand something. A lot of the H2A that is being currently using is the inventory that's out in our community. What does that mean? Single family residents, hotels. Now, as we know, the governor has issued an outstanding amount of financing to put these folks that are distressed into hotels. So I do feel that the Rio Vista group has met and dotted their I's, crossed their T's with staff. Now, I do believe Monterey County staff has done a great job on mitigating and understanding the issues and concerns. Now, having more availability and inventory will put more of those folks into this temporary housing to allow them to get a chance into regular housing. I do feel the Rio Vista group has done a great job, has adjusted this project in many different ways to meet the concerns of the citizens. In conclusion, I want to support this project and hope that the supervisors can vote and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Our next speaker now is Gerardo Ariella. And I hope you can unmute yourself. There we go.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Sí, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Adelante.
Oh, mi nombre es Gerardo Arriola.
My name is Gerardo Arriola.
Actualmente tengo 8 años trabajando bajo el programa de H2A con la compañía de Premium Packing.
I have been working for 8 years under the H2H program with the Premier Packing Company.
Me gustaría contarles un poquito de la experiencia que tengo en lo que es la vivienda que hemos tenido durante estos largos 8 años que hemos trabajado en California.
I'd like to share my experience in these 8 long years that I have been working with the company.
Apoyo la propuesta de Premium Packing sobre una vivienda de calidad para nosotros, ya que con las jornadas de trabajo que tenemos nosotros en el campo, lo que buscamos es una vivienda digna, algo
Like
seguro
to
en lo que
support
podemos
the premium packaging on this project because we have long journeys of work in the field work. Adelante.
en lo que podemos llegar y descansar, a sentirnos tranquilos, a poder preparar nuestra comida dentro de la misma vivienda.
We like to have a place where we can come and rest, be at ease, and prepare the food in our own living quarters.
Nosotros como trabajadores agrícolas que vamos de aquí de México hacia California, lo único que buscamos es ir a realizar nuestro trabajo y regresar a México en las mismas condiciones en las que entramos para el beneficio de nuestra familia.
As guest farm workers migrating from Mexico to California, we like to do our job and also come back to Mexico in a safe way.
Sin buscar ningún problema para la comunidad en donde estemos viviendo. Al contrario, nosotros llegamos únicamente al área en la que estemos viviendo a descansar, todos en el mismo horario.
We like to avoid any problems with our neighbors, and we just like to stick to our working schedule and come home and rest.
Al igual que a descansar, porque el siguiente día las jornadas de trabajo que tenemos son pesadas y todos los integrantes de la misma vivienda buscamos lo mismo. Cuando se trata de descansar, descansar.
In order to get rest, because we and all the people sharing the house, we like to rest so that we can continue on our hard work.
Y pues finalmente agradecer y a los supervisores si nos dieran esta oportunidad de tener esa vivienda, que es una propuesta que se nos hace a todos nosotros una propuesta buena para poder tener esa vivienda digna.
So we like to thank the supervisors for this housing proposal in order to have a dignified home.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our last speaker, it appears, is Gianni Lopez. Mr. Lopez, are you able to unmute yourself? There we go. You're ready to speak.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So my name is Regina Yon, and I'm a resident of the Pajaro community. I just want to shift the focus back to, we don't oppose the project. We oppose the location of the project. And just to touch on a couple of things, the meetings were forced for them to give us notices in English and in Spanish. To this day, not all residents receive notices because we are a multi-family on Gonda Street and not everybody gets notices. If Monterey Bay Economic Partnership is supporting this, why didn't they hold it to the same standards of the podium, of being on the podium building that they held the Nuevo Amanecer in Pájaro? I'm also offended by the remark that Catherine Avila said that we are afraid of new things. We as residents have real concerns. And again, we don't oppose to this project. We oppose to the location. We don't oppose of H2A housing. It's location and the lack of infrastructure. Also, I kind of feel like this has gotten away from the real focus, which is the actual location. And retrospect, that undermines our concerns as residents. So the concern is, we don't oppose the project. We oppose the location 100%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. And our next speaker, I'm not sure how to pronounce the first name. The last name is Ramirez.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
My name is Ramirez. I just want to touch on something really quick. A lot of people have said a lot of good things about this project, and I could just sit here and repeat it, but it's no secret that there's these people that work in the agricultural business live in harsh conditions, and it's happening also in the community of Pájaro. I'm sure a lot of people that are residents of North Monterey County know of families that are living in stacked housing, rats infested, harsh conditions, children being and living in those types of circumstances. And it's very, very harsh and unfair. I mean, I think the individuals that are putting these projects into place are acting in good faith. And it sounds like whatever issues are being brought up, they're listening and addressing the issues and trying to move forward with the best resolution for all parties involved. I feel like this is a really neat opportunity to step up as a Mexican American myself that has lived in harsh conditions as described. And I feel like we need to step up and do the right thing. And that's my time.
Thank you very much. And now we have Jessica Costa.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner and Supervisors. I just wanted to voice my opinion and my concerns about the traffic, the increased traffic on the street. I'm a resident of Susan Street and have been for over 60 years. And I want to reiterate, like some of the people who spoke previous to me, that I think this is the wrong location for that project. My mother was living on Susan Street at the time of the flood, and it was a very devastating and worrisome time for all of Pajaro residents. And although it's in the works to repair the levee and truly make it a 100-year protected levee, I think it's premature for you to consider approving this project at this time. I don't feel this is an adequate location for it. I've lived in Pajaro most of my life. And so I find it interesting that people that are calling in that are North Monterey County residents are, providing their support. When do they really know anything about the community that this proposed project is going to be built in? I thank you for your time, and I'm hoping that you deny this project.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Mrs. Costa. Very appreciated. Our next speaker is Gamahara. And if you can unmute yourself. If you are able to unmute yourself, perhaps I'm not saying your name particularly well, but to me it looks like Gamahara. And you are our last speaker. So unless you're able to unmute yourself in the next 10 seconds, I think I'm going to have to pass. Okay, I'm awfully sorry you weren't able to unmute yourself and get your comments registered in, but I hope that you'll send them to our community, to the board rather. Okay, we have another speaker, appears to be Jaime. Are you able to unmute yourself?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just calling just to kind of express that I feel like some of the frustration is being kind of incorrectly misdirected. Like it has said before, we're not against farm workers. We're not against, ag. It's just the location. My grandpa is 101 years old. He's a bracero, still living today. I grew, planted, irrigated, even drove tractors, sold raspberries, all before like the age of 12. So this is nostalgic to me. I love ag. I just don't agree with the location. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. And we are back to our last speaker, Gamahara. If you're able to unmute yourself, we would love to hear your comments.
Madam Chair, maybe just to cover our bases, we could ask Diego to give instructions in Spanish.
Thank you. That's a good idea. Do you mind, Diego?
Si me escucha, señora Del Majaro, por favor, quitar el silencio de su computadora para que pueda ser escuchada.
Okay, well, we have another speaker who is Juan Pablo Tianda.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I've been a resident in the Monterey County since 2003, and I've seen the growth in housing need, not only in our county, but in the state of California. And I have family and friends that have been looking for housing for 6 months, even a year. My brother spent 6 months looking for a place to live, a place to call home. Now, I know that for Pajaro residents and Susan Street residents, you guys might think that is not the right location, but I mean, living in a tent on the freeway is not a right location either, or living 30 to 50 people in a house, in a garage, is not the right location either. So I think I totally support the housing project, the Rio Vista, and I urge board supervisors to approve this project.
Thank you for your comments. And I will now go to Mona. Okay, Mona, if you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Thank you for your time all. My name is Ramona and I am a long life resident of Pájaro. And I am really concerned about all this traffic, the flood. You know, when we had the floods in 1994, as well as the earthquake, we're dead end streets, nowhere else to go but on the levee. There's no access for anybody to go anywhere at this time of day. As you can tell, the streets are really congested with traffic. There's no real way for 2 vehicles, let alone a garbage truck, an emergency vehicle to get by. I myself have been in ag, and I feel that this is something that is needed, just not the area specifically, Susan Street or Gonda. They're dead end streets, they're overpopulated. We need to look for places further down, maybe San Juan Road, close to Aromas, where there's a lot of acreage and it's open. Obviously, a 2-lane highway, San Juan Road, is not very visible also, but you know, just Gonda and Susan Street is not a very good location. So I oppose the project and I appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try Gama Hara again. It doesn't look like you've been able to unmute yourself. So we'll go to,
Almajara, si por favor puede desilenciar su computadora para que pueda ser escuchada, por favor.
okay, I'm awfully sorry. Are you able to say in Spanish, Diego, that if the, there we go. Oh, so close. It must be a connectivity issue as well. Why don't we go to Jeremy? Jeremy, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you for the time. I'm calling after, listening to the concerns of a lot of the neighbors and the people related to this project. I think it's also important to point out that I believe the developers, the Rio Vista Group, the members have done significant due diligence. And by them putting their dollars into the community, I think it would behoove the neighbors to realize that they have a strong group that is going to help them with infrastructure, to include the floods, to include the sewers, to include the traffic, because those same concerns will now become Rio Vista Group's concerns. So I think, if we could look at it from a team perspective, it may be smart to have Rio Vista as part of the neighborhood for the longevity of the neighborhood. And I think, you know, if not them, then who? You know, they are a local outfit. And if not there in Pajaro, then where? And I appreciate your time and allowing me to say my piece.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. We have no more hands raised. It looks like our dear Gama Hara gave up on us. Is there any other person in the chambers that wishes to make public comment at this time?
No other speakers are coming forward, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I do not see any other hands raised. So at this point, I will close public comment and bring it back now. And this is such a controversial and sensitive subject. I want to make sure that I handle this as best as we can. So I think at this point, it would be appropriate to go back to our board for comment. And I don't believe that there should be any kind of back and forth on this. I will go to each of the supervisors in the same numeric order I've been doing all of the projects, all of the items today. So Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just have a few questions and a few comments after that. First of all, it was a question to staff about whether this was unprecedented to consider a project that was bigger in scope and then to consider some of an alternative that addresses some of the concerns that arose during the various hearings and public meetings that were done. If you could just address that point, because I think that's a key point, that this is not, staff is not recommending something that's never been done before, but obviously the change in the size of the project seemed to try to address the various issues you presented in your presentation. And the second one was just a quick point, because the attorney who spoke, he said that this project hadn't been cleared through a state clearinghouse. And I don't think projects like this for employer-sponsored farm worker housing have to go through a state clearinghouse for approval.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Alejo. So it is not unprecedented for a project to be revised in response to comments. That's in part why we have the process we have. And in CEQA, it does allow for those revisions to be made in response to comments, as long as there's no new significant unavoidable effects. So then the question becomes, does it require recirculation? In the first instance, when we circulated the initial study for public comment, it was sent through the state clearinghouse. Any project involving any authority or review by a state agency requires circulation through the state clearinghouse in a 30-day public review. There isn't really a requirement for that in this particular case, but it still was circulated through the clearinghouse, and we did provide the opportunity for all of our state departments to comment on the initial study, as well as the public.
Great.
When it comes, sorry, just one last item. When it comes to revisions to the projects, we did not feel that those revisions required recirculation. As has been explained, the project was reduced in scope, which for almost all intents and purposes reduced the impacts that were disclosed in the environmental document. And so recirculation, we didn't feel was required under CEQA.
Thank you for addressing that point. And then I think the memo had brought up that there was another potential farm worker project being proposed in the vicinity. Can you just explain? I know it's not part of this project, but it just shows that there's interest to try to address farm worker housing needs in Pajaro and perhaps even next door to where this project is being proposed.
Yes, that's correct. There is a project applied for under separate ownership, separate application on just, well, I suppose, west of this particular site. They share a boundary. The other one's at the end of Gonda Street, which is the next street over off of San Juan Grade Road. That is in our project review process right now, that particular.
Thank you. My last question was just on, do we have any information of when these apartments will be opened? I know the other similar farm worker housing projects are open seasonally. and they're closed like when the season ends, usually around this time, and they open up in the spring. So if you could just explain, because that also mitigates traffic impacts if the apartments will not be open for a portion of the calendar year.
Yeah, so we don't have any condition or restriction on the amount of time they can be open or occupied. But we do have an application that involves an agricultural employee housing facility, which is seasonal in nature and typically occupied by those agricultural employees approximately 8 to 9 months a year. And during mostly the seasons that are harvest important for our agricultural industry.
Thank you. Now, Madam Chair, I'll just make my comments. First of all, I want to appreciate the Pajaro residents and all the other community residents for coming in and weighing in, not only today, but I think there's been additional meetings held because of the concern that not enough public input was provided. And I know the Planning Commission went back and there was an additional meeting held in Pajaro, and I appreciate that. I first want to say, even though Supervisor Phillips is not participating today, I think he could attest that I've been a big champion for North County, especially Pajaro, not only because I was mayor of the city next door, but my family grew up in Pajaro. I was a resident of North Monterey County on San Juan Road for all my most of my high school years and my early college years. And I've always had a deep interest in trying to uplift those disadvantaged communities in Pajaro. In addition, as some of the community members that spoke, many of our families we're descendants of bracero workers. My grandfather came here in the 1940s, not to work in agriculture. He came to work for Southern Pacific Railroad. I was the other category of workers under the bracero program in San Luis Obispo County when it first started in the early 1940s. But that program ended. It was a program for male workers to come, and I think it ended in 1964. But my grandfather and many other braceros could tell you that the conditions were harsh, that they were not paid all the wages they should have, and they lived in horrendous housing conditions. And it was documented by the famous scholar Ernesto Galarza in his writings and the photographs. We just had an exhibit at the Rodeo Grounds a few months ago on some of the photos that he documented as part of his research of what the conditions these workers went through coming here to work because of a need in World War II, but it continued for 2 decades after that. So like any project, the reason I asked about this was being unprecedented is because a project should change if there's community concerns, as staff rightly pointed out. If this goes to court, the court reviews all the documents and they try to say, how did the staff and how did the governing body address the needs that came out of these hearings, right? And if you ignore those and you don't try to make changes, then the court takes that into account. And in this case, from ag buffers to elevating the construction 2 feet higher, the traffic impacts, the downsizing, the geotechnical recommendations to address the liquefaction, the water. I think those all try to address the needs that came from the community. I think we all know that there's a tremendous need in housing, just period, in the Pajaro Valley and throughout Monterey County. There's also another newer demand for H-2A workers in agriculture because our farm worker workforce population is aging. There has been no immigration reform, and the agriculture industry has become more dependent, I think more now than I've ever seen in my 14 years in politics. They depend on H-2A workers, and there's a lot of regulation and oversight. It's very expensive. They have to provide not only food, but housing for those H-2A workers that come to work seasonally in our communities. But the one thing I did want to point up that wasn't raised was an important study, because we're trying to say we're not just making, I think we all know that the housing needs, and we had a big discussion not too long ago in LAFCO just about the housing needs in Monterey County. The governor is putting more requirements on local governments to meet the housing needs. And we got these revised RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment numbers, that over the next 8 years from 2023 to 2031, Monterey County is required to build, their goal is to build 25,000 units of housing. And I looked at the numbers. I think just over 13,000 of those were in the Salinas Valley. But there was another study done in 2013, and it was called the Farm Worker Housing Study and Action Plan for the Salinas and Pajaro Valleys. That's where Pajaro is at. And if you look at the report, you can find it online. There was a lot of oversight committee members. It was conducted by the California Institute for Rural Studies, very renowned in agriculture, out of UC Davis. But there's a long list of stakeholders that were involved in that. And then the funding partners were AMBAG, that gives out the RENA numbers to all local governments, City of Gonzales, Greenfield, King, Salinas, Soledad, Watsonville, Mid-Penn Housing, Monterey County, and Monterey County Association of Realtors, the Housing Authority, Community Development Corporation, and United Way of Monterey County. And in that study, they point out that they looked at the housing needs for farm workers in the Salinas and Pajaro valleys. And this was 4 years ago. Those numbers said that the need for farm workers were 45,000 units, 560 additional units of farm worker housing. I mean, that's a tremendous need. There's a great need. So we know that that's a need. And unless we're going to totally ignore what these studies and all the stakeholder work that we do these studies so that in future decisions, they inform decision-making. They inform what the needs are of the community. They take input in and we put it on record. So when we make decisions saying, hey, we're trying to address and alleviate a crisis that is tremendous for workers, individual workers, like these H-2A workers, but we know farm worker families, and then just out in the public. So it brings me to this project because something special is happening in the Salinas Valley. This started, and I was in the state assembly at the time, with the Spreckles Tanamura and Antelope project. Very similar because that was the first project of this kind. Back then, I believe it was 2015, when they proposed to build housing to apartments similar to this. It was to address the needs of up to 800 workers. And there was a lot of outcry from the community in Spreckles that there was going to be a lot of problems, drinking, drugs, the students were going to get harassed. And a lot of us stood up for that project then. And I got a letter from all 4 state legislators to support the Tanamura and Antelope project. And 10 months after it was constructed and built, the community was saying, when is that farm worker center going to open? Because guess what? 10 months later, it already had opened, and everything that people said would happen didn't happen. It was very well organized and managed. And it was a success story. Those housings includes fully furnished, cookware, internet, smart TVs, a model for farm worker housing anywhere in the nation. So that was for 800 workers. And then shortly after that, then it was Baranda Villas in North Salinas, the Baranda side, 600 for 600 workers. And then it was the Rossi Davis housing, also on the border there in North Salinas. That was the biggest one, 1,200 workers. And then also shortly after that, it was Greenfield for another project for another 600 workers, all built on the model from Tanamura and Antelope, and even make the projects even better with additional features and additions. And I would tell anybody to go to the Rossi and Davis project because I pass there all the time. And it looks empty. You rarely see any problems. There's not a lot of congestion of cars. And if you see anything, it's a few young workers going to the store down towards the Costco area, all those shopping centers down that way. But you rarely see anybody outside. They look empty most of the time. And that's even during the peak season. So that's what I feel more confident about this project, that this project is only for up to 361. So it'll be the smallest, but it's all designed similar to all the projects I just mentioned, with all the features and with similar management. Because I think for any project for workers, it's the management that make it a success story so that there's no issues. They mitigate if there's any problems. There's security. I mean, these are all keys that have been learned by the local agriculture industry that have been implemented to these projects. So I just wanted to lay that I think I think this is a model of success. It's going to be done similar construction, same construction companies, and so for the record, I want to say, yes, this was originally for almost 500 workers. Now it's 361. I think they've tried to address the different concerns for the community. So it reflects change. It reflects the concerns from the community. But I think we're in a situation now in the Salinas Valley and the Pajaro Valley where unless we're going to have the courage and leadership to let these projects move forward, we're going to continue to have a housing crisis. I'm the chair of the Leaving Home Leadership Council, that is the regional agency to trying to address homelessness. We have a major crisis, and we recognize that we need all types of housing, but in the area of farm worker housing, it's a great need. It's a tremendous need. And if we keep saying no to these projects, what will continue to happen is not only that the hotels will be converted, but what's also happening now, because I just had an eviction in East Salinas of several families to condos, homes are being bought up and being converted to address the needs of the workforce housing. And it's resulting in evictions. I talked to Sierra Lake because I was trying to get California Real Legal Assistance to help me. They'll help some of the tenants, other tenants they couldn't help. I had to step to intervene to give those families more time. But it is real. It is happening in our communities, that as long as we could say no to these projects, houses will be bought to meet the needs of this workforce. As when we approve these projects, what happens is as those workers, their needs were met, and the remainder of the housing stock out in the community gets left for everyone else who needs housing and needs to rent some place to live. So for those reasons, even though I know some of my friends here are against this project, that I just think we're in a position, and we have such a great crisis on housing and homelessness, that I cannot say no to this downsized project that I think has been changed to address the needs the community has raised. Thank you.
Thank you for your well-spoken words, Supervisor Alejo. And now I will go to District 3, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I felt obviously there's a lot of mirrored realities and experiences. And for me too, I'm a product of a bracero who came here and fell in love with this country, and so brought his family back and landed in Pájaro in a mobile home park. And I stood outside that mobile home park with my father, who reminds me that was the first place he felt he had a home, and points out which trailer it is and what it means to him to have had a space to call his own. And I think, just as Supervisor Alejo pointed out about those families who don't have that opportunity, not just in Pájaro, but throughout our communities, because of the challenges that are posed when we have the lack of housing that we need. And he's right. We've done those projects, a lot of them in my district, and I was in Supervisor Salinas's office at the time when Spreckles, which is in the 3rd district, came up, and I remember that heat. I remember the tough conversations, and I remember the fear. I've looked at this project. I've been on site several times, 3 to different times of day, different situations, to feel it out and understand what's happening there. My family, I still have family in Watsonville, so each time I go see my grandma, this is where I'd make sure to try to hit it at a different time of the day and stop and see what it looked like. And I've been on tours with people from all over our state and country who come to see the quality of housing that we're building for our farm workers. And I know that it's not a surprise to anyone, but Mr. Avila has built all those units that I'm aware of throughout our communities. And it's quality housing that people who come here to work deserve. And the projects range. There's even a massive project going up in King City right now, which most people aren't talking about, but that's going to be for families. We're doing it all here in the Salinas Valley, and we're doing it right. I hear so many talk about the challenges we face as a state, as a country around housing, and I'm proud of what we've done to move the needle, not just on homelessness, but in terms of some of the key decisions, standing up to those who say, yeah, we need it, but not here. And I hear you, but in terms of this particular project with the downsizing, I don't know how we blame somebody for listening to the concerns and addressing them with a change in approach. I can't be the person who says that that's wrong. I believe that the environmental documents that we've put out there aren't going to be impacted by these changes. I can't believe that they would. These projects are needed in our community. I live in one of those communities here in Greenfield where I drive around on a weekend and I see garage doors open with bunk beds and folks piled in, and it's not right and it's not fair, and we can't legislate our way out of that. There's no way to slow down progress, which continues to come to our communities and the challenges around housing prices, and say, well, we're just going to stop evictions. Long term, that doesn't solve the problem. We have to build all types of housing throughout our communities. And Supervisor Alejo spoke about the LAFCO vote that we recently took. That's part of the solution. All of these pieces add up to the change we need in our community. And the numbers that we have not met our RHNA numbers as a county. I'm proud of the fact that we've worked so hard to move the needle, and a lot of the units we did build, we did not build. I mean, it was the industry of agriculture who looked at our needs here in the valley and built what they needed for their workforce. And this is one more example of that. I heard somebody during comments challenge and say, well, these people are going to be going to the Salinas Valley. Well, right now, the people who pick the berries in the Pajaro Valley come from the Salinas Valley. They get bused there. And is that fair to them? It's really about doing right by community, about standing up and putting housing everywhere to meet needs. And with the scaled down project, with the appropriate changes as proposed by the project proponents, I am comfortable with this project today. I am. I understand that there's even an opportunity that's been proposed to open up some of that recreational space when people are not in the housing to the community. And I get it. It's no at all costs in some of these fights. And I get it. I've heard it before. But for me, standing here as part of this board, I cannot with good conscience vote against housing in our communities when it's so needed, when I've seen the impact on families, when they come through my door asking for help because there are no units available anywhere. And we all have to do our part. And in this instance, in this project, I believe that it meets the needs and it is appropriate. And the challenges were addressed by the changes and as outlined by staff. I'm comfortable moving forward with the project today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Supervisor Lopez. And now I will go to Supervisor Wendy Rudascu.
Thank you. I do have a few questions before comments. So I did want to ask our county council or the appropriate council. There were some concerns raised about the process that was used to bring this project forward. And I'm just, Craig, you spoke briefly to that. If you could just speak to that again, the fact that we're being asked to consider a smaller project scope, but was that reviewed appropriately? Was it noticed appropriately? If you could just comment on that again.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. In our opinion, yes, everything was done properly. And I do want to comment on the role of staff. I think you have your staff to give their best professional opinion about things. They're not a rubber stamp for the Planning Commission. They're not necessarily a rubber stamp for you. And I think in this case, they've done their analysis and are giving you their best professional opinion about the project. So in our opinion, yes, the procedure was appropriate and everything was legally followed.
Thank you. If I could just say thank you, because I've been biting my tongue over here on that a little bit, and I do take exception to some of the comments that were made, but this has been something that staff has grappled with, and not everyone knows what those conversations are behind the scenes that we have in our office with applicants and all that goes into it, and the struggles we have to make our best professional recommendation, which is all that's been done in this case.
Thank you for speaking to that. Another question for the applicant, and maybe I'll just check and make sure that it's a question that I can ask. But we did check in with staff earlier. In regards to the addition of some number of hundreds of people, whether it's on a part-time basis as farm workers or the potential for the transformation of this into multifamily apartment units. Later, our next item on our agenda today is discussing the needs related to the maintenance of the Pajaro Park, which is just a short walk from this proposed development. And I'm just wondering if there was any consideration or if we could ask for a condition that would require some offsite mitigation specific to the needs of the Pajaro Community Park. And if that's something that the project applicants have considered or would consider.
Mr. Spencer?
Yeah,
I think Supervisor, the time for comment has really closed. I think you can ask that question of staff. It is appropriate to provide further conditions for this board. This is a de novo hearing, so you can provide conditions, but there's an issue about nexus, and I would turn to Mr. Spencer to comment on that.
Yes, thank you. There is an issue about nexus, but the applicant's representatives in this case have, as part of their community outreach, at one point they did provide the suggestion that they contribute financially to the Pajaro Community Parks District, or build or allow for the community to use recreational facilities on their sites. I think that they explored that. I think that they're willing to do that. It's hard to put that answer in their mouths, but they have offered that in the past. So if that became a condition of approval, I think it would be at the request of the board and accepted by the applicant rather than mandatorily part of a mitigation for some recreational impact.
Right, so Supervisor, you could ask the applicant if they'd be willing to do that. That would be a voluntary agreement on their part to have that condition included.
Thank you. Is this on? My name's Jason Rederer. I'm with JRG Attorneys, and I'm a representative for the applicant, and I've got Ronnie Alderetti here. Supervisor Askew, if I understand your question, does it relate to a possible contribution to the Pajaro Community Park? Because I do understand there was another item on the consent calendar, I believe, today relating to the need for operational and potentially turf improvements to that facility. And I do believe, and I'll let Ronnie speak to it, but I believe that the ownership group is amenable to making a financial contribution. But maybe Ronnie can speak to it.
Yes, we're willing to make contributions to the I think it's Sunny Mesa Parks. We've talked to Don Rosas in the past, and yes, we would be willing. I think it was a 5-year, $25,000 a year for the next 5 years.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's definitely one of the impacts that I think could be foreseeably seen as the impact on community services in the district and open space and parkland. So I think that would be an appropriate request that I would be interested in having added as a condition if we move forward. Let's see here. I guess those are all my questions. Thank you. And then in terms of my thoughts and comments on this, I will say that I spent quite a bit of time also visiting the site, walking the perimeter, both from the riverbed where there are people living in the riverbed and working in our fields. That is no place for people to live or reside or make their home. I also had an opportunity to drive the area with Monterey County Sheriff's Office law enforcement and have had numerous conversations trying to listen and solicit input and feedback and different perspectives from folks who have expressed an opinion and those who haven't come to me directly to express their opinion about this. I've also had conversations with our District 4 planning commissioners related to just their perspective on the vote, their perspective on how the planning commission handled this project. And then I think ultimately though, where I sit, we do have a housing crisis, and the reality that this I think you mentioned 2013, Supervisor Lehu, but I've got 2018, the farm worker housing study. Oh, 2018. Yeah, that identified this need to have 5,300 additional units to meet the need for Salinas Valley and the Pajaro Valley farm workers. And there was a 10-year goal. And as part of that, just looking through the goals that were set up, that we all worked to agree to and come to agreement to move forward with. And I just, to make available 5,300 permanent affordable farm worker housing units over the next 5 years to stabilize the agricultural workforce. We talked about collaborating among jurisdictions to identify appropriate locations for housing within cities and unincorporated counties. I cross-referenced that with the reality that this project is located in a within the Pajaro Community Plan area, which is contemplated as a top priority for development in the unincorporated area. I look back at financing goals that came from the farm worker housing study, which look to proactively pursue and leverage government and non-governmental funds to increase inventory. This is a fully privately funded project, which doesn't happen very often when we're talking about affordable housing. And then finally, within the goals and recommendations are to look at our regulations so that we're streamlining processing and reducing costs for development of farm worker housing. And as best as I can tell, this project fulfills those goals as we're collaboratively developed and meets a need that we very clearly have in Monterey County. I think there's concerns of the residents that in the neighborhood that are very real. And I try really hard. I have a young child, and I think about putting myself in the position of those who would be most directly impacted within a community with any decision that we're making. And I appreciate the level of feedback that's been solicited from the community and the way in which the project has been adjusted and changed. It sounds like in direct response to the feedback that's been provided. It's not clearly what residents in the area want right now. So I would just urge the applicant to continue working with the community and soliciting input as you proceed. But I'm not sure if there's a way to get to a shared yes right now with the community. But from where I sit today, it's a balancing act that we're trying to make right here. And I wouldn't be upholding the things and the values that my community, I think, asked me to uphold if I wasn't looking at all of this information and doing my job to advance the needs for people to live in safe, decent housing. There was a person who made a comment in our public comment that living in a tent on the river or along the highway is not the right place for people to have to make a home. And ultimately, the level of crisis that we've reached is that comment, I think, embodies it. So with that, I don't have any other comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. This is a very difficult project that we have before us today, and clearly a controversial one. I know the stats as well. And of course, we need farm worker housing. We need housing for all types of people, all kinds of workers. I find that that's really, one of the driving forces behind this. I'm also conscious of the importance of protecting the safety of our residents and of the neighborhoods. I'm familiar with a number of the AVLA projects, and every one of them is just magnificent. I remember when they were doing the studies on the very first one, the one that set a very high bar, the Tamir and Antle project. And I remember the comments that were made from the folks in Spreckles. And I remember it in other communities as well. We had it in Pacific Grove when the Del Monte Forest, when the Pebble Beach Company was making a workforce housing project. And they were just up in arms over this. And once it's built, I think that the community understands people blend into the community and there are no issues. I think that's been proven in all of the different developments, at least that I've noticed from the various workforce housing, farm worker housing projects particularly. I do think, however, that this project is different in the sense that, like with the Tanamir and Antle project, there's a large, wide road that separates the project from the residents of Spreckles. And I think that's true for most of the other projects. And it's quite different in this project on Susan Street, because it truly is just in the backyard of the residents of Susan Street. And I am conscious of the safety issues that come with the traffic, driving up and down that street. And I did that. I went over with my staff to take a look at it and really get a feeling. We walked along the levee and had someone with us who was helping us really take a look at this in an objective way. And I believe that we were able to do that. I really felt that looking at this, there was a possibility of coming up with a fix for the problems that I think many of us were struggling with. And that was the problems that will exist during the construction of the entire project, not once the project is completed. I believe that there will be easy mitigations once the project is completed for managing the traffic on Susan Street, for ensuring that, that there are things in place. If there are going to be buses, that the workers may walk down to San Juan Road where the buses can pick them up. There will be other things that can mitigate making it work. So when I started to pursue this thought, looking at the other parcels, the adjoining parcels, looking at the maps, it appeared that if there were an easement across the other property owner's property during the construction, that would take a lot of pressure off Susan Street and off the residents. Because I can tell you I'm not a scared driver, but driving down Susan Street with cars parked on either side and one vehicle coming down and another vehicle going in the other direction, if you've got really wide mirrors on your car, you're going to clip. But more to the point, my worry was, what about folks who have an emergency and need to have an ambulance come down that street when there are people parked on both sides and there is traffic coming in and out? It really does not seem like a safe and agreeable circumstance to look at. So at any rate, I felt like that might, be something that would work. And then I had a meeting with the appellants who told me that they had spoken to the property owner who refused to have anything to do with any kind of an easement. So the property owner called me afterwards and said he was disappointed because he had hoped to come to the meeting with the applicants to meet with me. And that did not happen. So be that as it may, my chief of staff and I were talking to the owner and asked about a temporary construction easement, if he would allow that. Now, this is a man, Mr. Nicola, who has a property that he wants to develop at the end of Gonda Street. He put his plans in before the Avila plan, or the Rio Vista plan, the Rio Vista plan. His papers were submitted earlier, and he's still 6 months out of still waiting to be approved to get his project done. So the other project, the Rio Vista project, somehow.
Mary, you wound up
Mary, we
muted.
lost your audio.
I hope it was just a minute ago.
Just
It
a
was just a
moment.
half second.
Okay, thank you so much. So at any rate, in conversation with Mr. Nicola, he would like to go back into the conversations with the applicants about providing a temporary construction easement, which would take so much of the pressure off Susan Street. If the construction work, particularly those trucks that are going to be full of fill, will not be coming down this very narrow, tiny street with parking on both sides, some of that can be diverted to Gonda Street, which has no parking allowed on the street and is much wider than Susan Street is. So to me, I feel like we've not stopped looking at fixes to this problem. I want to save the neighborhood, this sweet little street of Susan Street. And we've heard from a number of the people who have lived on the street for 60 years. I'm fearful that if we move forward with the project as it is right now and have all of that traffic go down Susan Street, when we don't even know about the strength of the levee, that's certainly under consideration. But if we were able to come up with a compromise at this point so that the applicants would be able to have a temporary construction easement, would take pressure off Susan Street, therefore the residents would not be in such a difficult position as they are now, I feel like we would be able to move forward with something that all of us could be happy with. We all want workforce housing. We all want farm worker housing. I agree. We do not, it's like people are living in caves, and that is absolutely unacceptable for a county like ours, one of the most beautiful, richest counties in the state of California. We are allowing projects, but we're allowing situations where people have to live like, we wouldn't even allow animals to live like that. So I feel like this is if we were able to have the applicant and the adjoining property owner, Mr. Nicola, talk about some kind of a temporary easement that will take the pressure off Susan Street, we would end up with a project that all of us can be happy with. So my suggestion is that we go not back to the drawing board. I mean, the project looks great. I really very much appreciate the time and the effort that the applicants did in reducing the size of the project. I felt like the work has really been done very well, and the important things about the interim flood protection measures by elevating the structures is really important. There's been so much that they've done to address the concerns, but the pressure that still exists on Susan Street during construction is one that is really problematic to me. So my hope is that we would agree as a board, all four of us at this point, to ask the applicant to meet with the adjoining property owner, Mr. Nicola, and see if they will not be able to come to a conclusion where they will be able to allow a temporary construction easement, because Mr. Nicola told me and my chief of staff that he was willing to talk about this. And I'd like to see that happen. I feel like we are missing an opportunity if we just move forward and we are throwing the people of Susan Street under the proverbial bus by not taking this opportunity to move forward with a compromise that will alleviate the construction related traffic that has such a huge impact on the residents of Susan Street. So my hope is that you'll listen to what I'm saying and that we would be able to agree to ask the applicant and the adjoining property owner, excuse me, the adjoining property owner, Mr. Nicola, to meet, set a time specific for them to come back to us. And then we would be able, my hope, as I have said before, is we would be able to come forward with a project that would make us all very, very proud. And I see Supervisor Lopez has his hand up.
Yeah, Madam Chair. First, I'm wondering, before I make a comment, if we can ask the appellants if they've already had conversations about access for either construction or emergency access and how that has gone between those two parties, if that's something they're willing to share today.
Thank you, Jason Rederer again, JRG on behalf of the applicant. I can tell you that the applicant has been extremely diligent in terms of reaching out to Mr. Nicola. Ronnie might be able to tell you the exact number, but I want to say they've met almost a handful of times to discuss not just like a temporary construction easement, but also a potential easement that would allow access to Gonda from the property. The applicant has even gone as far as creating a gate along that side of the property in the event that there was some opportunity down the road whereby Nicola would agree to allow some type of easement or access to this property. But to date, the parties haven't been able to come to any mutually agreeable terms regarding an easement. And of course, we can't force Mr. Nicola to grant us an easement, but there has been that dialogue, and the applicant team has been working diligently to try to secure some type of temporary construction easement or actual easement. And it just hasn't happened. But the conversations have been going on, and we unfortunately haven't been able to get anywhere. I don't know if that's accurate or if you want to.
No, that's accurate.
Okay.
I don't know why Mr. Nicola is singing one song to you and quite a different one to Sarah Hardgrave and me. But the term temporary construction easement is the term that I was using, to which Mr. Nicola said he would be interested in talking to you about that.
So I'll share that.
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that we've taken measures to put a temporary gate there in the event that Mr. Nicola allows us to have an easement there. So that's in the construction plans, and we will leave it there, and hopefully we can come to some sort of an agreement with them. We're open to it. And if he lets us, we'll do it. So I think it's in the best interest of both projects. Gives us two entrances and exits for the properties.
Thank you.
So given the fact that they've met, talked, in fact, I was once on a call with both Mr. Nicola and the applicants, the appellants, and it was just to share my, an expressed concern. And so if they've had those conversations, I'm not willing to delay the project. I'd rather see it move forward if they've already attempted those personally. And so I appreciate that thought, but I think that the conversations are there, and I hope that they can continue even if we approve the project, because I agree that that is a key concern, and I don't think we need to make that a condition before it comes back, because they've already been expressed and shared.
Madam Chair.
I am so sorry.
That's okay. We understand.
Supervisor
One more time for the day. Yeah, I would just to add, first of all, I wanted to also just address one small point, because I think some of the letters from the community were saying that there's no local supermarkets nearby. And I just want to point that right in the heart of Pajaro, there's a Pajaro Food Center. It's a straight shot on Salinas Road, probably about 4 blocks distance walk. So I just want to make sure that that's there. The other thing I would tell the community is that this board has previously made up a point to try to encourage employer-sponsored housing by actually in our planning department creating a farm worker employer-sponsored housing program to help expedite some of the permits, because we knew that there's such a tremendous need. And certainly all the projects that I mentioned before are really models for the nation. It's probably the most beautiful and dignified housing anywhere in the nation. I would challenge any area if they've built this high caliber quality housing with all the features that exist in each apartment unit, as we've seen here in so far in the Salinas Valley. It includes washing facilities, rec rooms, some outdoor picnic tables. I mean, this is what we want to see more of, because it's done right. It's just beautiful housing. So I just wanted to put that in the context of what this board has previously done to encourage and incentivize some of these projects moving forward. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to just make a motion to approve. I got to get the right language by county council, but it would be to approve this Pajaro project and approve the proposed CEQA action to adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. And then I would add Supervisor Askew's suggestion, just for the record, because the appellant has agreed to contribute to this community benefit of $25,000 a year for the next 5 years. And I would just to address Supervisor Mary Adams' concern that in the motion, it would just include encouraging the appellant to speak with the neighboring property owner to see if to encourage them to obtain a temporary easement during construction. So that would at least hopefully encourage both sides to provide that if it's possible. County Council, I don't know if I need to reframe any of my words.
I think you framed it appropriately, Supervisor. Thank you.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
And I'd like to make a substitute motion. And the reason that I don't want to make a substitute motion, Supervisor Alejo, is that there is no teeth in your motion to strongly encourage them to reach out to work with Mr. Nicola for a temporary construction easement. So I would like to make the motion that we continue this until a date certain, when we are able to pursue one more time a meeting with Mr. Nicola and the appellants, I guess it is, sorry, the appellants, to come to an agreement on a temporary construction easement that will allow them to be able to take the pressure off Susan Street during the construction of this valuable, much needed workforce housing, farm worker housing project. And I know that my ears don't fail me, and I seem to feel that there is silence for my motion. So I will withdraw my motion, and then we will move forward to take a vote on the previous motion. Could you restate the motion, please?
Is this on? Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Alejo, I just wanted to direct, staff has put the recommendation up on the screen because I don't think your motion originally encompassed the appeal portion.
I would adopt staff recommendation as listed here to make it absolutely clear, but then adding the community benefit as agreed by the appellant of $25,000 a year for the Pajaro Park for the next 5 years, and also to encourage the appellant and the adjoining property owner to work towards achieving a temporary easement for construction if it's possible.
Chair, do you want me to take a vote?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we need a roll call vote, please.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips? Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
No. With that, the motion passes 3-1. I thank all of the people who have been involved in this process today. I thank the people from Susan Street for coming forward. I thank the appellant for working. I hope you will continue to work diligently and attempt to make sure that the people of Susan Street are not impacted in the way that they will be. With that, we will close this item and move on to our next item on the agenda, which is actually, my agenda is a little bit chunky today. Now I've gone around so many places, but I do know that I spoke with our county administrative officer, and I'm wondering if we could get agreement from the board to do the referral responses at our next meeting, which would be in January. Is there agreement to that among the board members?
Yeah, can we get a
I would
motion
support
to
that.
continue the
Thank you
referrals?
for suggesting it.
I'll
Chair
second
Adams.
it, if that's
yeah.
a motion.
That was a motion.
So I'll
And
second it.
Second, thank you very much. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
Aye, thank you very much. And now we will go to County Administrative Officer comments.
Madam Chair, in light of the hour, I think it's safest for me to not make any comments and maybe reserve those for comments during the ceremonial resolutions.
Thank you very much. As I'm looking at the agenda, and I'll defer to my other county council, I feel that we are able to go just directly to the ceremonial resolutions. I need perhaps a brief stopover for board comments, but then we would be able to move forward to the ceremonial resolutions. So let me quickly ask if any member of the board wishes to make comments at this point.
Madam, do you need a motion first? And then we could, and public comments, and then we could speak to each individual ceremony?
Yeah, we're going to do the whole ceremonial resolution after I go to board comments. So does anyone from the board wish to make any comments at this point on anything? This is our usual little spot where we talk about what we've done over the weekend or what's coming up in our districts for the next week. Supervisor Alejo, any comments?
Nope, no, nobody's raising their hands here.
Okay, thank you very much for telling me that. The only comment that I will make is a quick one, and it's just to say that it's been a pleasure to serve as your board chair this year. I'm awfully sorry that my last meeting was remotely, but I appreciate the tolerance that you've given me as I kind of stumble through this RSV that has really kicked me hard. And I'm awfully sorry that I'm not there to be able to see John Phillips and Charles McKee for the last meetings that we're going to share together, and it's a little emotional. So with that, I think I'm going to jump right into ceremonial resolutions. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 resolutions, 4 of which will be presented. And if I could have a motion to let's
Move approval.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Could we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Alejo? Oh, Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye, thank you very much. And we're going to take item number 25 first. This is a resolution that will not be presented today, but it's a resolution honoring Jennifer Kupak, who's the Fire Operations Manager, upon her retirement from the County of Monterey after 25 years of dedicated public service. Thank you very much for the time you've spent with us, Ms. Kupak. And now we will go up to item 21, which is a resolution commending Henry Gonzalez, our Agricultural Commissioner, the sealer of weights and measures, on his retirement. 28 years of dedicated public service and 38 years of public service to the state of California. I believe this is up to Supervisor Lopez.
Yes, I'm gonna go ahead and just say thank you to Henry for all that he has done for our community here as in his service as our ag commissioner. I just want to point out one more time to John Phillips, because I know he loves it, that yes, it is South County making the presentation today on behalf of the Salad Bowl. But Henry, a distinguished career, and we know that you came here with so many of those firsts, and being the ag commissioner for Monterey County, coming from your background, which was so diverse and really representing an industry that gave you opportunity. I've heard you speak so passionately about the industry and also about your key roles as a regulator, as well as a champion of industry as required by the state. The pride that you had in your function and the way that you carried that through your staff was something that I admired. I know that we haven't gone, the challenges you face as our ag commissioner were massive. I think back to the beginning of COVID and the way that you helped lead the response to the challenges that we were facing in a time where there was no book. You helped write that book in partnership with so many throughout Monterey County about how we respond in a way that takes care of the people doing some of the most critical work. As I've heard Supervisor Alejo say so many times, it took so long for folks to be recognized as essential, but you've always known that they're essential, having lived the life of a farm worker, and the respect that we have for you and the work that you've done here in Monterey County through floods, fires, and even a pandemic cannot be matched. And so for your distinguished service to Monterey County and your distinguished service to all the residents of our communities, we thank you and we wish you well in your retirement. And no matter where the wind takes you, know that you always have a home here in Monterey County. And we look forward to hearing about your continued success and whatever those next endeavors might be, my friend. But with that, Henry, congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Supervisor Alejo. Mr. Gonzalez, I want to first of all also extend my respect and appreciation for your work. I first met you when you came here. It seemed like it was yesterday. You were coming from Ventura County and you got appointed as ag commissioner. I remember your mom was sitting here in this room. I think very proud of you. But I want to say it's been my honor to work closely with you during, as Chris said, just during the most challenging of times, and our farm workers who kept working when everybody else was able to shelter in place. And you had a big role, and the work that was carried out here was a model for the nation. But you did some things that I think hadn't been done anywhere else. From the farm worker hotline, in case we saw that the protocols weren't being followed, to devising the protocols. It was the first in the nation for the safety of agricultural workers. You and all the different stakeholders, Supervisor Lopez and I, devised those within days of the first ever shelter in place in early March of 2020. And then when the fires took place, we had 3 wildfires going on at the same time. It was your office who started deploying N95 masks to those workers within 48 hours. And then more continued after that. But that became a model for other counties. I know Santa Cruz County followed suit, but you were the first, and you did it well. And as a result of that work that you did, I know Supervisor Lopez and I had a meeting one day on legislative ideas with Assemblymember Rivas. We proposed that should be institutionalized as the practice to modify Cal OSHA law so that workers, agricultural workers will be protected from here into the future, because we know that wildfires and other natural disasters are going to be more commonplace. And that was Assembly Bill 73. You went to Sacramento to testify, and Governor Gavin Newsom signed that into law. So I know you could feel leaving that you not only left a lot of good work here in Monterey County, you and your team, but also that you've changed the law for the better for agricultural workers throughout the state of California. And for that, we very much appreciate it. And I want to commend you for your work. I know you're going to continue until our new Ag Commissioner comes in on February 6th. That is appreciated as well, sir. So you could feel walking away into retirement that you left Monterey County in a better place than when you found it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I concur in the comments of my colleagues, Henry. It's been great working with you. And it's nice that you came back and ended your career back in the department that you started in and built your way up. But you did a tremendous job, especially dealing with the issues that came up with COVID. You were a real leader in the community. So thank you for your years of service.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Rudascu.
Yes, thank you. And I think, echo the comments of my colleagues. We haven't had as much of time to work together, Henry, but I've been watching and really appreciate the commitment that you have to working with everyone in the community, to being a voice and elevating the issues that affect our agricultural partners in Monterey County. You take your work very seriously, and you present it with there's respect in everything that you do to demonstrate how it's significant and important agriculture is, not just in Monterey County, but across the state and across our world. So I want to say thank you. I hope that you enjoy your retirement. You've earned it. I don't think anyone signed up for COVID when you took this position. There was no way that we could have known what we were walking into. But you weathered that storm with this county, and it made us all come out looking really good while protecting the health and dignity of our residents. So thank you so much, Henry, and it's an honor to be able to say thank you on behalf of our residents.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor. Well, Henry, I'm going to miss you as my occasional lunch partner for the many different times that we had the opportunity to sit with one another and get to know one another a little bit personally over the years. I have enjoyed working with you. I just echo my partner's comments as far as you really stood up during COVID and were such a leader in so many different ways through one of the darkest times of our county. And I just very much appreciate that about you. I also appreciate that you have a very good heart, and I wish you all the best in retirement. I don't know how anyone cannot have fun in retirement, but I wish you well. And I thank you again on behalf of all the residents of Monterey County for your many years of service, not just to our county, but to the entire state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
And if you'd like to make any brief comments, this would be the time to do it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Chair. I'm very grateful to Monterey County for having hired me back in 1984. Seems like a long time ago, fresh out of college. Hired me as a temp, exotic insect trapper at minimum wage, but gave me that opportunity and many more opportunities after that. It was opportunity after opportunity that I always say that I've never missed a day's work since that opportunity, including county helped me achieve one of my other dreams, which was to get my master's degree, which also helped me to rise to the level of agricultural commissioner, first in Ventura County, and then able to return here I'm pretty confident that if it was not for that opportunity that Monterey County gave me to get my master's degree, that I probably would not have become ag commissioner in Ventura and probably would not have become ag commissioner here in Monterey County if it was not for that opportunity. To Monterey County, I owe my career to. I'm very grateful to Monterey County for that opportunity. And yes, agriculture for me has been my whole life, actually, not just my career, but since I was able to pick up a plum off the ground and put it into my parents' basket, I feel I was an ag worker at that time. And I worked as a child, and even at 14, I was working here in the Salinas Valley. I became a member of the United Farm Workers. I worked with the short handle hoe, now illegal short handle hoe. Had many experiences, and I got to learn a work ethic that not only I possess, but I believe all farm workers possess, which is that no matter how cold it is, no matter how hot it is, no matter how much your body hurts, you keep working. You keep working and you do your best, and good things follow. So
Thank
with
you.
that, I don't want to belabor things, but I am most grateful to Monterey County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Henry. Excellent. Thank you so much. And now we will move forward. And now we're going to adopt a resolution in appreciation of 8 years of service on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors upon the retirement of Supervisor John Phillips. But of course, anyone who knows John knows that 8 years on the Board of Supervisors was a piece of cake after all of the other years that he served on the bench and in the district attorney's office as well. Our whole board is giving you this honor, and I am just dreadfully sorrowful that I'm not present to be able to appreciate you. I see we have some photos going on here. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to have to do something so that I can see what's going on at the dais. This is going to have to change my view, I think. Okay. There we go. Okay. I'm back in game. I apologize. I feel like I was stepping on Henry's toes, and I definitely didn't mean to do that. Maybe I'm just trying to scooch John out of here sooner rather than later. At any rate, Supervisor Phillips, it has been just, I think I could think of a lot of words to use as a describer. You know, it has been a delight, has been a conundrum, has been a thorn, There are so many things I could say when I indicated what it's been like to work with you these past, for me, it would be 6 years that we've worked together. I really do appreciate everything that you have done for our community though, John. And I think one of my favorite experiences with you really goes back before either of us were in government or politics, I should say, when I was at United Way and we were opening up the United Way cadre of charities to whom we were giving guaranteed gifts every year. And we were taking in 3 new agencies. It was the first time in more than 20 years that we've done this. And one of the ones that we chose was Rancho Cielo. And working with you through that process was just a very enjoyable time for me. And it let me know you in a very different way. And I appreciated that so much. I'm going to quit talking so others can. So the first person I'll go to is Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today it is our great honor to honor our distinguished colleague on his last meeting of his 8 years serving on this Board of Supervisors. Our friend Supervisor Phillips. We call him Judge Phillips still, because always it's always an honor. Once you're a judge, you're always a judge. But more than anything, a friend and a respected member of the community. Certainly one of the most distinguished elected officials I've had an honor of working with, and somebody who had a lifetime of a distinguished public service to the community. John, I know we just approved a resolution, but I wanted the public to just read parts of it today. John was originally from Culver City in Southern California, moved to Monterey County in the 1970s, and he is married to his lovely wife, Patty Duggan Phillips. He's been married to her for 50 years. Raised 3 children, Sarah, Pierce Phillips, Mike Phillips, and Ellen Morgan Phillips, and they have 2 grandchildren, Michael and Peyton Phillips. Supervisor Phillips has served on many boards and committees and commissions throughout his tenure on the Board of Supervisors. And I got a list of over 15 different ones, too long to list every or mention every single one, but he has served on so many boards and commissions during his time as a supervisor. He was awarded by multiple agencies and honored for his many years of public service that not only included serving as a supervisor, but a deputy DA, assistant DA, Monterey County judge, a presiding judge of the Superior Court, but also a mentor and a founder of Rancho Cielo campus, and now 2 terms on this board. He was first elected in 2015 to Monterey County to represent District 2 and was reelected in 2018. And some of his achievements include spending his own money and free time to assist constituents with their issues, participating in rallies and marches for the public safety and awareness, fundraising to assist those in need in his district. And he bolstered the litter abatement task force with implementing a pilot program to install cameras to catch illegal dumping. He secured funding for contractor to cleaning dumping sites. He traveled to DC to meet with Senator Feinstein and to meet with the Army Corps of Engineers, and also to champion for the work on the Pajaro River. So he was integral in prioritizing the repair and rehabilitation of many important roads in North County, provided support for Manzanita Park, including the entrance gate to promote access to the park, secured CDBG funding for the North County fire truck, the Las Lomas infrastructure improvements, crosswalks on Merritt Street, and protecting families crossing the busy roads and the crosswalk across Pajaro Church. So that resolution we approved just ends with that the Board of Supervisors and all of our residents hereby extends its deepest appreciation to Supervisor Phillips for his 8 years of public service on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and commends him for all his accomplishments. I just want to say, John always brought a perspective that many of us didn't have because of experience working as a prosecutor, as a judge, working in law enforcement, but he also had a lot of community connections. He brought connections that none of us, the rest of us had, and it was always appreciated because he brought different voices to table and decision makings, and he was a true problem solver. But I think his greatest legacy is what Judge Phillips, Supervisor Phillips, left for the young people of Monterey County, an abandoned campus that was owned by the County of Monterey. During his time as a judge, he worked to convert that, not only fundraising, but putting sweat equity, working, rolling up his own sleeves, picking up a shovel and doing the hard work on that beautiful campus. If anyone has attended a graduation at Rancho Cielo, you will see that it is a beautiful place, but more importantly, it changes the lives of those who many have forgotten in our community. I literally cried attending a graduation, seeing that so many kids who have gone through so much trauma that society had given up on, that were falling through the cracks, that this program that John created provided them with the quality education, provide them with skills that will help them throughout their lifetime, but also even gave them a vocational trade to turn to after leaving their school. Today, so many people run into John that have been impacted by his work and have thanked him for really making a positive difference. So on behalf of all my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors, I know others have comments, but we want to present this gavel and this recognition to put on his wall, remembering his time and all his good memories as a supervisor here for Monterey County. Thank you, Judge Phillips.
Thank you, my friend.
Chair, can I
Thank
make
you.
some comments as well?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips, I want to say you can come across with a bit of a tough outer edge, but having had this past 2 years to get to know you, and I will say especially last year, stepping in to this board from a staff role into the colleague role, having had the chance to sit down and have a drink with you, that tough outer edge became much more transparent. And I think I will treasure the fact that we got to work together, knowing that you say what you think, you're open to new information, the care that you have for our community really comes through in everything that you do. And I hope that you do have a good retirement, but it's going to be different without you sitting here. But I will forever be grateful for the guidance and some of the advice that you shared with me as I was getting my feet under me last year. So thank you. And thank you for the legacy that you've left our community.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, John, can I ask you a quick question? Total between the bench and your work in the DA's department, as well as your time as a supervisor, how many years in service in Monterey County?
Monterey County, about 42.
42. And to the public, 50 plus?
Yeah, 51.
There you go. You know, I saw that statistic somewhere today.
And I want the record reflected North County too. You know, he was trying to take everything down to South County.
And John, you know, there's this thing you do when it's kind of like when the lightning hits and you kind of lean back and you look up to the right and you just hit with some piece of advice that I never saw coming that absolutely illuminates a situation and makes sense for me. And there's kind of, your mouth opens and you look up to the right and you do this look and I'm like, oh, here it comes. And every time I'm impressed beyond measure. There's respect does not capture the feeling that I have for you, John, sitting next to you up there for the years that I was fortunate enough to do so. You know, I'm just really sad that I can't be with you in chambers today, but I didn't want my final gift to you to be something that you didn't want to take home. And I want to thank Patty and your kids for all that they've put up with. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the public service that you've given back to our community. I've got to say, you know, election night parties are not my thing, but I remember going to yours and spending some time there with your kids and could not be more impressed. You're truly an amazing person. And I hope you never stop sending me pictures of the cars you're working on, and not just the cars, but the backstories about who they're for and why. It's just one more way that you embody the ideals that you carry through life. And I cannot say thank you enough for all that you've given to us. As a friend sitting here today, I want to share, I know that it didn't get much press. It did hit a little bit last week, but one final wonderful thing you're leaving for our community. We got that almost $7 million for Castroville to finish those public improvements after the California Transportation Commission approved their vote on a lot of those ATP grants. And so I know that you and I always jostled back and forth about who's getting the money for sidewalks and where's it going. Well, you got it done for all of Castroville with that particular grant. And I'm just so happy to know that your legacy is one that will never be tarnished here in Monterey County, John. I'm just so incredibly proud of all you've accomplished and thankful for the time that I had to sit next to you up on that dais and get your wisdom, your insights, and our sidebars. There's something I'll always be grateful for, and I know that you're not going to lose my number, and I look forward to all of our continued calls and insights as we move forward. But thank you for all that you've done for the residents of North County and keeping me honest about not just thinking about the South. I look forward to our future fights.
Thanks, Chris. I'll send you pictures of my Studebaker truck when I get finished.
I look forward to them.
Oh, John, it's just not going to be the same without you. There's no question about that. I know you have a lot ahead, and I'm looking forward to seeing you out at the track. I'm looking forward to bumping into you at the sardine factory. I know that we'll continue to bump into each other. Our circles aren't terribly far apart. You've just really made a huge impact on our community and all of us, myself included. I thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I had about 2 hours of a speech to make, but it's past my cocktail hour, which I take kind of seriously, and it's getting about the bedtime. But the county's been good to me and my family. I came here 51 years ago. I was broke. I just got back from Australia and New Zealand for a year, and I was broke. I didn't know one person in Monterey County, and Les and I talked about this a little bit. I had been in private practice, but I didn't really enjoy private practice. And I came here, I was going to try public practice, and I got started in the DA's office, and I knew this was the type of law I wanted to participate in. And I got to know this county pretty quick. They initially had me on all the justice of the pieces in San Ardo and Pajaro and Castroville and everything. And then I learned the county and the county, I got to say, entrusted me to try some big cases. And I got to know the county through that. That little girl that got murdered on Railroad Avenue, you remember that one? We connected up with bite mark identification. That's how I got to know Pajaro. I tried the last cattle wrestling case ever tried in Monterey County down in Parkfield. And they executed our informant in the DA's office and executed him on Marina Beach. I spent all day Christmas on the Christmas Day massacre in Soledad Prison, and I prosecuted that case and had the one in Big Sur where we found the body 6 months. I filed the case without the body, and then we discovered the body 6 months later down there, the Watson Gibson case. And that's how I got to know the county through tragedy. But I became part, and a fairly substantial part, I think, of developing the greatest district attorney's office we ever had. And nothing saying anything about it now, but just it was a great DA's office, pound for pound. Our people could try anything. And then I had a chance to join the bench and being part of what I thought was the greatest bench I've ever seen. I got to be a part of that, and I was presiding when we joined the two benches, and I was able to start a really family law court, and I started the domestic violence court and the mental health court, and did some other things, and then I was able to talk to the crazy board of supervisors into giving me 100 acres for $1 a year. And people say, how did you ever do that? And I said, well, you should have seen it the way it looked at that time. It was a bit of a mess. And then I had an opportunity to run for this. And of course, my wife said, why would you do that? You're not a politician. You have a terrible personality, the abrasive and everything, why would you do that? And I said, well, if I can help a little bit, I owe it to the county. I mean, this is the place that provided a job for me, a living, a place where we could bought a house, build onto it and build onto it and build on it, raise our family. And I didn't try to do anything great things on our board, but I tried to, hopefully tried that in 10 or 15 years, people are looked back and said, geez, those board of supervisors made some pretty good decisions for our county. And I especially wanted to make sure that we tried to avoid making bad decisions. And I think we've done a pretty good job. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't, but I think we did a pretty good job on that. So yeah, I look out here 51 years, and I'm about 300 feet from my first office in the DA's office, and I'm about 200 feet from where my chambers were in there, you remember. So I didn't get very far, I guess, but it's been a good 51 years. And thank you for your resolution and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Well, continuing on, the party just keeps happening. Okay, now we're going to adopt a resolution commending our County Administrative Officer, Charles J. McKee, upon his retirement after almost 20 years of dedicated public service to the County of Monterey, first as County Council, then as our County Administrative Officer, and a total of 31 years in public service. Charles, this is a really moving time, and I will let the others go first. Supervisor Rudascu, or no, sorry, I have to start at the beginning. Supervisor Alejo.
Well, on this one, I wish I had, I don't know if somebody else was going to present on the resolution we just gave a nod to, but I wanted to, first of all, just say that this is a bittersweet day to see our CAO leave us, who has done tremendous service to our county and is certainly one of the most dedicated public officials I've met during my time as mayor, as an attorney, as mayor, as the state assembly member, now as a county supervisor. When I came to county government in 2016, I found that here in Monterey County, we have tremendous group of professionals. And that was because I think under your leadership and under the previous CAO, they've attracted quality, talented people who really are committed to serving the community. But especially on this dais, I think our county council, Les Gerard, and you have served the people of Monterey County so well, with great patience, with great professionalism, and with a lot of love, more than anything, for the people of this community. So for me to see you leave, I know it'll be a new chapter for Monterey County, but it's one of those moments where I just have to say thank you for everything that you've given. You've given a lifetime to public service, and you certainly have made a difference for so many. I know I said this at one of your retirement event last week, but what really moved me about you, Charles, is you looked out for the least among us, those who are struggling the most in our community, our poorest residents, our farm workers. Whenever you saw a need, especially during this pandemic, there were a lot of people who were hurting. We lost a lot of lives, continue to lose lives. But Charles really, when he heard from his staff, when he heard from the board, where we saw that there was a need, he was there. He was willing to put resources to help save lives and protect the health and safety of our community. We've had some challenging times the last 2 or 3 years, and when you stepped up, you really did it in a very profound way. And I just want to say thank you for everything you've done. I know it's a new chapter going into retirement. People like you never really retire; you find other things to do. But I want to say that you're one of the people that I will always remember in my career as being a top professional, and I really respect you very much, sir. And I know on behalf of my constituents in Salinas, we want to say thank you for your dedicated public service. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, like I said, Charles, at your little retirement party that they had the other night, after 21 years on the bench and 13 years as a DA, I know good lawyers, and you were a good lawyer and are a good lawyer. But more importantly, unlike a lot of our lawyers, you got good common sense and judgment, and I think that played well in you taking over to be the top administrator here. And I think you leave the county in great hands. And you always did your job without, when you assigned something to someone, you didn't micromanage them and try to undercut them or take it out of their hands. And I think between you and Les, I can think of no better management team I've seen of any county, any place. So thank you for your years of service and what you've done for Monterey County.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Lopez.
Kind of upset with you, Charles, because you didn't tell me. Tamara had to tell me that you bought a new van, and that's one of my bucket list items. So to have to learn it from her at your retirement party and not from you, that was upsetting. But I'm so happy for you. You know, as one of the you heard my comments the other night, and they ring true. I'm not going to repeat them here. What I'll say is that I've learned so much from you in so many different ways And one of those was really watching you lead during the pandemic, being chair, getting to work so closely with you in an environment where things were shifting. I learned from other CAOs and county councils throughout the state about a lot of the skills you had, because we had to ask questions, and they shared about all these amazing things you'd help do for the larger county councils association. But watching you put those tools to work, as Supervisor Alejo said, for every resident of Monterey County, always looking out for those who had the smallest voice and making sure that that perspective was in the room, and then checking back with us and making sure we had the latest information. I was just so incredibly proud to call you our CAO. And I know that for you, it was this kind of new challenge to step into this different role than one that you'd served in for a long time, as Supervisor Phillips said, as an attorney who might not always have the common sense, as we hear, but you always carried community first. And with you, that common sense that you brought to the table, you moved the needle for us. I'm so proud of all the things that we achieved under your leadership. I think back to VITA. I think back to housing projects built, whether you were county council or CAO. I think back to the improvements for quality of life for residents at every corner of Monterey County, whether it was the construction of clinics, the turnaround at Natividad. You've been part of the team, and watching your leadership is something that has left an imprint on me, and I'm proud to call you a friend. And I don't know what comes next. I know that there's a lot of different paths you may choose to take, and they're open to you because of the incredible person that you are and the incredible things that you've achieved through the leadership that you haven't talked about, but you've shown, and it's recognized, it's noticed, and we all appreciate your service. You're probably going to be on a mountain bike a lot more from here on out. And so I promise that I'll cool my talk about e-bikes, because I know how you feel about those at times. But I'm just so happy for you, and look forward to hearing about all your adventures to come, and look forward to, as I said the other night, always being on your bench and part of your team for planting those seeds. So thank you, Charles.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudasky.
I just realized I'm sitting up here with a bunch of lawyers and I'm questioning every choice I've ever made in my life. But no, Charles, there's so many things to say about the 2 years that we've worked together here on this dais. And I think back to the conversation that we had when you were thinking about this position, and we met and had coffee, and I think it was in that meeting where I heard you talk about why Monterey County means so much to you, and the legacy that you didn't use these words, but the deep commitment that you had to doing good by both the county organization as well as the larger community. And then having had the opportunity to step in, I don't think I knew at that point that this was the path I was headed on, but having had the opportunity to lead with you last year, what a wild experience that was. And I think I will always be grateful to you for growing with me during that period of time and during this period of time. As Chris said, like not having the answers, having a lot of questions, having a lot of moving targets, having a lot of things that were up in the air. I can only imagine that the goals that you had set out when you took this position were maybe also tossed up into the air at that point in time, and things that you had hoped to work on and intended to get done maybe didn't pan out the way that you had mapped out. But I think that you were absolutely the right person to guide Monterey County through these past couple of years. The temperament that you have to work with each one of us, we're a handful, can be at times individually and as a group. the relationship that you have with every one of our department heads and staff throughout every level of county government, your ability to be trusted and respected and build working relationships with all of our city partners and other local government agencies. We needed you, I think, in a way that we didn't know that we needed you here to lead us. And for that, I will always be grateful and say thank you. There was one other thing I wanted to say, but I think it has escaped me. Yeah, I hope that you have a great retirement, and I hope that you think of us often and miss our board meetings, but enjoy the time you get with your family and take advantage of everything that you can. I think you could feel really good about what we've accomplished, even if it wasn't what you'd laid out to get done originally. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudescu. Oh, Charles. You know, you have made some really lasting friendships here in Monterey County. And I think that that's a real tribute to someone who's working in a difficult situation. But I can see that there are so many people who just really, really enjoy spending time with you, as do I. You've got such an incredible wit, a wit that is common only in people who are extraordinarily bright, which you are. I have enjoyed working with you. I really have. And I like the enthusiasm that you bring to life and that you bring to so many things. Sometimes you remind me of Spider-Man. And I just, picture you kind of, going around and getting things done and, taking care of things. And I will remember that with great fondness. I'm really happy because you have so many years ahead of you in retirement. And there's so many things that you don't even know the talents that you have. And you'll have the opportunity to discover things about yourself that I'm sure will bring you great happiness. I really wish that for you more than anything else. I remain your supervisor, and I hope that you will always feel free to call on me should you have any problems with any element of the county. You know the number, and I hope that I can keep your cell number around, because I'm sure there are going to be times when I just need a totally different voice that I can completely trust. And I thank you for all that you've done for all of us. It hasn't been an easy road for you at all. I know that becoming CAO when you did, just as COVID came on, was very different than what you had anticipated. And you made the best of it. And you made our county look really good. And I thank you for that so much. I wish you happiness, bluebirds in the spring, all of those kinds of things. Thanks again. Here's to you.
Chair, if I could just make a few comments, Chair.
I think that's
Earlier,
a good
there was a lot of staff from the county council's office here to be present for this moment. Unfortunately, we picked tonight to have our holiday happy hour, so I told them all to go. And Charles certainly, I think, understands how much he means to the office of the county council. I want to read a couple of recitals from the resolution, if I might. Whereas Mr. McKee has gained a reputation in the Monterey County legal community as a dedicated, knowledgeable, and outstanding public entity attorney, and in the public entity executive community as an effective and collaborative county executive. And whereas during the course of his career with the County of Monterey, Mr. McKee has developed and maintained strong friendships with his colleagues throughout the county family, served as an excellent mentor to younger attorneys while as county counsel, and has supported department heads while CAO, and fostered a collaborative approach to county government. And whereas Mr. McKee will be missed by his colleagues, not only for his legal skills and leadership, but also for his level-headed demeanor, openness, and humor, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors in and for the County of Monterey commends and thanks Charles J. McKee for his almost 20 years of dedicated public service to the County of Monterey, his overall 31 years of dedicated public service, and his many contributions to the citizens and residents of the County of Monterey, and his wish much happiness as he begins his retirement. on a personal note, it was almost 15 years ago that Charles hired a wayward attorney from Southern California up here, and I am forever grateful. And not only has he been my boss and my colleague, but my very good friend. Thank you, Charles.
A couple comments first. So I don't know if that was intended, all of you to make me reconsider, but it really didn't give me pause to think about whether I made the right decision to retire at this time. You know, and I do think I made the right decision to retire at this time, because I think the county is at you know, a pinnacle. I'm at a pinnacle in many ways, but the county is going to continue to grow. It's been a remarkable run. I've had such a great time being both county council and county administrative officer, and I really mean that. It wasn't just a job. It really was, you know, something to enjoy, to be proud of. I think it's mainly because of the collaboration with everybody. And I'm not just talking about everybody up here. I'm talking about every county employee, the community. There's so many different personalities that we work with, and to me, it was an interesting challenge to always try to figure out how to channel the different personalities to get things done. I try not to tell people this is the way it should be done. I try to see what the talents are out there and see how we can channel those talents to provide services to the community, because that's what we do as a government. We provide services to the community. You know, we have every level of community here. We have the super rich and we have the very poor, and we need to serve them all. We try to do that equally and not try to do that with favor for one or the other. And I think we've done a really good job of that. Monterey County, I think, as I've said, is just one of the most tremendous places on earth. It's really unique and special. And right now it has just an incredible workforce that I am so proud of to be part of, to know that I can't be successful without that workforce. It doesn't happen just with the CAO. It happens with the whole team. I know team is overused, but it really is. It's not, you can't, the term team is overused, but you can't do it alone in this profession, and you need the whole group. The County Board of Supervisors they're remarkable. They really work to help the constituents, to help the whole county, not just the one district that they might from which they may have been elected, but the whole county. The budget that we have right now is in a really good spot. The way that we work together to solve things, to get things done, to collaborate. Yeah, we have our differences. Every community has their differences, but we really work to get things done. And for those reasons, I think it's the perfect time to depart, because leave on top, right? Leave when things are good. Don't leave at the bottom. Don't leave when things are bad. You know, hopefully, you know, the next CAO, I'm confident that Sonia De La Rosa is going to come in and just build off of what we've built here, and just, you know, to continue to build even higher. And I just think it's just such an honor and privilege to be able to have served Monterey County, all of you, and the workforce here, to be part of you know, all the good things that we've done over the years. It's just been tremendous. I'm sorry for having brought in COVID. I really apologize for that. We brought the cruise ship here. Chris Lopez and I think, welcomed them in, and then Mary Adams and I were sitting out there in Pacific Grove, and people were thinking that, the cruise ship passengers are coming to Asilomar, and the COVID's going to jump the fence, and we're going to be the only ones with COVID. It was kind of a strange time, but thinking back on that, it really did, I think, as Supervisor Askew was just saying, it threw out all the plans that I had. But that's fine. You have to adapt, and you have to be resilient in these positions. And it showed me that I can do that. And it showed me that the county can do that, and can really be there for our constituents. So I want to thank everybody for being part of that. I will not forget any of you. You've all been part of what has been a wonderful career, and I really feel happy and pleased to be able to leave at this time at the top. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. Aw.
And we made it the longest meeting of his tenure to make it memorable.
There you go. I just wish I were there. Well, we have one more item, and that is one last resolution. And this is to adopt a resolution commending Brent W. Buki, General Manager of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, for his dedicated service of 29 years to the County of Monterey upon his retirement. And he's all dressed up, coming in. Look at that. So, Mr. Buki, it's an opportunity now for us to get to thank you. And I will start with Supervisor Alejo as we commend you on your years of service.
As incoming chair, I just want to say that this is certainly a lot of change, losing a lot of brilliant minds, a lot of great leaders. And I really want to thank Brent for being an outstanding leader for his department, coming in after his department had several struggles, but he came back and really put things in order, was respected and loved by his team, and he really uplifted his team as well to co-lead with him. He had a lot of responsibilities dealing with a lot of different issues, certainly dealing with a lot of different stakeholders. It was not an easy job, but Brent, you did it so well, so professionally, and really, it's sad for us to see you go as well because you had done such a good job. But I know it was a tough job, and you did it exceptionally well. So I just want to really thank you and all your staff, all your team. I hope we could find somebody just as good, if not better, but that's going to be hard to accomplish here. And I know we're bringing back our interim CEO to try to fill your shoes just for a little bit, but finding leaders who know water, who know the issues that this is one of the most challenging issues confronting counties across our state. And so I hope that you could come back in some limited capacity, because yet your relationships, the friendships, the respect that you've earned from the agricultural community and from our community at large, you don't get that overnight. You got to earn that. And I know you gave us some good recommendations that need to be worked on in the coming years. And so I just want to say thank you for all your exceptional service to Monterey County. And I look forward to hopefully seeing you in a different capacity here in our community. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips.
Brent, you've been an amazing public employee. You've been with that same agency your entire career. And I don't know of anybody that knows more about water and in the Salinas Valley than you do. And I think that job that you had or have is the toughest one anywhere. There are so many conflicting interests, and when it comes to water, it's you got the north and the south, and you got the peninsula, and you got us, and then you got two boards to deal with. I can think of nothing. When I first started dealing with Brent, I kept calling him Dale because his dad was used to testify for us in court. He was a psychiatrist, and he would never correct me. He'd just smile. He knew I was thinking of his dad. So congratulations. I know you're going to spend a lot more time with your grandchild, and that's a big thing for you. But thank you for your years of service. You've been you've been a great person to work with. I know every month I meet with Brent, and he keeps me informed about the water issues and the crisis coming up, and they're not a lot of them go away. So thank you. And it was mentioned, you came in when the agency really needed some stability and to take it to the next. So you're leaving it at a good place. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have to open by saying that, Brent, I know you've been the general manager for just a couple of years, but you've been the leader of that agency for much longer than that. You had the hearts of your staff from the beginning, and I know that so many of them look up to you, and you helped develop them, and you supported them in a way that made them feel seen and heard at times when perhaps that was not the norm. And I just want to say thank you for that. You know, if it was up to me, if I ran PERS, I would agree with Supervisor Phillips and say that your 29 years of public service should equal his 50. You know, it really, in that water resource agency, it ages you. It's tough and it's stressful. I mean, I want to share that when I first started with Monterey County, that's really when I started my water education. And you were clear with me even then that there was no dumb question, and you helped educate me on the history, the background, and really helped point me in so many beneficial directions. And it's difficult for a lot of people to share knowledge, and it's never been difficult for you, and I appreciate you for that. I can't say thank you enough. I think there's certain rooms that maybe only you and I are allowed into because of the folks in there, but you know, it's really interesting to me that you're choosing now to go in a way that I think is just so wonderful for Monterey County. You're putting us in a position to really leap forward with some key projects here. And I thank you for your leadership to put us in the position that you have. You've been in the tough meetings. You've taken them at a time when you could have walked away sooner, and you've stuck with us. You've put us in a great position as a county. And I know that you still feel perhaps there might be some unfinished stuff out there, but I've got to say thank you, because without you stabilizing the boat during an extremely difficult time for the Water Resource Agency, I don't think we would be in the condition that we are today. And I'll always be grateful to you for that. I'm sure you're not going far. I wish you so much happiness and love with your new grandkids. Having some young ones of my own, I know what that time means. And so I'm thankful for the time you gave us, for the leadership you provided, for the education that you've always shared. And I look forward to seeing you continue to thrive in your new role as grandpa. But congratulations on your retirement, Brett.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudescu.
Thank you, Mary. You've got to be really brave. I mean, anyone that decides to step into leadership at the Water Resources Agency, like, that takes a really brave human being. But having had the chance to get to know you a little bit in the monthly one-on-ones, I realized that I don't think it was something that you chose. It was a path that chose you, and you were brave still to walk down that path and to take on the challenges. Your ability to navigate the boards that you navigate, and the spaces and the conversations and the personalities and the agendas of multitude of different people is something that I aspire to be able to do while creating the feeling that we're all in this together, and while acknowledging that we could be looking at something from such different perspectives, but really we're all here for similar outcomes. And how do we take those perspectives and grow together? I've watched you do that, and I'm just in awe. So I do agree with Supervisor Lopez. The best job in the world as Grandpa is waiting for you. And it's been an honor to work with you, Brent. And I hope that we can find a way to continue. Find a way to continue learning from all the expertise and the experience that you've got here in Monterey County when it comes to water, because if I can figure out how to do a fraction of what you've done to bring people into the same spaces and be able to have reasonable conversations, I mean, that's the only way we're going to move forward. And thank you for doing that here. I wish you well, Brent.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Rudascu. Well, Brent, it's just, I don't even know what to say. It's just very, very difficult to say abiento, because it is, I'll be seeing you later. I'm absolutely confident of that. Whether it's going to be, in the fire truck at the Santa's parade, or maybe even in the lumberyard, I believe truly that I'll be fortunate enough to continue to have our paths cross. You do know more about water, but it's not just water. You know so much about all of the personalities that are engaged with our water issue. And you've been able to navigate those personalities so well. And one of the reasons I think is because you are very honest with yourself. You know who you are and you stand on that. And I think people trust you easily because you have such clear motives. There's no BS about you. It's all real. It's all true. I am so fortunate to know you. And I realize that it isn't just, maybe this is what it is. It's not just the water, but it's the gauges and the dials, and you know how to do all of it. And perhaps that's what gives you the ability to understand all of these various personalities in the water world, because it's kind of like a big dam. I just feel like you've done so much. I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. And one of them that really resonates with me is when you took over Water Resources Agency as the general manager, it really needed help. Everybody knew that. And you just had such stability and such character that people immediately started to feel better. And the morale and the tenor in that office really started to change very quickly. I just thank you so much for being you. And I know how happy you're going to be in Grandpa Land, just you and little Lucas. I can picture it now. I don't know if he's got a red plaid shirt yet, but I expect that that'll be in the offing. But thank you. And as I said, I'm glad to know that I am your supervisor. So I will have some contact with you in whatever way that may be. But I'm going to miss our meetings. I'm going to miss the ability just to pick up the call and know I'm going to get a very friendly voice at the other end. So I might just start stalking you on occasion when I really need a lift up, There you go. But thank you, Brent. Thank you so much. I'm so, so sorry that I haven't been able to be there at any of the celebrations for people. But I know sooner or later I'll be back up kicking my heels like the old Dick Jamesburg Players Day. Thank you again for everything you've done for all of us.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Madam Chair, just real quickly, if I could chime in there. Brent, I think as Supervisor Adams said, you were the person that was needed at the agency when you came in. Excuse me. The different level of kind of hands-on professionalism that you brought to that job and bring to the job and bring to every day is something that was clearly needed and respected in water world. It's hard to get respect in water world. And I think the fact that, you looked like you could, roll up your sleeves and actually do the work, I think helped out a lot. And it's just a testament, your attitude is a real testament to what is needed for success in that arena. And you just epitomized how to run an agency with that kind of can-do spirit. Just get it done. Let's just do it and fix it and then move on to the next project. So I really thank you for being there because it made my life as a county administrative officer so much easier. So I really appreciate it, Brent. It's been a good friendship too.
Thank you, Charles.
So now I guess.
Would you like me to speak?
Now it's your turn.
So,
The honoree.
thank you very much, Chair Adams and all the Board of Supervisors. I've had a great career working for Monterey County. I was very fortunate in the fact that what I studied in college is what I got to do my entire career. I have a bachelor's degree in ag engineering and a master's in civil and environmental. So when I was hired on at the agency, I got to work on the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project. I still consider that my baby. And it's been a very successful project. There's always been challenges along the way and there continue to be, but it's I feel like that is something that was always really important to me, and I got to spend a lot of time on it. And I was involved with the spillway modification as the chief engineer, and then also the SRDF. So some pretty substantial projects in the county that I'm really proud of. But the thing I'm most proud of is being the general manager and having a wonderful staff, and many of them are here today. Not well, a few of them are here. there was a couple others, but yeah, it's kind of late. But I do truly appreciate everything. It's all about the staff. Anyone that tells you something different is wrong. You know, from my career, I started in 1993, and I learned from others how to run an organization. I didn't have aspirations to run an organization. I'd rather build projects. And but as it evolved, I think Supervisor Rudasky said it kind of was the path that needed to occur, and it's something that I have enjoyed. It's been a long haul. And I'm tired now, so I'm going to retire. I'm going to catch up with Charles out on his bike. I'll chase him down. He's pretty fast. I've seen him ride. He's pretty fast. So, but I'll pick up the speed and get to enjoy my time away. And I know that there are opportunities. Yeah, an e-bike. Yeah, that's what I need. So there may be some opportunities in the future. So I'm not closing the door on that. I just live on the other side of the hill. So when I get bored over there, I'll pop up on top and look over and see what's happening on the other side. But again, thank you very much for a wonderful career. I really have enjoyed working for the County of Monterey. I expressed that to other individuals, and I've spoken before how poly students come up, and they haven't done it since COVID, but we would talk about opportunities in the Monterey County, and it's definitely something that I'll continue to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's one. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Wait for it to reset.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
3, 2.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, congratulations, Brent.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Well, we only have one more item on our agenda for today. And that is to adjourn.
Chair, we have a readout from closed session this morning.
Oh, thank you very much. I
Thank
knew
you.
there was something I'd forget.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Today in closed session, as the CAO previously announced, the board made 2 appointments to the CAO position and to the Agricultural Commissioner position. The board also authorized the initiation of 14 small claims court actions and participation in 1 amicus brief in the case Texas versus Becerra, number 522-CV-00185H. And finally, the board authorized the conveyance of a tentative agreement to Unit X, subject to Unit X ratification. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Council. And I am going to be adjourning my final board meeting as chair of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. I want to thank all of you for your participation throughout this past year. And I know that we're going to have a very good 2023 under the leadership of Supervisor Alejo and all of the many changes that we have in our key staff as we begin the next year. So I hope everyone has a wonderful holiday season, a great echo break, and we will return to these chambers or to the Monterey room on January 10th.
Should be here, Chair.
Okay, then we will see you right back in this room on January 10th. Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy
Thank you.
holidays.